Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. Grabbed the whip and looked at what was happening behind him. There was a big man riding on a tall horse, using a whip to barbarically whip those blocking the way in front of them, seeming incredibly domineering. There was a carriage behind him, which was made of metal and looked quite exquisite. It gave off a faint light and looked like a treasure. The horses pulling the carriage gave off violet flames and looked quite extraordinary. You're seeking death. Seeing that Zhao Fu had grabbed the whip instead of dodging, the man drew his saber and rushed over on his horse, chopping towards Zhao Fu. Everyone else in the surroundings gasped and quickly retreated. They could all see that blood about to splatter in the air. This man was dead. Zhao Fu frowned and slashed out with a finger, causing a sharp sword light to fly out, slicing the man and horse in half and resulting in blood flying everywhere. 984 Ancient STEM Domain. Seeing that Zhao Fu had killed the big man, the expressions of the people around him fell, and they immediately retreated even further away, afraid that they might be dragged into this. Many of them muttered, "This person is doomed. He dared to kill Bear Mountain Kingdom's 3rd prince's subordinate. His entire family is going to be killed, and even our kingdom would not be able to save him. That's right, is this person stupid? What's such a big deal about being hit? If he had just endured it, he would have been fine. However, he opposed them and killed their people. It'd be amazing if this person did not die. Even our kingdom cannot afford to offend the 3rd prince. We can only endure whatever comes at us. Bear Mountain Kingdom is one of the ancient STEM domain's 20 kingdoms, and it's a true royal kingdom, not something that a barony kingdom like ours can contend with. If we offend them, the entire grassy world will be doomed. Let's stay away from that person and not do anything. After they kill him, we'll just take care of his corpse so as not to enrage the 3rd prince. Even an entire dukedom will perish if they offend him, let alone a barony kingdom like ours. Such a major figure coming to our place is a disaster. I heard that the 3rd prince is one of the most valued princes, so offending him is equivalent to offending Bear Mountain Kingdom. I heard that the 3rd prince came to meet with those higher beings to become a student or disciple of one of them and go to the center of the Heaven Awakened world. That way, he won't have to stay in a poor place like this. With a higher being supporting them, who in the ancient STEM domain would dare to offend Bear Mountain Kingdom? I feel that if the 3rd prince becomes the disciple of a higher being, Bear Mountain Kingdom will become simply too terrifying. It will definitely cause a bloody storm in the ancient STEM domain. Don't you know? It's not just them. Within the ancient STEM domain, there are already 20 or so princes and princesses who have come, hoping to be taken as a disciple by a higher being. That would be incredibly good luck. Ordinary people like us don't have any hope at all. Even these princes and princesses, who have incredibly pure bloodlines, extraordinary talents, and the support of kingdoms might be unworthy of being looked at by those higher beings, much less us. There were many discussions going on around Zhao Fu, and after listening to some of them, Zhao Fu had some understanding of what was happening, and he realized that he had caused some big trouble. The Heaven Awakened world was boundless, and a single world was a region, while 1,000 worlds formed a domain. The Heaven Awakened world was split into many domains, and the domain that the grassy world was part of was called the Ancient STEM domain. The Ancient STEM domain was in desolate area at the boundary of the Heaven Awakened world, and most of the worlds it contained were weak and poor. The kingdoms here were unable to compare to the kingdoms at the center at all, and this was a matter of their foundation. Those at the center could completely annihilate those at the boundaries. This was no surprise. As such, countless people who lived in the outer boundaries tried anything they could to join the central area. Only then would they become truly powerful, obtain the strength to protect themselves, and not be casually destroyed. Under the threat of the central area, the kingdoms on the boundaries could only act all high and mighty within their own domains. However, compared to the kingdoms in the central area, they were nothing. As existences that stood at the peak of the Heaven Awakened world, countless kingdoms naturally wanted to form relations with higher beings. The benefits surpassed anything that anyone could imagine, so they had all sent their talented princes and princesses. A royal kingdom had more than 10 worlds, and with such strength, They naturally looked down on barony kingdoms. As such, nobles from royal kingdoms viewed people here as peasants, and they did whatever they pleased, while the grassy people did not dare to say anything. Now, Zhao Fu understood the situation. He felt that there was no need to develop enmity with a royal kingdom. After all, Great Qin was incredibly weak in front of a royal kingdom. Seeing that one of their people had been killed, a group of men rode over. They were not weak at all, having cultivations of stage 5 or 6, and beside the carriage, there were a few imperial bodyguards who were even stronger. Zhao Fu did not want to make any trouble, so he turned into a ray of light and broke through the city's restrictions, flying towards the horizon. You killed one of this prince's people, and you want to run? What a joke. A man's voice sounded out from within the carriage, his tone cold and mocking as if he did not place Zhao Fu in his eyes at all. Boom. A terrifying energy shot out from the carriage, shaking the surroundings. It reached Zhao Fu in an instant, causing him to look quite surprised, and he took out the Death Disaster sword and slashed out, causing a gray sword light to flash out. Bang! The two attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion. The terrifying shockwaves blew out like a wild gale, destroying many surrounding buildings. Zhao Fu flew back dozens of meters and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression quite unsightly. He had used the Great Qin Seal's power, which contained the power of a Marquisate kingdom, yet he had been much weaker. The power that this person had far exceeded his. Since he knew this, Zhao Fu did not hesitate and immediately flew in the opposite direction, wisely choosing to run. Ha ha ha. Cold laughter sounded out from within the carriage as an azure figure flew out from it. He caught up to Zhao Fu in just an instant, slapping down Zhao Fu from the sky with a palm that seemed to contain the force of mountains. Zhao Fu slammed into the ground like a massive boulder that had plummeted from incredible heights, and the impact caused the ground in a 10,000-meter radius to crack. Many buildings collapsed, and countless people were blasted away by the shockwaves, resulting in many deaths and injuries. The city lord of this city's face became pale as he watched from afar. He ordered people to retreat and had no thoughts of interfering, as this was the prince of a royal kingdom. After the dust settled, Zhao Fu wiped away the blood from his lips and coldly looked at the azure-clothed man in the sky. This azure-clothed man was quite tall and looked incredibly handsome, and he gave off a prestigious aura. There was also a cold and arrogant air about him, and his aura was incredibly powerful, many times greater than Zhao Fu's. This was because he had a world seal, which was something that could only be obtained by conquering a world. I'd suggest you not go too far. Zhao Fu felt somewhat enraged as he spoke coldly. Zhao Fu did not want to cause any trouble and had chosen to leave, but the azure-clothed man's actions made him feel quite angry. Zhao Fu's temperament was not very good anymore, and he would not endure such a thing. The azure-clothed man stood in the air and condescendingly looked at Zhao Fu as he laughed and said, "Even if this prince goes too far, what can you do about it?" Boom. After speaking, the azure-clothed man turned into a ray of light and once again punched out with terrifying power towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu dodged to the side, causing the azure-clothed man's punch to hit the ground. A massive explosion sounded out as a 100-meter deep, 1,000-meter wide hole appeared. This attack was incredibly terrifying and contained immense killing intent. 985 Little Stinkbag Zhao Fu started to feel quite angry, and seeing that the Great Qin City's City Lord seal was not enough, he released the Six Paths Demon Image's power. A massive wave of ghostly chi spread out, its cold aura causing the surrounding temperature to fall by 10 or so degrees. Oh? So it's a little stinkbag from the death race. The azure-clothed man stood above the crater and said somewhat condescendingly after sensing the ghostly chi. Zhao Fu was still wearing his cloak, he still kept his identity a secret when outside. In response to the azure-clothed man's provocations, Zhao Fu directly slashed out an enormous sword light that seemed to be able to cut a mountain in half. The azure-clothed man started to become more serious. He drew a violet red saber and vigorously slashed out, slashing Zhao Fu's sword light in half. It turned into countless sword lights as it disappeared, resulting in a massive gale spreading out. Little stinkbag from the death race, this prince will show you our devil race's power today. Facing Zhao Fu's power, the azure-clothed man coldly harumphed and once again attacked. He slashed out, causing thousands of azure saber lights, containing immense power, to fly out. The countless saber lights were like a massive tide that could tear apart the sky, and the sounds they gave off were incredibly shocking. Zhao Fu's expression became serious as ghostly chi erupted out of his body, forming 6 gray orbs that were each 1 meter wide. They gave off a bone-chilling coldness and a terrifying aura. As the countless saber lights flew over, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and the 6 gray orbs flew out. 6 monstrous explosions sounded out as a massive explosion containing boundless ghostly chi rippled out, causing the saber lights to be destroyed. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the azure-clothed man, causing his expression to slightly change. He slashed out with his saber, causing a blinding saber light to slash out horizontally. Clang! The sword and saber clashed as sword chi and saber light flew everywhere, slicing apart everything around them. After blocking Zhao Fu's attack, the azure-clothed man coldly laughed. "You want to harm this prince with such pitiful strength? What a joke. Don't kid yourself into thinking that this prince does not know that you're the king of a marquisate kingdom. In front of this prince, you still need to kneel down and submit. Snake murder." The azure-clothed man roared as an azure-colored aura exploded out. His power became many times more powerful as a massive snake's head appeared, giving off an immense aura as it bit towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was startled and countless ghostly blocked in front of him, but he was still sent flying thousands of meters, even crashing into a mountain and causing it to collapse. Cough, cough. Zhao Fu continuously coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood within the rubble. A savage look appeared on his face as the great kin seal continuously trembled within his body, and the ghost world pearl emerged on Zhao Fu's chest. In the end, Zhao Fu had still underestimated the azure-clothed man's power. Now, he completely released the great Ken seal and the six paths demon image's power. Boom! The sounds of 9 dragon roars and 6 demon gods sounded out, piercing through the sky and causing the heavens and earth to dim. Clouds started to swirl as a terrifying aura flowed out of Zhao Fu's body. A black and gray aura simultaneously appeared around him. The ground around him could not withstand this power and continuously collapsed as arcs of lightning around him, and shocking sounds could be heard. The people watching in the distance, the king and ministers of this kingdom, did not dare to get involved. These two people were stronger than them, and the kingdoms standing behind them were stronger as well. They could not afford to offend either of these two people. They felt quite bitter and could only watch as these two people destroyed their territory. Feeling the terrifying aura from Zhao Fu, the azure-clothed man's expression changed. Only now did he sense that Zhao Fu's aura was of a higher grade than his. It was an emperor's aura, and the ghostly chi was also superior. "Who are you?" Thinking about what Zhao Fu's true identity could be, the azure-clothed man's expression became quite unsightly, and he was forced to stop because he was afraid of making trouble. His kingdom could act domineeringly, but if it offended an empire, they would be doomed. Now, it seemed that the other person's status was not ordinary at all, and the azure-clothed man could not help but feel regretful. However, it did not seem like this person would be willing to negotiate, so killing intent appeared in the azure-clothed man's eyes. Only by getting rid of this person would he be able to prevent any future problems. Killing intent also appeared in Zhao Fu's eyes. This azure-clothed man had to die. He gripped his death disaster sword and gave off a terrifying aura as he rushed at the azure-clothed man. Just as the two of them were able to engage in a massive battle, a will similar to the will of the heavens swept through this area. The heavens and earth seemed to freeze, and this power was so terrifying that no one could stop it. Everyone felt as weak as an ant, and it felt as if their bodies and souls had been dealt a big blow. Everyone present looked incredibly shocked as their bodies immediately froze, and it was as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. They did not dare to move at all, and this included Zhao Fu and the azure-clothed man. Under this will, they felt terror within their hearts, and even their souls were trembling. This is the will of a higher being. This terrifying strength made it difficult to even breathe, and it was as if the entire world was trembling under this will. The will swept through this area and stopped on Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu felt as if his heart was being gripped by a large hand, and his body continuously trembled in fear. Even his blood seemed to become cold. This was the true power of a higher being, and Zhao Fu felt like a grain of sand in an ocean. "Hurry up and run, Zhao Fu." The golden dragon's voice sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind. With the golden dragon's help, Zhao Fu was able to pull himself out of that immense terror, and he desperately ran in the opposite direction, not daring to stop at all. Looking at Zhao Fu running away, the azure-clothed man wanted to chase after him, but under that will, his body could not move at all. He felt incredible terror. Even with a world seal, it was completely useless. The higher being was in a completely different realm. City lord seals and other kinds of seals only gave power, whereas the path of cultivation required one to comprehend the Tao of the heavens and earth step by step. This strength was far greater than what seals could give. The will observed Zhao Fu and paused for a moment before it was retracted. Everyone present felt as if a massive weight had been taken off them, and their bodies were drenched with sweat. After seeing Zhao Fu disappear, the azure-clothed man coldly harumphed. However, he remembered his goal this time, breathed out, and calmed himself down. He thought to himself, hoping that the higher being would take a liking to him. Zhao Fu desperately ran, not daring to look back at all. That strength was simply too terrifying, and it was the first time he had experienced such power and felt such terror. Only after returning to the human world, with a heavenly domain barrier serving as protection, did Zhao Fu's rapidly beating heart gradually calm down. He found that his hands and feet were incredibly cold, and his body was covered with cold sweat. It seemed that he would have to venture out less in the future. 986 Disciple. The golden dragon within Zhaofu's body was also quite shaken and said, "That higher being seemed to only have interest in you and did not have any ill intent, or else the both of us would have died there." Hearing this, Zhaofu nodded. This was the truth. If the higher being had not wanted him to escape, no matter how hard he tried, he would not have been able to run away. In front of absolute power, Zhaofu was incredibly weak and powerless. Zhaofu would not be able to leave the human world for quite a while. That higher being remained close to the grassy world, making it incredibly dangerous. If he was really here for Zhaofu, it was possible that Zhaofu could die without even a speck remaining. Even a prince with a world seal could force Zhaofu into using his full strength. It seemed that he had to keep a lower profile in the future. Even though Great Ken feared nothing in the human world, there were people much more powerful than him in the wider world. There were countless factions more powerful than Great Ken in the Heaven Awakened world. Within the Heaven Awakened world, Great Ken was only a grain of sand. After calming himself down, Zhaofu put his attention back on important matters, such as clearing out regions and constructing the Great Wall. What Zhaofu did not know was that not too long after he ran, an extremely terrifying aura had descended, causing the heavens and earth to darken. All wind ceased as everything fell deathly silent. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a drunken-looking middle-aged man with messy hair and a dirty face, and he was dressed quite sloppily. He held a wine bottle in his hands, a hazy look in his eyes as he looked at the direction in which Zhaofu had run off. After seeing this middle-aged man, the people around him felt excited and afraid. They bowed as they said, "We greet the sovereign." Higher being was a colloquial term used to refer to peerless experts, but of course, people could not address them as such. Typically, they were formally addressed as sovereigns. The third prince felt quite surprised and excited, tidied up his clothes before coming before the middle-aged man. He bowed, saying, "This lowly one, the ancient stem domain's Bear Mountain Kingdom's third prince, greets senior." The drunken-looking middle-aged man nodded before pointing in the direction that Zhaofu had run off in and saying, "Do any of you know who that person is? And which world he comes from? This sovereign is quite interested in him and wants to go to his world to take a look." The third prince's expression fell. That person's identity was already quite mysterious. He had a pure sovereign bloodline, and now a higher being was interested in him. This was simply incredible. If the higher being took him as a disciple, destroying the Bear Mountain Kingdom would be all too easy. When he thought of this, the third prince immediately replied, "This lowly one does not know about that person. However, senior, would you be willing to take me as a disciple? It would be my glory to become your disciple, and my imperial father would." "All right, let this sovereign know when you've found his information. Tell that boy that if he performs well, this sovereign can introduce a good master for him." The drunken-looking middle-aged man cut off the third prince's words and said something that made him incredibly shocked. This higher being actually wanted to help that person find a master. That person was most likely also a higher being. If that happened, he would be doomed. The third prince hurriedly said, "This lowly one's talent is not bad either, and I'm also the prince of a royal kingdom. In the future, it's likely I'll become the crown prince. Senior, please take me as a disciple." Ha ha ha. The drunken-looking middle-aged man loudly laughed before his figure slowly disappeared, and everything returned to normal, leaving behind the third prince with a pale face. It was evident that this higher being had no interest in him at all. At the same time, the third prince became determined to kill Zhaofu. On one hand, he had already offended him, and Zhaofu's threat was simply too great. He had to kill him before a higher being could find him, or else the Bear Mountain Kingdom would be finished. He also felt a sense of bitter resentment. He had begged the higher being to take him in as a disciple, but the higher being had completely ignored him. And yet, the higher being was willing to go out of his way to find that person a master. This was simply too frustrating and unfair. Hearing the higher being's words, everyone else now knew that Zhaofu was someone to curry favor with. They absolutely had to find him because there was now a connection between him and a higher being. Helping a higher being would bring unimaginable benefits. However, even though they were quite excited, they did not dare to show it because the third prince was not someone who they could afford to offend. 1 week later, Zhaofu went to the Dark Daemon world. There was not much for him to do in the human world, as Great Gen's focus was just clearing out regions and building the Great Wall. The faction in the fish scale world was also developing nicely, but the Night Dynasty's development in the Dark Daemon world was relatively slow. The real world of the Dark Daemon world was going to be destroyed soon, and the countdown had already begun. Luckily, they were not able to open up the heavenly domain barrier, or else an invasion from them would have been even more dangerous than an invasion from the fish scale world. After all, they were more powerful and savage. Adding on the fact that they would not die true deaths yet, they would be incredibly difficult to deal with. Now that their real bodies were going to be brought into the Heaven Awakened world, There was no need to worry about them recklessly attacking the human world. This was quite good. The Night Dynasty city was now a level 6 capital city and just needed 3 capital cities to establish a kingdom. It had 850 city lords, 600 million people, and 60 million soldiers. In total, it controlled 280 regions. It was now the largest faction in the southern continent of the Dark Daemon world, but it was still much weaker than Great Kin and the faction in the Fish Scale world. Zhao Fu was now considering whether or not the Night Dynasty should establish a kingdom. It now lacked 3 capital cities, and Great Kin would be able to provide the experience point required to allow it to establish a kingdom. Zhao Fu's original plan was to not bestow the title of king on anyone or have any vassal states. After all, this would only negatively affect Great Kin in the future, and with Zhao Fu ruling over Great Kin, everyone wholeheartedly submitted. However, in the future, things might be different. Moreover, the current generation was incredibly loyal to Zhao Fu, but the loyalty of future generations could not be guaranteed. If Zhao Fu made people kings and created vassal states, it would weaken the internal affairs of Great Kin. If those vassal states became too powerful, they could turn around and destroy Great Kin, or Great Kin might fall into internal conflict. Zhao Fu did not want to see this at all. As such, Zhao Fu was not very keen on establishing vassal states, even though there were many benefits. After all, the Night Dynasty was about to establish a kingdom, so Great Kin would have 2 kingdoms, providing it more core, more population, and more soldiers. In actuality, Zhao Fu had already decided that the Night Dynasty could establish a kingdom, but Great Kin would conquer the Night Dynasty in the future in order to make it an inseparable part of Great Kin. Zhao Fu chose to use the 3 cities of the 3 dynasties it had destroyed before to use as capital cities and then distributed Great Kin's experience point to those 3 cities. Soon, the Night Dynasty would be able to establish a kingdom. The alliance in the southern continent that the Night Dynasty was the leader of had already cleared out most of the weaker factions in the area. There was no more meat, and Zhao Fu did not want to continue developing slowly like this. Since there was no more meat, they could only turn on each other. Zhao Fu's first target was naturally the Demon Path sect. Even though the 2 factions were quite close, they were still 2 separate factions and had not been united. 987 Daemon as the Demon Path sect now had 540 cities and controlled 200 or so regions. It had around 300 million people, and it was considered a large faction within the southern continent. If they could devour the Demon Path sect, such a big piece of meat, the Night Dynasty's strength would take a big step forward. Right now, it was the best target for the Night Dynasty because Mo Yaoer and 2 of the ancestors were already controlled by Zhao Fu. All that was left were the sect master, a few ancestors, and the elders who held power. If he could control them, the Demon Path sect would naturally belong to the Night Dynasty. Zhao Fu had many ways to control people, such as brain bugs. It was a pity that their cultivations were too high, making it impossible for brain bugs to enter their brains. Only if they did not resist would the brain bugs be able to take over their bodies. However, there was a simple method, which was to gather all of their higher-ups and capture them together, using might to force them to submit. If they were willing to submit, Zhao Fu would naturally spare them. However, if they were not willing to submit, Zhao Fu would heavily wound them before wiping away their souls, making it so that there were no obstacles for the brain bugs to control them. Just Zhao Fu alone would be enough to deal with the whole grape. Zhao Fu had this confidence because he had the Great Ken seal. There was an even simpler and cruder method, which was just to invade the Dark Daemon world with Great Ken's forces. With Great Ken's power, it would be quite easy to take over the Dark Daemon world's southern continent incredibly quickly, and the benefits would be quite great. However, Great Ken did not have the power to break through the heavenly domain boundary, and they had not taken down a northern continent. Whenever Great Ken's forces went to the northern continent, they had to act stealthily. The northern continent was right opposite the Dark Daemon world's southern continent. Another important matter was that after conquering the southern continent, Great Ken would face the retaliation of the entire Dark Daemon world. Great Ken would not have enough strength to deal with such a thing. It had not even unified the human world yet, so how could Zhao Fu start a war between worlds? After thinking about it, he decided to give up on this method. As for how to gather all the higher-ups of the Demon Path sect, this would be quite simple. This was because both factions were quite close, so they naturally trusted each other, and Zhao Fu also had the help of Mo Yaoer and the two ancestors. Zhao Fu immediately went and arranged a grand banquet. With the help of the mysterious faction, the Night Dynasty was about to establish a kingdom, requesting the major figures from the Demon Path sect to come and celebrate. With the reason being establishing a kingdom, they were forced to come. After hearing that the Night Dynasty was about to establish a kingdom, the Demon Path sect was naturally quite shocked. Currently, only one kingdom had been established in the Dark Demon world, and the Night Dynasty would become the second. The Night Dynasty had incredible potential. After all, The Demon Path sect was still quite some way away. The key thing was the mysterious faction helping them. The Demon Path sect did not have such a faction helping them, and they could not help but feel amazed that the mysterious faction could help even with establishing a kingdom. Dad, you and all the ancestors have to go this time. Maybe you'll be able to gain connections with that mysterious faction and they might help us officially establish our sect, Moyaor said with a charming smile. Now that Moyaor was cultivating the 6 desires celestial art, her aura had become incredibly powerful, and she was on the level of the ancestors. Moreover, she had an important status and held a lot of power. What was key was that she gave off a demonic energy that could enchant almost anyone. Essentially the entire Demon Path sect was infatuated with her, and everyone viewed her as the #1 demoness in the dark demon world. Any man would go mad to have her. The 2 other ancestors suggested, now that the real world is going to be destroyed, we need to truly face the heaven awakened world. Only by making more connections with the outside world will we be able to benefit. Moreover, now that the Night Dynasty is going to establish a kingdom, it will become many times more powerful. We can deepen our relationship with the Night Dynasty and obtain more benefits. After hearing this, none of them felt any reason not to go, so they decided to give the Night Dynasty some face. After arriving at the banquet, all of the dishes had already been prepared. There were colorful lights everywhere, and the scene was quite lively. Yi King and the Demon Path sect's people sat within a large hall. Most of the higher-ups from the Demon Path sect had come, and only a small portion of them had remained at the Demon Path sect. The Demon Path sect master cleared his throat and smiled as he raised his wine cup, saying to Yi King, "Back then, I was blind and underestimated you. Who would have thought you would achieve such great things? You've risen from being someone who no one knew about to someone whose name resounds across the whole world. This shows your extraordinary abilities. I will drink this cup to punish myself, and I hope you and Yaoer will marry soon." This was the first time he had personally seen Yi King. Sensing his powerful aura and given his status as the ruler of the Night Dynasty, the Demon Path sect master was naturally quite courteous to Yi King, and this was only more so after hearing from his daughter that she controlled Yi King. However, he did not know that Yi King had long since died, and it was Zhao Fu controlling his body and controlling the Demon Path sect master's daughter. The Demon Path sect master raised his cup and gulped down the wine in one gulp. However, Yi King only calmly smiled back and did not respond, causing the situation to become somewhat awkward. The Demon Path sect master's smile froze, and he inwardly felt a bit angry. He was the Demon Path sect master and took the initiative to show his goodwill to Yi King, yet Yi King seemed to dismiss it. He was not giving him face at all. Also, wasn't Yi King under Mo Yaoer's control? It should be Yi King desperately trying to curry favor with him instead. How could something like this happen? The Demon Path sect master felt that something was off and had a slight bad premonition, and this premonition was immediately proved correct. Yi King calmly smiled as he said, "Apart from the joyous matter of the Night Dynasty about to establish a kingdom, we also hope that the Demon Path sect will join the Night Dynasty and become part of it. I will preserve the Demon Path sect. I hope everyone from the Demon Path sect will be willing to submit in order to prevent any hurt feelings." Yi King, you're simply dreaming. How could the Demon Path sect join the Night Dynasty? It should be the Night Dynasty joining the Demon Path sect. The Demon Path sect lord looked quite furious as he slammed his palm on the table and stood up, glaring at Yi King. The Demon Path sect ancestors also stood up, looking at Yi King with ill intent. Sensing these changes, everyone else also stood up with serious looks on their faces. The Night Dynasty's people did not back down either, and the two sides looked at each other with a hint of savageness. The lively atmosphere instantly cooled and became quite hostile. Both sides started to feel quite antagonistic. The feeling of drinking together like brothers was completely gone. Humphrey, I never thought the Night Dynasty would have such a goal. The Demon Path sect will absolutely not agree. We won't be staying to drink any longer. All Demon Path sect members, we are leaving immediately, the Demon Path sect master said furiously and flicked his sleeve as he turned to leave. He felt quite confused. Why had things turned out so differently to what he had expected? 988 Try and run. Just as the Demon Path sect's people were about to leave this banquet, Yi King laughed and said, "You have no other option but to submit to the Night Dynasty." The Night Dynasty's people exploded out with powerful auras as they looked at the Demon Path sect's people, ready to attack at any moment. The Demon Path sect master suddenly loudly laughed and said, "Yi King, you're too young. Did you really think we came without any preparation? This time you've made a big mistake in burning bridges. In the future, I will ally with other factions and destroy the Night Dynasty. We're leaving." The Demon Path sect's people took out jade pendants that gave off blinding white glows that surrounded them. Those jade pendants were escape items that could instantly teleport people 1,000 kilometers away. However, a large formation appeared beneath the ground, and a powerful sealing energy locked the area down, causing the Demon Path Sect members' teleportations to fail. The Demon Path Sect master's expression fell, and he turned to look at Yi Kang, who was lightly smiling at him. He coldly harumphed and said, "You think you can stop us like this? The Demon Path Sect's 300 or so city lords aren't weak at all. The Night Dynasty only has 400 city lords present. Really, now? You can try and run if you want." The cloaked Zhao Fu walked out from behind Yi Kang and said slightly condescendingly. The Demon Path Sect members' expressions became grim. They feared this cloaked figure greatly, because he was from that mysterious faction. He was unimaginably powerful and had been able to defeat the Vile Dynasty's legatee in just a few blows. "Sir, our Demon Path Sect does not want to offend you. Please do not interfere in our personal matters. Moreover, our Demon Path Sect is more powerful than the Night Dynasty. If you are willing to help our Demon Path Sect become an official sect, we will surpass all of your expectations and become a more suitable faction than the Night Dynasty." The Demon Path Sect master knew how terrifying this mysterious person was, so he hurriedly spoke, hoping that he would not interfere. At the same time, he tried to convince him that the Demon Path Sect was superior to the Night Dynasty so that he would help them instead. Zhao Fu could not help but laugh. The Night Dynasty was now completely controlled by Great Qin. It was completely different to what the Demon Path Sect master thought. "Hurry and run." Seeing this, the Demon Path Sect master understood and immediately gave the order to escape. Now, their only goal was to leave. He hoped at least 80% of them would be able to make it back. Boom. 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 Explosions sounded out in their surroundings as powerful ores burst forth like cyclones. The Demon Path Sect members exploded out with their full power, about to fly off and return to the Demon Path Sect before allying with other factions to attack the Night Dynasty. However, at that moment, an aura like that of 1,000 mountains suddenly appeared and suppressed their surroundings, and even space itself started to distort. Everyone present, whether they were from the Night Dynasty or the Demon Path Sect, looked at that mysterious cloaked figure in shock. Their bodies could not move at all, and they were completely suppressed by this terrifying aura. This person's simply too monstrous. Everyone thought the same thing, because this person's aura completely exceeded anything they could imagine. Even their world's world protector was not as strong as him. What they did not know was that Mochi had nearly been killed by Zhao Fu twice. "Will you submit? Based on your past friendship with the Night Dynasty, we will not mistreat you. However, if you are not willing to submit, I can only refine you into puppets." Zhao Fu's voice gave off a powerful might, shaking the souls of those present. Facing this mighty pressure, everyone desperately resisted, but they were unable to break free at all. Let alone 300 city lords, even thousands of city lords would not be able to resist. No one responded, stubbornly trying to resist Zhao Fu's might, and Zhao Fu did not bother saying anything either. Boom. Another explosion sounded out as boundless gray aura flooded out of his black cloak, flickering like a gray flame. An extremely cold aura spread out, causing the temperature of the surroundings to fall. The pressure became many times greater, and everyone was unable to withstand it anymore. They felt as if their bodies had been hit by a massive hammer and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as they collapsed to the ground. Everyone present sank into despair. Facing this power, they felt like a small boat in a massive sea. This strength was simply too terrifying. How could this person have such immense power? Everyone now looked at Zhao Fu with gazes filled with terror. Whether they were the Demon Path Sect's people or the Night Dynasty's people, everyone felt that even if they were all combined, they would not be a match for that person. Destroying them all would take but a few minutes. "I'll ask you once more, will you surrender?" Zhao Fu's voice once again sounded out, crashing into everyone's hearts like massive waves. Everyone looked towards the Demon Path Sect master, who was feeling quite hesitant. In front of this kind of absolute power, he was unable to resist at all. They had completely fallen into that mysterious faction's hands. Facing how powerful that mysterious faction was, the Demon Path Sect master sighed. However, thinking about the Demon Path Sect being destroyed like this, he hesitated. "Dad, don't worry, Owner won't truly destroy the Demon Path Sect because I will become the new sect master of the Demon Path Sect. You won't have to worry about the future of the Demon Path Sect." Mo Yaoer's supple body twisted and turned as she walked out, an infatuated look on her face as she leaned into the arms of the black-cloaked figure and spoke to the Demon Path Sect master. Everyone looked incredibly confused. None of them could believe that this woman, who could enchant the masses, would actually call that cloaked figure owner and look so infatuated. Just how had that cloaked figure done this? All of them would dream of having such charm. "Sect master, we should surrender. You don't know just how powerful they are. If they truly attack, even the Dark Daemon world would be in danger," the two ancestors also said. Now, everyone understood why Yi Kang would dare to do such a thing. Even the core members of the Demon Path Sect had already joined them. After thinking for a while, the Demon Path Sect Master decided that it would be best for his daughter to take the position of Sect Master. At least that way they would have a chance in the future, and it would be better than being destroyed. As such, he nodded and agreed. Zhao Fu controlled Yi King to stand up and grin as he accepted the surrender of the Demon Path Sect. Everyone from the Night Dynasty looked incredibly delighted while the Demon Path Sect Master's expression became dim. Yi King then went to the Demon Path Sect to officially take it over. Following this, he made Mo Yaoer the new Sect Master and made some other slight changes. This allowed everyone from the Demon Path Sect to breathe out in relief, as the changes were not very big. Their rights had not been taken, it was just that there was a new Sect Master. However, Mo Yaoer was the daughter of the Sect Master, and because it was likely for her to have become the new Sect Master anyways, there was no one who did not approve. Devouring the Demon Path Sect had concluded perfectly. 900 School of Thought contending the Night Dynasty had 850 city lords, 600 million people, and 60 million soldiers, controlling 280 regions. The Demon Path Sect had 540 cities and controlled 200 regions, and it had around 300 million people. Now that the two of them had fused, the Night Dynasty now had 1,390 cities, 900 million people, around 500 regions, and 90 million soldiers. With this kind of strength, Zhao Fu turned his attention to the other factions. Compared to some of the factions in other continents, the Night Dynasty was still too weak and needed to continue to develop. If Zhao Fu could unify the human world, he could turn to the fish scale world or dark daemon world. The faction in the fish scale world was developing quite well, but the Night Dynasty was still too weak in the dark daemon world. As such, Zhao Fu had to put more effort in developing it. More importantly, Zhao Fu planned to attack the spirit light world after conquering the dark daemon world. After all, Great Kin had a weapon that could suppress the spirit light race, which was the primogenitor statue. Currently, there were two factions next to the Night Dynasty, and they were Zhao Fu's next targets. One of them was a player faction made up of a few dynasties and a few small factions, and the other was a system faction. The player faction had a total of 900 city lords and 80 million soldiers, while the system faction had 700 city lords and 70 million soldiers. All of them were essentially Stage 1 soldiers. If the two factions were combined, they would be stronger than the Night Dynasty in terms of both city lords and soldiers. It was no problem to face a few hundred city lords by himself, but if he had to face tens of millions of soldiers, that would be quite difficult. With enough people, he could be exhausted until he was killed or forced to run. It would be quite difficult for the Night Dynasty to challenge these two factions by itself, so Zhao Fu thought of a plan, which was to ally with another faction to attack these factions. There had always been conflict between players and system main cities, and if they allied with the player faction, it would be easier to deal with the system faction. However, the key thing was whether or not they would be willing to work together with the Night Dynasty. Moreover, such a big matter of taking over the Demon Path Sect was not something that could be hidden. This was a great threat to them, and they might choose to ally together to attack the Night Dynasty. This was not a simple matter, so Zhao Fu returned to Great Kin first to talk with his various subordinates. During this time, the 100 schools of thought continued to receive the official acknowledgement of Great Kin. Great Kin gave them all sorts of benefits, allowing them to establish their schools or sects and take in students in order to disseminate their ways of thinking and culture. The 100 schools of thought were a reference to the various ideological groups during the Spring and Autumn period, Warring States period, and Qin and Han dynasties. According to the Han, Yi Wenzi, there had been 189 schools in total. Later records indicated that the 100 schools of thought actually contained over 1,000 schools. However, there were only around 100 that had great impact and had become quite famous. Summed up, there were only 12 major schools. With Zhao Fu's personal ideologies, he would never dismiss all other schools of thought in favor of Confucianism. He would not allow the weakly Confucianist ideologies to pervade Great Kin. Zhao Fu acknowledged that studying was good, but he did not want Great Kin to become a nation that focused on studying. If that were the case, Great Kin would gradually decay and lose its vigor. Great Kin's martial spirit would disappear and become like the Song dynasty, being bullied by all sorts of other powerful factions. Zhao Fu had intended to restore the 100 schools of thought contending state from the Spring and Autumn periods, with all sorts of ideologies clashing. This would promote new ways of thinking and cause old ways of thinking to perish, causing Great Kin to continue moving forwards. This was the most important thing to Great Kin because ideologies were the soul of a nation and determined the path of a nation. Of course, these schools and sects had to submit to Great Kin and be loyal to Great Kin. They could not proclaim any rebellious ways of thinking. Any schools or sects that had ill intentions would not be allowed to remain within Great Kin. The schools and sects that submitted to Great Kin would be encouraged and promoted. Zhao Fu wanted to restore the scene of the 100 schools of thoughts contending, but he also listed a few as forbidden schools and sects. They were the Buddhist sect, School of Confucianism, and School of Mohism. Currently, Great Kin was hunting down anyone from those 3 schools or sects. Zhao Fu would never show mercy to any of his enemies. Apart from these 3 sects and schools, there was another incredibly important school, which was the School of Vertical and Horizontal. Su Yan and Zhang Heng had already been added to Great Kin's hit list, but now that they had escaped to other continents along with the rest of China, Zhao Fu could not do much to them. In actuality, within 100 schools of thought, the School of Confucianism was the largest school. This was because after the 100 schools of thought contending, the Han dynasty had dismissed the other schools and revered only the Confucians, resulting in Confucian thinking dominating throughout China. The Buddhist sect was also a large sect that had thousands of years of history with countless followers. Great Kin's sect and school destroying operation had caused the other sects and schools to feel quite afraid. Luckily, they had chosen the right side, or else they would have been hunted down like this as well. There were many players within Great Kin who hoped that Great Kin would stop hunting down people from the School of Confucianism and Buddhist sect. Great Kin had become hell for such people. Anyone who was a part of those schools or sects would either be heavily punished or directly killed. The schools and sects that had escaped to other continents had been incredibly furious, criticizing Zhao Fu and saying that Zhao Fu's actions were even more tyrannical than the first emperor of Kins back then. They were capable of enraging the heavens and offending all humanity. Zhao Fu did not say anything in response. Zhao Fu did not want any such thinking to pervade Great Kin, even if they were good. Most students in the Rising Kin Academy could be said to belong to the Confucian line of thinking. However, it was a modified Kin Confucian branch. Zhao Fu wanted the Kin Confucianist ideology to replace the mainstream Confucianist ideology. As for the Buddhist sect, Great Kin would only receive it after unifying the world. For now, they would suppress the Buddhist sect. The School of Mohism did not actually have many people, it only merely flourished a bit during the late Qing dynasty. However, Great Kin absolutely could not allow the School of Vertical and Horizontal to continue to exist. There was no room for discussion. The School of Vertical and Horizontal had to die, as they were simply too dangerous. There was another sect that Zhao Fu listed as a forbidden sect, which was the White Lotus sect. Even though it had partnered with Great Kin before, the core of its ideologies were too dangerous. Zhao Fu did not want them to cause the people to stage uprisings every time there was a disaster. With the White Lotus sect's ability to stir up public sentiment with falsehoods, it was easy to rile up a large group of people. No one would accept a sect like this, so almost every dynasty had listed them as a forbidden sect, and Great Kin was no exception. There were still many people from the White Lotus sect, but given the help they had provided each other, Zhao Fu did not kill them. Instead, he planned to change them into a new intelligence organization. 993 major intelligence organizations. Zhao Fu had already thought of a name for them, which was the White Sect, and he would make them one of Great Kin's 3 major intelligence organizations. The first was Eternal Night, which Great Kin had created, and Zhao Fu was the leader of it. That organization specialized in assassinations. The second was Flower Moon, which was one of the most ancient factions. Its leader was Zhao Yuan, and they were adept in business. The third was the White Sect, which also had over 1,000 years of history. Its leader was called Yi Kai-Ui, the holy daughter of the White Lotus sect. They were adept at bewitching and inciting the masses. Each of these 3 organizations had other things that they were proficient in. If Zhao Fu could use them well, they would be a great help to Great Kin and would complete Great Kin's intelligence network. As for the Night Dynasty's matters, after discussing with his subordinates, Zhao Fu had come up with a complete plan. The first thing to do was to disseminate information that the Night Dynasty was about to establish a kingdom and complete its ultimate goal. It did not hope for any battles or to cause any unnecessary deaths. They would not attack fellow Dark Daemon people, and they were willing to sign a contract to maintain the peace within the southern continent. The contract would last for 2 years and would be signed 7 days later. Even in the human world, no one would take such a thing seriously, and in the Dark Daemon world, this was a massive joke. After all, the demon race was incredibly savage and prized only strength, none of them cared about morality or virtue. Through the information that the Night Dynasty had released, everyone understood that after the Night Dynasty had devoured the Demon Path sect, its strength had greatly increased, and it was preparing to establish a kingdom. As such, it just wanted to silently develop for 2 years and did not want to participate in any battles or have anyone slow down its development. Everyone inwardly cursed at the Night Dynasty for being hypocritical and laughed at it. However, the factions around the Night Dynasty let out a sigh of relief, because if the Night Dynasty did not attack them, they would be safe. As such, they did not care why the Night Dynasty was doing this. The factions near the Night Dynasty were all quite willing to sign the contract, but they had to wait 7 days. It was only 7 days, so everyone felt that waiting a bit would not cause much harm. The first day passed peacefully, but during the second night, there was no moon or stars in the sky. The air was quite cold, and the Night Dynasty started to move out. One group stealthily headed towards a group of system main cities. There were 200 or so city lords in total, and they simultaneously attacked the dozens of city lords there. After killing all of the city lords, they started to massacre the residents. However, they kept some people alive and said to them, either submit to our player faction or wait to be destroyed by us. No one here can stop us anymore. Instantly, the system side was infuriated, and countless city lords gathered together to discuss what to do about this. After all, there was already great enmity between the player faction and system faction, and now that the other side had launched a sneak attack, most of the system faction wanted to retaliate. Of course, some people raised suspicions as to whether or not this was really done by the player faction. After all, there was definitely a motive behind this attack. The Night Dynasty was quickly trying to establish its kingdom, construct its Great Wall, and integrate the Demon Path sect, so how could it have the time, effort, and resources to launch an attack like this? Right now, this area only had 3 major factions, the Night Dynasty, the player faction, and the system faction. If they ruled out the Night Dynasty, then the only possibility left was the player faction. There was no one else to put the blame on. However, why would the player faction attack at a time like this? There had been quite a period of time since they had last fought, so the system side could not understand this. Following this, the player faction sent a message stating that this was not done by them and that they had nothing to do with it. This made everyone feel even more suspicious. If it was not the player faction, it could only have been the Night Dynasty. The Night Dynasty was trying to establish its kingdom and had offered to sign peace contracts, so it was not very suspicious. This made the system faction feel quite troubled. This was especially so because the faction that had attacked them were all players and asked them to surrender. However, the player faction said that they did not do this. Were they being framed? Since that was the case, was it the Night Dynasty who had framed them? However, the Night Dynasty was just going about its own business, trying not to make trouble. It had just devoured the Demon Path sect, so why would it attack others so quickly? They could not understand what was going on. However, if their system faction attacked the Night Dynasty, they would not be a match for the Night Dynasty, and it would be the player faction that benefited the most. Could it be that the player faction were making it seem like the Night Dynasty was framing them? This was quite possible. Out of the 3 factions, the Night Dynasty was the most powerful and the greatest threat to the others. Moreover, the 2 years of peace was just a stalling tactic. After becoming truly powerful, it would lay hands on the other factions. It was possible that the player faction had considered all of this and wanted to ally with the system faction to resist the Night Dynasty while they still could and delay its development. Only then would they truly be safe. Only an idiot would allow the Night Dynasty to peacefully develop for 2 years. After discussing for a while, the system faction decided to ally together with the player faction to defend against the Night Dynasty. However, at this moment, a shocking piece of news arrived. The Night Dynasty had brought its massive army to attack, stating that the system factions had suddenly attacked the Night Dynasty's cities and caused severe damage to dozens of cities. This caused the system factions to panic. When had they attacked the Night Dynasty? By now, their heads were completely addled and still did not know what was happening. Gather the army. There was no time to think, and facing the incoming Night Dynasty army, the city lords hurriedly prepared for battle. Both armies soon faced off against each other on a plains region. Yi King gave off a terrifying and furious aura as he stood in the air, saying coldly, "You system factions are simply going too far. The Night Dynasty originally did not want to fight for the time being, yet you launched a sneak attack against us and said that our Night Dynasty was trash. Wait. We didn't attack your Night Dynasty." The system city lords had grim expressions as they hurriedly replied. The Night Dynasty had brought 900 city lords and 80 million soldiers. The ancestors and Yi King's ors were incredibly powerful, far greater than those of ordinary city lords. The system faction was far inferior in terms of top-tier battle power, and they did not have an advantage in any other area either. Humphrey. Your people said so themselves. Yi King coldly harumphed but did not rashly attack. The system city lords suddenly thought about the faction that had attacked them. Even now, they were not sure who had done this. However, hearing that the Night Dynasty had also been attacked, they felt even more confused. After hearing that the Night Dynasty had gathered its forces to attack the system faction, the player faction didn't know what was happening either. However, what they did know was that the Night Dynasty would definitely be much less defended at this moment and that it would be a great opportunity to attack. Such an opportunity would not present itself again. 991 Extermination. The Night Dynasty had around 1,390 cities and around 90 million soldiers, and it had sent out 900 or so city lords and 80 million soldiers to attack the System faction. This meant that only around 400 city lords and 10 million soldiers were left to defend. The player faction had a total of 900 city lords and 80 million soldiers. With this sort of force, it would be no problem to conquer the Night Dynasty. This time, it was the Night Dynasty seeking death. The player faction was such a great threat, yet it had sent so many soldiers to attack others. Of course, the player faction would grasp this opportunity to launch a full-scale attack, hoping to destroy the Night Dynasty. In such chaotic times, others often had to die so one could live. Now, the player faction could only hope that the System faction could stall the Night Dynasty's main force and provide them with more time. If both of them suffered heavy losses, that would naturally be the best-case scenario. This would allow the player faction to destroy the Night Dynasty before destroying the System faction, unifying this area. If they could devour two major factions like this, their faction would become many times more powerful. They would even be able to expand outwards, and soon, the entire southern continent would be theirs. When they thought of this, everyone felt incredibly excited and roared as they charged at the Night Dynasty's territory. Over at the other side, the Night Dynasty and System faction soon heard about the player faction attacking the Night Dynasty. The System faction was delighted, and their unsightly expressions became ones of joy. They shouted, "The Night Dynasty's base is being attacked by the player faction, and they will definitely try to send people back. As long as we can stall the Night Dynasty, they will be finished. Charge!" The System faction's 60 million soldiers and 600 or so city lords gave off powerful auras as they ferociously charged at the Night Dynasty's army. The System faction did not send their full force, and it kept some people at their base to defend. Formations. The Night Dynasty's side did not panic, nor did they show any intent to retreat. Yi King gave out orders as shield bearers made a line at the front, followed by infantrymen with spears, and then followed by archers. Many of the arrows were socketed with crystals, they were talisman arrows. The System faction felt quite strange upon seeing the Night Dynasty's behavior. They could not understand what the Night Dynasty was thinking. After all, their base was being attacked, so they should be trying to return to defend, allowing them to attack from behind. Now, the Night Dynasty was doomed. Even if they wanted to retreat now, it would be impossible, and their base was being taken. In the end, victory would belong to them. However, they simply could not understand why the Night Dynasty was not retreating. It was as if they were not worried about their base at all. Swish, swish, swish. White rays of light giving off sharp auras arc through the sky before descending like torrential rain. Kai. As the white rays of light shot downwards, dozens of bodies were pierced by the white rays of light, causing blood and broken limbs to fly through the air. The front of the System army instantly turned into corpses, and the pungent stench of blood filled the air, causing the charging System army to pause. The System city lords' expressions fell. This was completely different to what they had expected. Boom. An incredibly powerful might descended like heavy mountains on the System city lords' bodies, and the space around them seemed to freeze. The System city lords felt their bodies sink as even breathing became difficult. A sense of terror welled up in their hearts as their bodies slightly trembled. Their expressions became grim as they looked at the cloaked figure who had appeared in the sky. That was Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the city lords in front of him and said coldly with a trace of killing intent, "Choose, submit or die." The System city lords' expressions were quite unsightly because this person was simply too powerful. He surpassed anything they could endure, but they were quite unwilling to submit. Og! Suddenly, pained cries sounded out. Zhao Fu did not give them much time to think, and he suddenly turned into a black blur as he dove in among them, his grey sword flashing out as 10 or so city lords' bodies were slashed apart. The city lords were all immensely shocked and quickly tried to spread out, but Zhao Fu turned and flew towards another group of city lords. The city lords immediately exploded out with the full power of their city lord seals, and tough barriers appeared around them. Zhao Fu coldly smirked as the great Qin seal slightly trembled within his body and a massive power entered his death disaster sword. A terrifying deadly intent of extermination emanated out from the death disaster sword. Bang! 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 As the city lords watched on in confusion, their energy barriers were shattered, and their bodies were split apart. Blood flew everywhere. Every time Zhao Fu attacked, at least 20 or so city lords died. Because of their city lords being massacred above, the System soldiers' morale plummeted, but they continued to roar as they rushed towards the Night Dynasty's army. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the air being torn could be heard as countless ordinary arrows flew out, giving off sharp auras, resulting in more casualties on the System side. However, the System soldiers were finally able to reach the Night Dynasty army. though they had lost around 20% of their force. The system soldiers flooded towards the Night Dynasty's army, who were already in formation and waiting for them. At that moment, the Night Dynasty's 900 city lords shamelessly acted. Powerful attacks blasted down towards the front of the system army, resulting in explosions everywhere. The system soldiers were once again heavily injured, while at that moment, the Night Dynasty army started to ferociously charge like a massive tide. The system army paused because their numbers were being continuously reduced and their morale had taken a big blow. Their charge had been completely stopped by the Night Dynasty. At that moment, the Night Dynasty soldiers started to roar as they attacked the system army and the two sides began to clash. However, this only lasted for a short while before the system army started to collapse. After all, they had to face not only the Night Dynasty's army but also the shameless city lords in the sky. The system city lords were being dealt with by Zhaofu alone, and soon, around 200 of them had died. This caused the city lords to all look at Zhaofu in terror. Og! A pitiful howl sounded out as Zhaofu stabbed his hand into a city lord's chest and ripped out his heart. This city lord had been instantly killed by Zhaofu. 992 Destroy the Night Dynasty. Wait, I'm willing to surrender. Seeing this bloody scene, a city lord could not take it anymore and cried out in terror. If this went on, they would all be killed by Zhaofu. Facing this immense power, they could only feel despair and powerless. Now that someone was willing to surrender, he was immediately followed by a second, a third, and then even more city lords. Zhaofu stopped and looked at the remaining city lords with his terrifying eyes. The remaining city lords could not turn this situation around, but they did not want to die either, so they could only surrender as well. With the city lords above surrendering, the soldiers below also surrendered. This was not surprising, because all of the city lords and cities had taken heavy blows, and only by surrendering would they not be slaughtered by the Night Dynasty. After accepting the surrender of these people, Zhaofu headed back to the Night Dynasty's base with them. They split into two groups that contained both the Night Dynasty's people and the newly surrendered system forces. One group returned to the Night Dynasty's base to defend against the player faction, while the other attacked the player faction from behind, cutting off any paths of escape. Even though they had teleportation channels, it would take quite a while to return. If they did not have any countermeasures, it was indeed possible for the Night Dynasty's base to be conquered. Zhaofu naturally understood this, so he had made preparations. This was why the Night Dynasty had stayed to fight instead of immediately returning to defend. The player faction had hoped to launch a sneak attack on the Night Dynasty and destroy it in one fell swoop. They felt incredibly excited and swarmed towards the Night Dynasty. However, when they were halfway there, they found that all teleportation channels stopped working, and restrictive magic formations appeared in the sky. A powerful sealing power enveloped them, making it impossible for them to quickly reach the Night Dynasty. If they relied on walking, it would take at least 4 or 5 days to arrive. If it came to that, it would be too late. Now, they faced with a tough decision. If they wanted to continue to attack the Night Dynasty, it would take quite some time. Finding another route would take a long time, and if the Night Dynasty destroyed the system faction in time, they would come back and attack them. Luckily, their Dark Daemon world was a cultivation world, and they were quite proficient in magic formations. The isolation barriers that the Night Dynasty had set up were quite simple, so they were not too difficult to destroy. They still had a chance to attack the Night Dynasty. While the players worked at destroying the formations, the soldiers gradually advanced. Around 7 or 8 hours later, the isolation barriers had mostly been destroyed. Everyone in the player faction was quite delighted. They had not expected to be able to destroy the formations so quickly, and they were confident that the system faction could still stall for quite a while. After all, the system faction was not weak, so no matter how powerful the Night Dynasty was, it would take quite some time to destroy the same faction. They still had a chance. Kill. Destroy the Night Dynasty, all treasures and women will belong to whoever takes them. A while later, the isolation barriers were all destroyed, and everyone's suppressed emotions were released as they yelled and continued rushing towards the Night Dynasty. However, by now, the Night Dynasty had already returned and was waiting for the player faction. Everything was going according to the Night Dynasty's plan. They had attacked the system faction to muddy the waters and conceal its true plan. If it directly attacked the system faction from the beginning with so many soldiers, it would definitely arouse suspicion, and they would not have been able to lure out the player faction like this. The isolation barriers were how the Chinese side had stalled Great Ken before, and Great Ken now used this to stall the player faction. When the player faction finally arrived at the Night Dynasty's territory, they were confused to see the Night Dynasty's army already there waiting for them. They instantly felt that something was off. They had never expected the Night Dynasty to be able to return so quickly. What had happened to the system faction? They were simply too trash. However, There were only 900 or so Night Dynasty city lords gathered here and 70 million soldiers, while the player faction's force was not any weaker. They could still fight. Now that things had come to this, there was no going back. The leaders of the player faction drew their weapons and loudly ordered, "Charge! If we destroy the Night Dynasty, everyone will have made a great contribution." The player faction's aura was not weak at all as the players roared and charged forwards at the Night Dynasty's army. The dark tide was like a tsunami, shaking their surroundings, as all creatures within 10,000 kilometers became incredibly terrified. However, this did not last for long, and soon, the player army stopped. This was because another army had appeared behind them. It seemed to be made up of players and system forces, and it was not very weak. Now that they were facing enemies from the front and back, neither of whom were weak, the player army started to panic. The leaders' hearts sank, and felt that they were finished. The army at the back had 700 to 800 city lords and 50 to 60 million soldiers. In other words, they had to face a force with double their numbers, and they were also being pincered. They were going to lose without a doubt. They had completely fallen for the Night Dynasty's trap this time. They should not have run over to attack the Night Dynasty, and the leaders felt incredibly regretful now. Moreover, why was that system faction so weak? They had been destroyed too quickly, resulting in the player faction being in such a grim situation. Breakthrough from the side. Now, they could only try to break out of this pincer. If they stayed here, they would definitely all die. Only by breaking through would they have a chance at life. Bang! 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 Suddenly, explosions sounded out as the Night Dynasty's soldiers threw spears. The countless spears contained immense force as they flew towards the front of the player army, scaring the player army and forcing them to immediately defend. However, the targets of these spears were not them but instead fell on the ground. At that moment, they were completely terrified to find that their real bodies had been brought into the heaven-awakened world. After all, their trump card was that they would not die true deaths even if they died. Now that their trump card was gone, the player army was truly terrified. There was no one who was not afraid of death. While the player army was sent into chaos, the Night Dynasty's two armies started to ferociously charge towards the player army. Arrows tore through the air, and the soldiers stabbed their spears into the enemy's bodies, while the players also tried to retaliate in terror. Both sides started to fight, but right from the beginning, the player army was in a very disadvantageous position. They were being attacked from two sides, and because they also had less people, they were always being forced back. The city lords also started to fight in the sky. The Night Dynasty's city lords and the surrendered system city lords directly surrounded the player city lords. Some people recognized the system city lords and called out angrily, "We actually trusted in your strength and thought that you could stall for longer so that we could destroy the Night Dynasty together. Who would have thought you were such trash, having already been destroyed by the Night Dynasty? Now you're helping the Night Dynasty attack us." 993 Humiliating Contract I. The system city lords could not help but sigh. They did not want things to be like this either. They had also wanted to destroy the Night Dynasty, but a single person had changed all of this. That person had been simply too powerful, and he was able to casually kill them. Without him, the battle would have gone completely differently. Even if they were weak, they would have been able to at least stall the Night Dynasty's army so that the player faction could destroy the Night Dynasty. Boom! A powerful aura swept out like a wild gale, causing the various system city lords' expressions to tighten. They clearly knew who this aura belonged to, and they thought to themselves that the player faction was doomed. Zhao Fu took out the Sword of Killing, which could kill one soul. This was something that existed on the spiritual level. The main body of the Sword of Killing was the clear sable sword, and it had the power to kill the soul. Using this sword to kill player city lords was incredibly fitting, and it saved the hassle of bringing their real bodies into the heaven-awakened world. Swish! A blood-red sword light flew out, causing blood and limbs to fly everywhere. Cries continuously sounded out as Zhao Fu started to commit a slaughter. Every time he slashed out, city lords would fall. The Night Dynasty city lords also shot towards the player city lords, and a portion of them attacked the player army. The battle concluded quite quickly with one side achieving a decisive victory. In the end, the players surrendered. Out of the 900 city lords, around 300 were left, and around 20 million soldiers were left. The Night Dynasty had won a crushing victory, with only a few city lords being injured and only losing a few million soldiers. The system faction and player faction had been completely devoured by the Night Dynasty. Because they had been incredibly prepared, not a single person had run away. Seeing the Night Dynasty develop so quickly, the old demon path sect master felt quite relieved. He had not submitted to the wrong person. Originally, the Night Dynasty had 1,390 cities, 900 million people, 500 regions, and 90 million soldiers. Now, with the 700 cities, 40 million soldiers, and 200 million people from the system faction and the 900 cities, 20 million soldiers, and 300 million people from the player faction. The Night Dynasty now had 2,990 cities, 1.4 billion people, and over 1,000 regions. Its strength had once again considerably increased. The Night Dynasty had already been the most powerful dynasty, and after devouring the Demon Path sect, the player faction, and the system faction, its strength was more powerful than a few dynasties combined, causing the entire southern continent to fall into terror. After all, the Night Dynasty's strength was now simply too great, and it severely threatened their safety. Many people started to scheme to attack the Night Dynasty together and rid themselves of this threat. Now, the Night Dynasty was like great kin, being targeted by many others. Countless factions wanted to ally together to destroy the Night Dynasty, but fortunately, those people only included the southern continent's factions. The other continents did not want to get involved, unlike in the human world where great kin was viewed as an enemy by almost the entire world. Facing this sort of hostility, Zhao Fu used the same tricks, becoming more low-profile and expressing his goodwill to the various factions. After digesting all of the factions and establishing a kingdom, they would once again bare their fangs and lay their hands on these factions. If a faction did not have enough strength, it could only climb up step by step. It was impossible to suddenly become stronger. If the various factions had known how powerful Great Kin would have become, they would have destroyed it much earlier and not have allowed it to remain until now. Before, the contract that the Night Dynasty had suggested was a load of rubbish. Now, almost everyone understood how ambitious the Night Dynasty was. All of this had been part of the Night Dynasty's plot to expand. The demise of the three factions was proof of this. In just a few days, the Night Dynasty had grown significantly, and if they gave it more time, things would become even worse. They could not allow the Night Dynasty to continue to develop, or else they would turn out like those factions as well. The factions did not accept the Night Dynasty's expressions of its goodwill, and the Night Dynasty started to send out ambassadors bearing gifts, hoping to ease the tension. Some people directly threw the gifts away and even killed the ambassadors. Their attitudes were incredibly harsh. Others shamelessly accepted the gifts and sent the ambassadors back, but they still supported allying against the Night Dynasty. Everyone's attitudes towards the Night Dynasty were quite resolute, and this included the most powerful factions in the southern continent. Many people were going around telling system factions and player factions of the threat of the Night Dynasty, making it seem incredibly dangerous. They said that the Night Dynasty could devour the entire southern continent in 10 or so days. When that time came, everyone would die, so they should destroy it while it was not that powerful yet. They could not afford to miss this opportunity. Some people said that the Night Dynasty was already controlled by a mysterious faction and that the Night Dynasty was not the same anymore. For the safety of the Dark Daemon race, they should destroy it. The Night Dynasty's strength was simply too powerful now. Cries for the Night Dynasty to be destroyed became greater, and more people allied together. Facing this, the Night Dynasty once again offered to sign a contract, promising that both sides would not fight. Moreover, this contract would last forever and would be of the highest grade, guaranteeing its effectiveness. Zhao Fu had already decided to use Great Kin to destroy them, so he naturally would not need the Night Dynasty to fight. The various factions were quite surprised. They had never thought that the Night Dynasty would be so willing to compromise. Signing a contract would be quite good, as they would be able to obtain benefits without any deaths or injuries. Now that the allied factions were much stronger and the Night Dynasty had asked to sign a contract, the allied factions relied on their power to raise all sorts of demands. The first was for the Night Dynasty to hand over 1/3 of the people they had obtained this time, the second was to hand over half of the cities, the third was to give all sorts of resources and a portion of the regions to them, the fourth was to pay tribute in treasures every year, and the fifth was to hand over Moyeo to be everyone's pet. The allied factions had given this much thought. They did not lack people or resources, so they had not asked for too much, they mainly wanted the cities and regions. However, these things were things that the Night Dynasty had spent a lot of effort to obtain, and now, they were directly asking for half. Moreover, the yearly tribute was simply to humiliate the Night Dynasty because only those who submitted to the more powerful would pay tribute. The factions that had wanted to attack the Night Dynasty before could only hold back because it was too powerful, but now that many others wanted to attack the Night Dynasty, they took this opportunity to take revenge. The fifth demand was purely to satisfy the lust of many of the men. Moyeo's beautiful looks, as well as her bewitching aura, made countless men obsessed with her. They had desired her for a long time, so they wanted Mao Yeoer to become their slave to play with every day. The Night Dynasty did not respond, and following this, the allied factions started to attack. In total, they had over 10,000 city lords. 994 Arrival of the army. 10,000 or so city lords and their soldiers would be able to easily crush the Night Dynasty. With that kind of strength, the Night Dynasty either had to sign the humiliating contract or be destroyed. There was no need for discussions. After all, whether or not the Night Dynasty would be destroyed was up to them. If they wanted it to be destroyed, it would be destroyed. If they did not want it to be destroyed, it would not be destroyed. It was all up to how they felt, and the Night Dynasty did not have the power to decide for itself. In front of such a powerful force, all objections were futile, and there was no way to retaliate. The factions had thought that the Night Dynasty would submit and hand over those regions, cities, resources, and the bewitching Moyaoer, but it had not responded at all. The allied factions felt quite furious. Even now, the Night Dynasty dared to look down on them. They gathered their 10,000 city lords and 600 million soldiers and went to attack the Night Dynasty. Since the Night Dynasty was not willing to give those things over, they would take all of it for themselves. Those things would still belong to them. The matters in the southern continent shook the entire Dark Daemon world. This was the first time so many people had been gathered to attack a faction. Now that the Night Dynasty had continuously devoured 3 top-tier factions, its strength now surpassed the Demon Heaven sect. The Demon Heaven sect had been the #1 sect in the Dark Daemon world. Whether it was in the real world or in the Heaven Awakened world, it had always been #1 since ancient times. It had 5,000 years of history and had an incredibly powerful foundation. It was only because of this that the Demon Heaven sect had been able to birth a world protector. They had all the advantages. Right now, the Demon Heaven sect only had around 2,000 city lords, while the Night Dynasty now had 3,000. This kind of growth caused the Demon Heaven sect to feel incredibly shocked. The Demon Heaven sect was still gradually developing because there were simply too many top-tier factions in their continent. If they developed too quickly, they would become like the Night Dynasty and be suppressed by countless factions. As such, they had slowly and steadily developed. However, the Night Dynasty seemed to disregard all of this and recklessly devoured everything around it. Now that it was being suppressed, it had received its dues. The other continents watched on in amusement. The Night Dynasty had no chance of victory facing such a powerful alliance. The difference in their military strength was simply too great. However, they still hoped that the Night Dynasty would be destroyed. After all, the Demon Heaven sect did not accept the Night Dynasty suddenly becoming the largest faction in the Dark Demon world. The Night Dynasty should be wiped out for this sudden rise, and this would mean one less threat in the future. However, it was a pity that they were in different continents, so they could not attack. Otherwise, they would also participate in pillaging the Night Dynasty. Within the most powerful continent, the Eastern continent, the legatees discussed this matter with great interest. They felt quite disdainful towards the Night Dynasty and felt that it lacked a proper foundation and did not have the strength to compete with them. They felt that the Night Dynasty being destroyed by the Alliance was only right. Yi King was simply too arrogant and had never thought about the bigger picture. He had only been focused on greedily devouring, resulting in the other factions allying together against it. That was extremely foolish. If they had immediately reduced their threat after devouring the Demon Path sect and slowly solidified their forces before dealing with another faction, they would not have attracted so much hostility. After all, everyone was involved in their own battles, and not everyone would turn their attention to the Night Dynasty. By the time, other factions' strength would have increased as well, and the Night Dynasty would not be as much of a threat. The Night Dynasty being destroyed was now essentially set in stone. In their eyes, Yi King was simply too overconfident and foolish. They had never cared about the Night Dynasty. Their true opponent was the Demon Heaven sect. However, Mochi had come back with injury so severe that he was nearly dead. They wondered what had happened. As their world's world protector, Mochi was incredibly powerful, so just who had been able to wound him to such a degree? After fighting with the human world's world protector last time, he had also been severely injured. He had only recovered after a few months of recovering, and this time his wounds were even heavier. It was possible that the person who had wounded Mochi this time was even more powerful than Greatkin's legatee. Just what sort of existence was this? It was a pity that they had no information on this. To them, the outside world was simply too dangerous. Even their powerful world protector had been injured so heavily. There were simply too many terrifying people. There were demon-level geniuses everywhere, making them feel less confident. Even though they were geniuses in the Dark Daemon world and stood above billions of people, those were true demon-level geniuses. In front of them, the geniuses of the Dark Daemon world people were nothing. As the various factions watched on, the allied factions started to attack. The Night Dynasty was now in panic because this was a true calamity. Their Night Dynasty was most likely finished, and they would all die. What do we do? How can our Night Dynasty withstand such a powerful force? Countless residents hoped that the higher-ups would have some solutions. They did not want to die, nor did they want the Night Dynasty to perish. Only the higher-ups could resolve this, and the residents could not do anything about it. Facing the army, the Night Dynasty's higher-ups' expressions were quite grim because they clearly knew that the Night Dynasty's strength could not withstand this allied force. It was quite likely that the Night Dynasty was doomed this time. What could they do? Facing such power, anything would be useless. They all felt incredibly worried and felt just as bad as the ordinary residents. They were filled with terror and helplessness. The Night Dynasty's higher-ups quickly met together to discuss this matter. If they could not find some way to deal with this, the Night Dynasty really would be doomed. However, no one had any good ideas. Facing such a powerful force, they would definitely lose. Some people could not help but suggest, how about we accept those people's conditions and give up the regions and cities? Otherwise, our Night Dynasty will be destroyed. I feel the same, the Night Dynasty's strength really is not enough to stop them. The most important thing is to preserve the Night Dynasty. We'll just have to endure this for a while, we'll have more chances in the future. What can we do except accept their conditions? I can't think of any way that we can withstand them. If it was just giving up regions and cities, that would not be such a big problem because we can obtain more in the future. But they also want tributes and women, this is too humiliating. So what if it's humiliating? Haven't you seen that massive army? If we had the strength, I long since would have taken the soldiers to fight. However, we simply can't beat them. We now have two choices, live in humiliation or die. Everyone's expressions were quite unsightly because they wanted neither of the two choices, but they did not have the strength to defend either. They had no ideas and could only look up at Yi King. 995 Just follow my orders. Yi King was the ruler of the Night Dynasty and wielded the most authority. No matter what decision he made, they would have to obey. Only he could deal with this matter, perhaps he had some way of dealing with this crisis. After all, Yi King had that mysterious faction supporting him. Just that mysterious cloaked figure was already obscenely powerful, all of them here could be killed by him without any resistance. Right now, their only hope was that mysterious faction. However, the key question was whether or not they would be willing to help. If they abandoned the Night Dynasty, the Night Dynasty had no chance at surviving and would be destroyed by the allied factions. Zhao Fu sat expressionlessly, seemingly lost in his thoughts. Everyone turned to look at the cloaked figure standing next to him. Everyone felt incredibly cautious around this person because if they carelessly offended him, they would die. Owner. I belong to you and will only serve you. Mo Yaoer hugged Zhao Fu as she looked slightly worried. She did not want to become the property of someone else. Those people had actually wanted her as a condition in the contract, making her want to kill every single one of them. Even though she was willing to be Zhao Fu's plaything, as he was able to drown her in pleasure, that did not mean she wanted to be with just anyone. However, even though she was not willing, many people wanted to hand her over in the face of such a grave threat. They just did not say this out loud. To everyone, giving up one woman to avoid a catastrophe was a good deal. As such, Mo Yaoer was quite worried. No one dared to say anything and could only look at Zhao Fu through their peripheral vision, hoping that Zhao Fu or Yi King would give an answer. Mo Yaoer continued to hug Zhao Fu and did not say anything else, only looking at him with her beautiful eyes as she waited for an answer. Don't worry, I won't hand you over, Zhao Fu thought for a moment before replying, lightly smiling at Mo Yaoer in his embrace. Owner, I knew that you're the best. I'll serve Owner well later, Mo Yaoer said shyly as she happily rubbed her chest against Zhao Fu. Yi Ninghu inwardly sighed. She could not act like Mo Yaoer, clinging to Zhao Fu like this in front of other people. However, hearing his words, Yi Ningxuang was able to relax. Zhao Fu had most likely thought of a solution already, but thinking about how the other side had 10,000 city lords and 600 million soldiers, Yi Ningxuang could not help but ask, do you really have a way to resolve this? Their strength is simply too great this time. Zhao Fu nodded seriously and said, just follow my orders. Everyone present felt quite delighted. With Zhao Fu's help, this situation could naturally be resolved, and they would not have to worry anymore. Facing such a great crisis, everyone placed Zhao Fu in the most important place, and they even forgot about Yi King. They understood that Yi King had no way of resolving this crisis, they had to rely on this mysterious cloaked figure. After such a long time, they felt that that mysterious faction were the ones who were controlling the Night Dynasty. Yi King had most likely submitted to them. However, those were just guesses and they were unsure about what the situation really was like. Zhao Fu gave out a chain of orders and they all obeyed, setting out to do what Zhao Fu had ordered. The Night Dynasty's residents started to be mass relocated, and void zones and countless traps were set down. On the other side, the allied factions shook their surroundings as they gave off an unstoppable aura and gathered near the Night Dynasty's defensive walls. There were no people at the defensive walls, and the allied factions all laughed. The Night Dynasty had no courage at all and did not even dare to meet with them, They were simply trash. With how powerful we are, how could they have the guts to stand up against us? Destroying them will just take a few minutes. I'm sure the Night Dynasty is hiding in their base like a turtle and trembling. Hahaha, this feeling is great. I've long since had enough of the Night Dynasty. Now, it's time to get rid of it. Everyone felt quite confident and prepared to order their soldiers to get rid of the defensive walls and enter the Night Dynasty's territory. At that moment, a few people appeared on the walls and shouted, "The Night Dynasty is considering the contract. Please give the Night Dynasty a few days. We will give everyone satisfactory compensation." This made the leaders feel quite confused. They had never thought that the Night Dynasty would suddenly ask for mercy. Hadn't they just been staying silent and holding on to their pride? Now that they had seen the massive army, they wanted to give in. They were quite contemptible. A fierce-looking fatty arrogantly laughed and said, "You want to beg for mercy now? It's too late. You want to sign a contract? I want 80% of the Night Dynasty's cities, regions, and resources. I'll give you 3 days to prepare. Also, call out Moyeor to have some fun with your elders." Hearing the fatty's words, many people lewdly laughed. With Moyeor's bewitching body, everyone wanted to have a turn with her. Just seeing her could make anyone go crazy to have her. Don't give them any chances, who knows what will happen. Maybe the Night Dynasty is trying to stall. They might be trying to use those few days to escape somewhere else. If we destroy the Night Dynasty, everything will be ours anyways, a cold-looking young man said. This young man was from the most powerful faction in the southern continent. If it wasn't for the Night Dynasty, his faction would be the most powerful, so he felt threatened by the Night Dynasty. Hearing these words, everyone felt that they made sense. What was the point in talking about a contract anymore? They could just directly destroy the Night Dynasty and take everything it had. That would be even better. Brothers, continue on and destroy the Night Dynasty. Take all of its women and treasures for yourselves. The army gave off a massive aura as it domineeringly attacked towards the defensive walls, not placing the Night Dynasty in its eyes at all. Seeing that their plan had failed, the people on the wall could only retreat. At the same time, isolation barriers were activated, locking down this region, forcing the factions to stop to destroy them. Facing these obstacles, the various factions coldly laughed. This was just stalling for time and could not cause any harm to them. In the end, the Night Dynasty would still be destroyed by them. It was impossible to make them retreat. The only thing to be worried about was the Night Dynasty taking a small portion of its people and running somewhere else. As such, the leaders gave orders to set up isolation barriers around the Night Dynasty's territory to prevent anyone from running away. After these barriers were set up, everyone could relax. Now, it was impossible for the Night Dynasty to escape. Rumble. The army gave off a heaven-shaking aura as they flooded forwards, breaking through the Night Dynasty's defensive lines with unstoppable momentum. However, they still encountered some minor trouble. 996 kill. Sometimes the ground would cave in and sometimes there would be rock slides or torrential rain and snowstorms. These were just some tricks from the Night Dynasty, and with the various factions' strength, they could easily break through all of them. 5 days later, the allied army surrounded the Night Dynasty's final defensive line. All of the people from the Night Dynasty were hidden within 7 or 8 regions, and they had used those 6 days to construct a crude defensive line. Seeing that the Night Dynasty's people had not been able to escape, everyone was incredibly excited and prepared to commit a massive slaughter, take everything from the Night Dynasty, and destroy the entire Night Dynasty. Hahaha, get that boy King out here and call us Granddaddy if he doesn't want to die. That fierce-looking fat man stood in the sky and loudly laughed. Now that they had surrounded the Night Dynasty, they did not have to worry about them escaping, so the various factions were not in a rush to destroy the Night Dynasty. Ordinarily, if it wasn't for the fact that they had such a massive alliance, they definitely would not dare to talk to the Night Dynasty like this. Back when the Night Dynasty was the leader of the alliance, they had all been incredibly humble. That's right, I heard that boy King has a habit of collecting beauties. Every time he destroys a faction, he'll take their pretty women. Now, hand them over so we can play with them, a cruel-looking young man said as he also loudly laughed. If you want the women, then we'll take the cities and resources. Residents of the Night Dynasty, your Night Dynasty is already finished. In front of our power, you can also submit. If you dare to retaliate, we'll kill all of you, a robed middle-aged man said. That's right, residents of the Night Dynasty, you're all doomed. Since we're all part of the southern continent, if you all kneel and beg for mercy, we'll give you a way out, a scholarly long-faced man said. Ha ha ha. A light laugh suddenly sounded out. King did not come out, but a black-cloaked figure stood in the sky. He did not give off any aura as if he was just an ordinary person, but he brought with him an incredibly dangerous feeling. Zhao Fu did not split his mind to control King because he wanted to focus on killing. His terrifying eyes looked at the city lords and he said disdainfully, "You think 10,000 city lords and 600 million soldiers is very powerful? How ignorant and foolish. Today will be the day you all die." The sudden appearance of the cloaked figure caused everyone to feel quite startled. Why did Ye King not come out? Why had this cloaked person appeared instead? They had heard that this person was quite powerful. However, hearing these arrogant words, they could not help but coldly harumph and mockingly smile. 10,000 city lords and 600 million soldiers were not powerful? This was a quarter of the forces in the southern continent, and that was enough to destroy any faction. A round-faced youth could not help but say mockingly, "You seem all high and mighty as if you think you're really so incredible. Is your Knight dynasty that powerful? Soon, we're going to slaughter." Boom. 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 Before the young man could finish speaking, massive explosions shook the heavens and earth. Powerful ores exploded out, causing the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to dissipate as a terrifying ore flooded out. The entire dark demon world sensed those terrifying ripples. People from other continents' expressions fell and they looked towards the southern continent as they cried out, "Something shocking is going to happen." Over at the battlefield, there were 45,000 people giving off powerful auras surrounding the allied city lords. These people were all, unsurprisingly, city lords. This scared the allied city lords stiff, and their hearts rapidly thumped. How could the Knight dynasty have so many city lords? Heavens, how was this possible? The city lords could not believe this, and the situation completely exceeded anything they could expect. Even the Knight dynasty's side was incredibly shocked because not a single city lord in the sky belonged to the Knight dynasty. All of them were from that mysterious faction. 45,000 city lords, that mysterious faction was simply too powerful to the point that they could make others despair. However, the Knight dynasty's people were delirious with joy that the Knight dynasty would be preserved and would not be destroyed. Now, it was time for the allied factions to feel terror. Seeing these 45,000 city lords, even Mo Yaoer and Yin Shuang, who were quite close with Zhao Fu, felt incredibly shocked. Perhaps Zhao Fu's identity was many times more terrifying than they had expected. Roar, roar, roar. Roars sounded out as massive wyverns and giants giving off terrifying auras appeared, making the creatures in the surrounding thousands of kilometers feel terror. There were about 7,500 wyverns and giants. This made everyone feel even more shocked. They had never expected there to be even more. These wyverns and giants could all rival the strength of city lords, and added together, there was now a force equivalent to 50,000 city lords. This was more than even to strike despair into the hearts of the allied factions. Roar, roar, roar. However, it still was not over. 8 massive roars sounded out, tearing through the skies as 8 massive beasts giving off sky-toppling auras appeared in the sky, making it seem as if it was the end of the world. Everyone in the Dark Daemon world, whether it was the Knight dynasty or other factions, everyone felt so scared that their minds went completely blank. This aura exceeded anything they could endure. Let alone the allied factions, these beasts would be able to destroy the entire southern continent. It could be said that almost all of Great Ken had moved out, leaving behind only civil ministers, some other city lords, and all of the soldiers to defend. The various traps and defenses were not for the Knight dynasty to escape but to stall for Great Ken to arrive. Great Ken did not have the ability to break through the heavenly domain barrier, so they could only teleport everyone through teleportation channels, which required a lot of time. Zhao Fu had paid a great price for the transboundary teleportation channel to be able to now send 15 people at a time. Before, it could only send one person at a time. Kill. A massive cyclone blasted out as Zhao Fu released all of his power. He gripped his clear sable sword as he roared and charged at the city lords. All of Great Ken's city lords obeyed and started to attack the allied city lords. Explosions boomed throughout the surrounding thousands of kilometers, and a destructive aura continuously spread out as a shocking battle unfolded in the sky. The Corps Soul commanders on the ground were clad in heavy armor and held large shields as they charged at the massive allied army. Bang! 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 Colliding sounds continuously sounded out as countless people were tossed out like sandbags, causing countless casualties. The wyverns flew and danced in the sky, spewing out fire or icy blasts and burning or freezing soldiers to death, while the 8 aquatic beast kings also attacked the army. The Knight dynasty's 140 million soldiers were abnormally excited and had incredibly high morale as they showed no fear and also rushed at the army ahead. With Great Ken's city lords dealing with the allied city lords, the Knight dynasty's city lords were free to deal with the allied army. 997 Desperate retaliation. Zhao Fu unleashed a massive sword chi vortex in the sky, which sucked in dozens of city lords. These city lords were unable to resist at all, and their bodies were instantly obliterated. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, leaving behind dozens of city lord seals. Zhao Fu held his death disaster sword as he turned into a ray of light and freely darted about within the army of city lords. His sword lights were incredibly sharp, and each time sword lights flashed out, many city lords were directly split in half. Even activating their defensive barriers was useless. Now, Zhao Fu's speed of killing was much faster than before. No city lord could withstand his attacks. Boom. 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 Facing this crisis, the allied side started to use their nation armaments or sect armaments, wanting to twist the situation back around. 7 terrifying auras burst out in the sky, causing clouds to swirl and for the atmosphere to become quite oppressive. The terrifying auras flooded out. These nation armaments and sect armaments were all quite powerful and were not something that ordinary city lords could resist. However, the situation became even worse for them. A roar sounded out as countless traces of demonic chi erupted out as a 100-meter-tall demon sovereign king appeared, ferociously attacking, while Elise also cruelly smiled as she looked at the city lords. Massive general stars giving off enormous pressure also slowly descended. Their auras created wild gales, and those nearby felt incredible terror. The 8 general stars' auras were not inferior to the 7 armaments auras at all. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on a cold-looking young man, who was one of the legatees of the southern continent. Boom. Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, causing a massive gray sword light containing incredible destructive power to fly towards that young man. The space around trembled as if it could not withstand the power. The cold-looking young man's expression fell, and he used his sect armament to block in front of him. His sect armament was a black skeletal arm. It gave off a powerful demonic light as it opened its hand towards the sword light and a black energy barrier appeared. Bang! The massive sword light crashed against the energy barrier, causing countless cracks to appear on it. The cold-looking young man's body trembled as blood leaked out of his lips. His expression was quite shocked as he found that even when using the full power of his sect armament, he was not a match for this person. Shing! A sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu sent a massive amount of power from the Great Conceal into the Death Disaster sword, causing the light it gave off to become even more powerful. Cold sword chi exploded out, and Zhao Fu rushed towards the cold-looking young man. The cold-looking young man did not dare to use any ordinary weapons and continued to use his sect armament. The black skeletal arm gave off a large amount of demonic chi, which then formed a massive demon. It was half demon and half tiger, and it gave off a heaven-shaking roar and rushed towards Zhao Fu. Boom! An enormous explosion sounded out and Zhao Fu disdainfully laughed. He flew towards that massive demon, and the Death Disaster sword condensed an immense amount of gray sword light. In just an instant, Zhao Fu shot past the demon, and the gray sword light split it apart at its waist, causing it to dissipate into demonic chi. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Fu continued onwards towards the cold-looking young man, and the golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun as chains shot out from the air towards the skeletal arm and the young man. The young man was a legatee, and it would not be so easy to kill him directly. Facing the countless chains, the cold-looking young man looked quite shocked as he continuously slashed out with his sword, sending out terrifying sword lights, while the skeletal arm gave off powerful demonic light, trying to stop the chains. However, there were simply too many chains, and each one of them contained immense force. Finally, both the skeletal arm and the cold-looking young man were wrapped up in chains. The black skeletal arm was forcefully suppressed and put into Zhao Fu's Disaster King ring, while the cold-looking young man was also sealed. After dealing with this legatee, Zhao Fu turned to attack others. On the ground, the 8 aquatic beast kings gave off world-destroying power as they ferociously attacked the army in front of them. Kai. The sift metal stingray created a metallic windstorm that covered dozens of kilometers as it rushed towards the army. The windstorm seemed to be filled with countless sharp knives, reducing countless people to bits of flesh. As it flew past, millions of people were shredded to pieces by the windstorm, creating a gory scene. Bang! 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 The earth-water dragon tortoise created tens of thousands of water orbs in an instant, each one of them 2 meters wide. They gave off shocking auras as they flew towards the army, blasting people apart. Swish, swish, swish. The 3-soul great snake rose up its body and opened its enormous mouth, shooting out countless rays of black light. The black rays of light were incredibly terrifying, silently piercing through crowds of people and killing innumerable people. Roar. The Nether Ocean demon whale roared as it opened its humongous mouth and gave off a shocking suction force. Countless people were dragged into its mouth, unable to resist at all, and it swallowed them whole. The Nether Ocean demon whale's stomach seemed to contain another dimension. Even after eating hundreds of thousands of people, it was still not full. The army desperately retaliated against the 8 aquatic beast kings, but the ordinary stage 1 soldiers were unable to injure them at all. Whenever they shot out arrows, they would be blocked just by their auras alone. The arrows shot out by stage 2 soldiers bounced off as if they were hitting tough metal, unable to harm the aquatic beast kings. On the other side, the wyverns used their aerial advantage to continuously send down flames and icy blasts, burning or freezing soldiers. The armored corps sole commanders held their heavy shields as they continuously charged about. The Night Dynasty's city lords spread out, launching various attacks from the sky. Explosions continuously sounded out as terrifying lights devoured everything, and the Night Dynasty city lords massacred the allied soldiers. The different attacks caused the allied army to fall into complete chaos. They were unable to get into formation at all, and they continuously cried out and died, causing their morale to plummet. On the other hand, the Night Dynasty's army was in perfect formation with the shield bearers at the front, infantrymen with spears behind, and archers in the back. Just like that, they attacked the enemy army in an orderly fashion. Whether they were the city lords above or the soldiers below, the allied army was being continuously whittled away. Og! A cry sounded out as a dynasty legatee with a nation armament was cut into pieces by Zhao Fu. His broken body and blood fell to the ground, and Zhao Fu put away his city lord seal and nation armament. I surrender. Seeing the city lords around him continuously dying, one of the allied city lords could not take the terror anymore and cried out. Out of the 10,000 allied city lords, around 6,000 had died, and the remaining ones were completely surrounded, unable to break out of the encirclement. 998 annihilation corpses covered the ground, and almost all of them were from the allied army. Out of the 600 million soldiers, only 200 million remained, and they were being quickly killed. Blood dyed the ground red as far as the eye could see, and the stench of blood was incredibly strong. Even the blue sky seemed to be dyed blood red. If they did not surrender, they would all die here. Facing the Night Dynasty's encirclement, as well as their oppressive strength, none of them were able to escape. Everyone understood this and felt incredibly discouraged. They were completely doomed and had no chance at victory. They did not expect this at all. How could the Night Dynasty have so many city lords, wyverns, and giants? They had completely lost, and if it wasn't for these things, they would have long since destroyed the Night Dynasty. They had heard that the Night Dynasty had the support of a mysterious faction, but that mysterious faction was simply too powerful. It had the power to sweep across an entire continent, and after personally seeing this terrifying power, they could not help but feel fearful and admit that they were far inferior. They wondered what the true strength of that mysterious faction was like. They did not even know if the mysterious faction had used all of its strength while helping the Night Dynasty this time. However, they heard that the mysterious faction came from outside, and it was a large faction in the Heaven Awakened world. Its true strength definitely was not just this and could be dozens of times more powerful. If that was the case, the Dark Daemon world was in danger. The remaining allied forces rationally chose to surrender, and Zhao Fu accepted their surrender. Now that the city lords had surrendered, the soldiers below also followed in suit. They put down their weapons and obediently knelt and submitted to the Night Dynasty. The Night Dynasty's people happily and excitedly cheered. This crisis had been a life or death matter for them, but they had survived and not been destroyed. They were simply too happy. Moreover, they had completely annihilated the allied forces while suffering only small losses. This was one of the Night Dynasty's biggest victories. Of course, they were incredibly grateful to the mysterious faction. If it wasn't for them, the Night Dynasty would not have been able to defend at all. At the same time, they were completely shocked as to how powerful this mysterious faction was, and they were curious about what the true identity of that faction was. Your Majesty, the city lords and soldiers have all submitted. What should our next step be? Beichi respectfully inquired of Zhao Fu after ordering Great Ken's people to take care of the situation. Zhao Fu nodded and said, prepare to attack the rest of the southern continent. Only by using Great Ken's power would they be able to resist an allied force. Once Great Ken's strength was leaked, the Night Dynasty would be viewed with even more hostility, and there would be even more people allying together to attack the Night Dynasty. As such, there was no point in hiding anything, and it would be better to directly unify the southern continent. They would occupy one of the continents as their base and resist the three other continents while also quickly increasing Great Ken's overall strength. This was Zhao Fu's goal. Originally, Zhao Fu had not wanted to do this because the risks and pressure were quite great. For example, almost all of Great Ken's forces were here, leaving behind only the civil ministers, some city lords, and the soldiers in the human world. It was an incredibly weak force. If the human world knew that Great Ken had moved out to attack the Dark Demon world, they would instantly attack Great Ken, resulting in heavy losses for Great Ken. After all, most of Great Ken's top-tier forces were in the Dark Daemon world and did not have any way to quickly return. By the time their main force returned to the human world, it would be too late. Yes, Your Majesty. Beichi replied before immediately leaving to give out commands. Great Ken's city lords obeyed their orders, quickly flying away. The wyverns circled around in the sky, and after receiving their orders, They also created large gales as they flew ahead. The 100-meter-tall corpse soul commanders dressed in heavy armor and holding large shields marched forwards, their footsteps like thunder. The 8 aquatic beast kings looked quite excited. They loved the feeling of massive slaughter like this and had not had enough yet. Hearing that they were going to advance, they roared in joy and gave off terrifying oars as they advanced. The city lords, wyverns, corpse soul commanders, and 8 aquatic beast kings all advanced together. This scene was incredibly awe-inspiring and quite rare. They gave off a horrifying aura that seemed to shake the entire world, and no one could stop them. At first, the Night Dynasty's people did not understand what was happening, but after receiving the order to fight, they understood in shock that the mysterious faction wanted to unify the southern continent. Unifying the continent. This was something that they did not even dare to think about because it was even more difficult than scaling the heavens. They definitely would not be able to do such a thing. To be able to establish a kingdom would already make them feel quite satisfied. Hearing that the mysterious faction wanted to unify the southern continent, this completely exceeded anything they could imagine, but they also felt incredibly excited. After all, no one in the Dark Daemon world could do this. If the Night Dynasty could accomplish this, their names would be recorded in history forever. Kill. A mighty flood surged forwards, their auras as fierce as tigers as they devoured everything in their path. First were the nearest factions. However, most of these people had joined the alliance, so many of them were already dead or had already surrendered. There were only residents and some soldiers left in those cities. There would be no obstacles in taking down those cities. For the cities that had lost their city lords, most people hurried to run away. All that the Great Ken had to do was bring the city lord seals and take over the cities. The surrendered cities were also taken over easily without any problems. Large numbers of people ran, and the entire southern continent fell into chaos. Most ordinary people did not know what had happened, and seeing the countless people running away, they felt quite curious as to what had happened. They soon found out that the Allied army had suffered a crushing loss and that the Night Dynasty was starting to rampage through regions, continuously conquering cities and killing all who resisted. They were forced to escape for their lives. Everyone was incredibly shocked, no one had expected the Night Dynasty to win. Despite having so many people, the Allied army had still lost. Just how terrifying was the Night Dynasty's strength? After the other factions in the southern continent heard about this, their expressions fell, and they hurriedly decided to discuss how to face the Night Dynasty. However, they were too late. The Night Dynasty easily took over those regions and cities and began a full assault. City lords giving off powerful auras appeared above cities. They did not say anything and directly attacked city halls without any fear. Wyverns roared in the sky, creating large gales. Flames and icy blasts descended, sending houses ablaze and freezing terrified residents. The massive corpse soul commanders leapt over city walls and entered the cities, swinging their heavy weapons, such as large axes, hammers, and staffs, madly destroying everything in front of them. 999 unifying the southern continent. The various cities were all in chaos and shouting, crying and wailing filled the air. Countless people ran about in terror, and facing the incoming Night Dynasty, they had no strength to retaliate. The 8 aquatic beast kings each happily took a city for themselves and started rampaging. After killing everyone and destroying the city, they would devour the city creation stone and move on to the next city. Cities were conquered incredibly quickly, and countless people died in terror. Corpses filled the cities, and the smell of blood continuously spread. The number of deaths continuously rose, and it was the largest catastrophe in the Dark Daemon world. Because of how much killing there was, the bloody chi filled the sky, dyeing the sky blood red. The austere and savage killing aura continuously pushed onwards. Great Ken's forces took down cities while the Night Dynasty's soldiers were responsible for taking in the surrendered people. More and more regions were conquered, and more captives were taken, and the Night Dynasty's overall strength quickly rose. Soon, more than half of the southern continent had fallen. With those regions taken over by Great Ken, the remaining factions quickly gathered together to attempt to resist. This alliance gathered in the Black Daemon region, and they prepared to fight to the death with Great Ken in order to put an end to its unstoppable momentum. Facing this force, Great Ken showed no fear at all. It brought the surrendered city lords and soldiers towards the Black Demon region and gathered there. This was the southern continent's final bit of resistance, and Zhao Fu wanted to get rid of them decisively before unifying the southern continent. This would prevent anything unexpected from happening. The two armies gathered in the Black Daemon region, and the austere aura caused the entire Black Demon region to seem to freeze. Countless beasts madly ran because the auras from the two armies were simply too horrifying. As they clashed, the southern continent side was dumbfounded. The Night Dynasty now had over 60,000 city lords on their side, and their army numbered over 800 million. Most of them were surrendered city lords and soldiers. Because they were in a rush, They were immediately sent into battle. At the same time, they offered them many benefits to solidify their loyalty, and Great Kin led them to gather here. On the other hand, the southern continent side had barely 9,000 city lords and 400 million soldiers. They were completely inferior to the Night Dynasty's forces. Charge! After seeing this army, the Night Dynasty's forces did not say anything and directly gave the order to charge. The army flooded forwards like a tsunami, giving off an aura that made it seem like it could destroy anything. This shocking aura caused many of the southern continent's soldiers' bodies to freeze, feeling only terror in their hearts. The other side was simply too strong, and they felt incredibly helpless. After seeing the army that had swept across the entire southern continent, the resisting city lords felt incredibly shocked. They far exceeded anything that they had expected, and even though they had heard that this force was immensely powerful, they did not know any precise numbers. They had never thought that the Night Dynasty would become so powerful. They had 9,000 city lords and 400 million soldiers, while they had to face 60,000 or so city lords and 800 million soldiers. This did not even include the wyverns flying in the air, that group of ferocious giants, or the incredibly monstrous massive beasts. How could they even fight? Facing such a powerful faction, even an idiot knew that they were doomed to lose without even a trace of hope. Now, they could only run, otherwise, they would not even have a chance to run later. They would all die here. Seeing that the Night Dynasty had such horrifying power, the southern continent army lost all courage and immediately retreated. Most city lords quickly flew away, and only a small portion of the city lords chose to resolutely defend, but they were massacred in a matter of moments. Great Kin continued to chase down the retreating army. In just a few hours, the southern continent army had been destroyed, and only 1/3 of them were able to run back to their own regions. The remaining 2/3 had either been killed or had submitted to Great Kin. That was the southern continent's final bit of resistance, which had been crushed by Great Kin as well. Great Kin could now freely go through the entire southern continent and continue clearing out and conquering regions. The dark demon people in their way all knelt in terror and submitted. Now that the southern continent had fallen, a large number of people ran to other continents, and after hearing this news from their mouths, the entire dark demon world was shaken. The various factions had been waiting to watch a good show and for the allied army to destroy the Night Dynasty, that immense threat. What had happened completely went against all of their expectations. None of them could have predicted such a thing. The ordinary people had even less of an idea about this. They had no idea about what was going on in the southern continent. They did not know about the allied army attacking the Night Dynasty and went about their lives as normal. Only after meeting refugees from the southern continent did they hear about this shocking news. Not only did the Night Dynasty defeat the allied army, but it also conquered the entire southern continent. This news made them feel so shocked that they could not speak. It completely exceeded anything they could imagine. Even the strongest faction in the dark demon world had never dared to try to unify a continent. After all, it was simply too difficult, and the resistance would be too great. Before they could unify the continent, they would be destroyed by other factions. Now that the Night Dynasty had accomplished this impossible task, it now possessed one of the 4 continents of the dark demon world. It could be said that 1/4 of the dark demon world now belonged to the Night Dynasty. This news was simply too shocking. It was a faction that only had a few hundred regions, but it had suddenly expanded and conquered the entire southern continent. The eastern continent's legatees were shaken by this matter as well. How could the Night Dynasty have such immense strength? How could the southern continent have been conquered so easily? With this sort of momentum, who could stop the Night Dynasty? It seemed like it was on the way to unify the entire world. The 3 other continents were all incredibly panicked, and countless factions launched emergency meetings to discuss how to deal with the terrifying Night Dynasty. They had to band together or else everyone would die. That was how terrifying the Night Dynasty was. The Eastern Continent's Demon Heaven sect also took this matter seriously. Even though Mochi was heavily injured and still recovering, they sent many elders to participate in the meetings. The Night Dynasty made it so that the entire dark demon world could not feel at ease. Countless factions were shaken, and everyone lived in fear of the Night Dynasty. Now, the Night Dynasty was still devouring the remaining bits of the southern continent, and everyone was quite worried that it would turn on the other continents once it was done. 1000 Western Continent. The information about the matter in the southern continent was soon delivered to the various factions on other continents, and they realized just what had happened, why the allied army had been defeated and why the Night Dynasty had suddenly exploded out with the power to unify a continent. So it was because of that mysterious faction supporting them. Back then, a few legatees had clashed with someone from that mysterious faction before. It was where the 8 aquatic beast kings had been sealed. They had wanted to break the seal but had nearly suffered a backlash from the seal. The feeling that the mysterious cloaked figure gave them was incredibly terrifying, making it so that they did not even dare to attack him. Back then, The mysterious figure had arrogantly spoken, telling the entire Dark Demon world to watch themselves and not offend the Night Dynasty, or else they would bear the consequences. Moreover, the 800 city lords and countless wyverns that had destroyed the Vile Dynasty were merely just a small team. If even a small team could destroy the Vile Dynasty like this, just how terrifying would the entire organization be? That small team's power had been immense, boosting the Night Dynasty's position from one of the weaker factions to becoming the #1 faction in the southern continent. Everyone became incredibly alert, worried that the mysterious organization would make a move against them. However, despite the Vile Dynasty being destroyed for so long, that mysterious organization did not do anything else, and the Night Dynasty humbly developed at a speed slower than theirs. From the information they had received, that mysterious organization seemed to have disappeared, and without it helping the Night Dynasty, they did not care about the Night Dynasty at all. After such a long time, they paid less and less attention to the existence of the Night Dynasty. It was only when the Night Dynasty suddenly devoured 3 top-tier factions, resulting in them being allied against by the entire southern continent, that they had once again noticed the Night Dynasty. There was another reason. Back then, 800 city lords was a powerful force, but now it could only be considered ordinary. Which top-tier faction did not have a few hundred city lords now? Almost all top-tier factions were like this. As such, they did not place too much focus on that mysterious organization, and they had thought that the Night Dynasty would not have much power to resist and would be destroyed by the allied army. This would be a good opportunity to get rid of that threat. However, the mysterious organization had once again acted, suddenly destroying the allied army and taking over the southern continent. This was simply too shocking. They never expected that the mysterious organization would be so monstrous. It seemed that the 800 city lords from last time really were just a small team and that the immense power they had just shown might not even be their full strength. That mysterious organization's strength was simply unfathomable. What should they do now? Many factions hurriedly gathered together to discuss this. If they could not think of a way to deal with this, they would all be in danger. Some people suggested to gather all of the power in the remaining 3 continents. Even if that mysterious organization was unimaginably powerful, they could not just give up like this. Even if they all died, they had to fight to the death. Others said that the matter in the southern continent had nothing to do with them. It was all because the factions in the southern continent had wanted to destroy the Night Dynasty, resulting in the mysterious organization acting. If they maintained their neutrality, it was possible that the mysterious organization would not do anything after devouring the southern continent. After all, that mysterious organization had such immense power, so why did it wait until now to act? It must have been because those people had enraged it. However, just to take precautions, it might still be good to form an allied army to defend. Other people suggested having a truce with the mysterious organization. Since the southern continent had already been taken over by them, they might as well just let them have it. As long as their continents could survive, that would be enough. Everyone had different opinions and made various suggestions, making it difficult to make a decision quickly. Your Majesty, the southern continent has been fully conquered. We are now picking up the pieces. Beichi respectfully bowed as he reported to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled in satisfaction. Great Qin had obtained another continent. If they could completely devour it, Great Qin's overall strength would go up by another level. At the same time, even though they had not fully calculated their gains from conquering the southern continent, they would definitely be quite great and could cause Zhao Fu to be ecstatic. At that moment, Zhao Fu received some news about the other continents, and after thinking about it, he said, "Quickly clear out the battlefields and head to the western continent as quickly and ferociously as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty." Beichi thought about it and understood Zhao Fu's intentions. He smiled and went to carry out his orders, and soon, Great Qin's forces attacked the western continent. Immediately, the Dark Demon world's western continent heard about this and became incredibly panicked. Everyone hurriedly headed over, worried that the mysterious organization would destroy them as well. The 2 other continents were incredibly shocked as well. The mysterious organization had just devoured the southern continent, yet it was not satisfied and wanted to devour the western continent too. This appetite was simply too great. Being too greedy could make one burst from being too full. The thing that everyone was most worried about happened in the end, and now, they had to quickly act. Otherwise, they felt that the entire Dark Demon world was going to fall. That mysterious organization was simply too ambitious. If they truly wanted to take over the Dark Demon world, they would have to fight to the death. Under such a massive threat, everyone in the Dark Demon world was incredibly worried. They had never thought that the operation to destroy the Night Dynasty would suddenly drag in the entire world and cause the world to fall into a crisis. This was too shocking. Countless Dark Demon people hurried over to the western continent. This time, they had to stop the mysterious organization. If it destroyed the western continent as well, the remaining 2 continents would be doomed. When that time came, They would either die or submit to the Night Dynasty. After all, the relationship between the Night Dynasty and the mysterious organization was quite unclear. It was possible that the Night Dynasty would unify the Dark Demon world and become the only dynasty in the Dark Demon world. If that happened, the Dark Demon world would completely belong to the Night Dynasty, and they would not have a chance. They would only be able to prostrate themselves at the Night Dynasty's feet. With their noble and arrogant personalities, how could they be willing to do such a thing? The situation in the Dark Demon world became quite tense. Even the ordinary residents paid a great deal of attention to this because this concerned their lives as well. Some ordinary people started to feel quite afraid, hoping that they would not be destroyed by the Night Dynasty. By now, Great Ken had led its army into the western continent, giving off an aura as massive as an ocean's as they swept across regions. They were completely unstoppable, and in just a few moments, they had conquered hundreds of regions. The people from the other continents quickly arrived, and soon, the two armies officially clashed. 1001 fake confidence. In terms of numbers, the allied side had the advantage, but in terms of aura, Great Ken's aura was far superior. Their countless city lords were dressed in black cloaks and gave off terrifying auras as they stood in the sky. Countless wyverns circled about, and there were heavily armored giants on the ground. Most terrifying were the 8 aquatic beast kings that stood spaced apart from each other. Their terrifying auras seemed to cause space to twist, and they rushed forwards like a flood. After conquering hundreds of regions in the western continent, Great Ken could only stop here after the various factions arrived and gathered. Zhao Fu wore his black cloak as he gave off a horrifying aura, making it seem like a massive formless pressure was weighing down on everyone's bodies. Their expressions fell, they had never felt such an immense power before. Humphrey, what does the Dark Demon race have to say for yourselves? We did not want to make any trouble and destroyed the vile dynasty as a warning, yet you dared to repeat your mistakes. You have already enraged us, and destroying your Dark Demon world is something incredibly simple for us. Are you still trying to resist? Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, and his cold voice contained an incredible amount of killing intent and a sense of disdain and contempt. Feeling Zhao Fu's disdain and contempt, the various factions felt even less confident. Even though they had many people, they were not clear as to that mysterious organization's true power. If they sent even more experts, what would they do? Just this cloaked figure in front of them would take over 1,000 city lords to deal with. If there were a few more people like him, their Dark Demon world would indeed be doomed. A person deeply breathed in and anxiously walked out, saying, "Sir, the ones who attacked you are the southern continent's factions, and they have already been destroyed. They brought it on themselves. Our factions from the other continents never participated, and we have no intention of offending you." Humphrey. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, saying domineeringly, "The entire Dark Demon race is at fault, so the entire Dark Demon world is doomed. Originally, our faction did not want to bother with a new world like yours, but now we'll be destroying you all. Our race's true experts will be arriving soon. Trying to stop them with your strength is simply dreaming. From today onwards, we will be making your Dark Demon race our slaves, bring out all of your women and treasures. A lowly race like you, ha ha ha." Those words caused the Dark Demon people to feel quite angry, but they could only endure it. If the other side's true experts descended, the entire Dark Demon race would be finished. Moreover, even if they fought now, they did not have a big advantage. Even if they managed to win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and they would suffer immense losses. They did not have any confidence facing this mysterious faction. Zhao Fu was also quite wary. Most of Great Ken's top-tier forces were here, but if they fought, Great Ken would most likely lose. If their main force suffered such a great loss here, Great Ken's situation in the human world would become incredibly dangerous. Zhao Fu absolutely would not fight this battle, which Great Ken was doomed to lose. Once any fighting broke out, Zhao Fu would immediately give the order to retreat to the human world, and they would only be able to give up on the southern continent and the Night Dynasty. In actuality, Zhao Fu was just bluffing to scare the other side. As such, he had to have an unyielding stance and show no weakness. After Zhao Fu had heard about what the factions from the other continents were doing, he immediately made the plan to attack the other continents. Zhao Fu could not defend against the entire Dark Demon world lying together. Because they had only just conquered the southern continent, Great Ken had to take the initiative to attack and act as if they had the power to easily destroy the Dark Demon world. If they did not do this, Great Ken would fall into the weaker position and would be suppressed by the other factions. If they remained in the southern continent, they would not feel as much fear, as they would be able to guess at Great Ken's strength. This could lead to them attacking. Now that Great Ken acted as if it could easily destroy their world, they would naturally fear Great Ken and not feel as much confidence. Zhao Fu seemed incredibly arrogant, but his confidence was completely fake. If they started fighting, Zhao Fu would immediately run and try to preserve most of Great Ken's forces. Since Zhao Fu did not attack, The other side did not attack either, resulting in a stalemate. Humphrey. Turn the Dark Demon people into slaves? Does that include the Night Dynasty? You'd best watch your attitude. I remember our original agreement was not like this. You'd best not take things too far. A furious voice sounded out. It was Yi Kang. This made the various factions people feel quite startled. They had never thought that Yi Kang would suddenly appear and confront the cloaked man. What was going on? Whose side was Yi Kang on? Were they about to start fighting among themselves? However, this made sense. That cloaked figure had been talking about the entire Dark Demon race, and Yi Kang and the Night Dynasty were part of it. From how everyone else understood it, the Night Dynasty had long since been taken over by the mysterious organization, and the mysterious organization had been controlling it this entire time. However, it seemed that things were not as they thought. Zhao Fu glared at Yi Kang as he also said furiously, "It was the Dark Demon race that offended us first. Making you slaves is already gracious, you should all be thanking us. Becoming our slaves is glory for you." Yi Kang's expression was calm as he said seriously, "The Dark Demon race is part of the Demon race, which is one of the more powerful races. How could we become your slaves?" Zhao Fu's eyes became cold as he emanated killing intent, saying, "Then you're seeking death. Do you think the Dark Demon race can stop us? What a joke." After speaking, Zhao Fu's massive aura covered the Night Dynasty's forces as if he was about to attack them. This caused the Night Dynasty's people and the allied army to feel quite dumbfounded. How did they start suddenly fighting among themselves? None of them had expected such a thing. The Night Dynasty's people had thought that this mysterious organization was helping them, but it now wanted to destroy them. The Night Dynasty's city lords started to feel nervous. Looking at the cloaked city lords, they were worried that they would suddenly attack. This scene caused the allied army to feel both happy and worried. Happy, because if the Night Dynasty and the mysterious organization fought, it would make it easier to defeat the mysterious organization. However, they were also worried because this mysterious organization might really be far more terrifying than they could expect. That cloaked figure did not seem to put the Dark Demon race in his eyes at all, and even though they felt quite angry, it seemed like there was a reason for him to act like this. Should they fight? Seeing this scene, everyone felt quite hesitant and did not feel very confident. 1002 Dante come to find me, ha ha ha. Yi Kang suddenly loudly laughed, causing everyone to look at him. He said, "I long since knew this day would come, which was why I signed the highest grade blood contract with you. You don't dare to kill me, or you'll die a horrible death. You!" Zhao Fu furiously shouted, his powerful aura spreading out like a wild gale, causing everyone to feel incredibly shocked. They felt admiration towards Yi Kang. He dared to speak like this to such an expert and not fear being turned to dust. Xing. The cloaked figure took out a grey crystal sword and sent his powerful energy into it, causing it to give off a dangerous sword light as if he was going to kill Yi Kang. Yi Ningxuang had no idea what was going on, but seeing that her man was about to kill the legatee of her clan, she could not help but came to Zhao Fu's side. She looked quite pained as she pleaded, "Honey, please don't do this." Zhao Fu paused. He had never thought that Yi Ningxuang would come out. In actuality, Zhao Fu did not plan to attack anyways. After all, he and Yi Kang were the same person. He was simply putting on an act to provide an opportunity to retreat. Seeing that Yi Ningxuang had come out, this made it easier for Zhao Fu to step down. Everyone saw the powerful cloaked figure coldly harumph before saying to Yi Kang, "In the future, don't come to find me for the Night Dynasty's matters." Following this, Zhao Fu put his arm around Yi Ningxuang and turned into a ray of light that vanished over the horizon. Seeing that Zhao Fu had left, the other cloaked figures also turned into rays of light and left. The countless wyverns flew away, and the corpse soul commanders turned and walked away. The 8 aquatic beast kings dissatisfiedly looked at the city lords in front of them. Through following Great Kin, they had devoured countless city lords' corpses, receiving a lot of power. They had not yet had enough, but because of how fearsome and mighty Zhao Fu was, they could only turn back and slowly fly off. The massive army that attacked the western continent also slowly retreated like a tide. Yi Kang turned to look at the allied side with a cool gaze and said, "As you can see, I am unable to control that mysterious faction, and they did not put the Night Dynasty in their eyes at all. In actuality, there was no need for me to step out. I could have just allowed them to destroy the Dark Demon world, but then I would lose everything as well, and the Night Dynasty would perish at my hands. Thus, I'll give you all a chance to quickly develop and obtain enough power to resist that organization." What you just saw was a division of the organization that is responsible for dealing with some troublesome things. However, they will not commit too much. As long as we go about it the right way, the Dark Demon world has a chance at defeating them. The southern continent will now be controlled by that organization, so without enough strength, don't try to attack them. This is your last warning. After speaking, Yi Kang led the Night Dynasty's people and left. After seeing all of this, the city lords were all dumbfounded. A crisis that threatened the destruction of the Dark Daemon world had been resolved, just like that? That was simply too unbelievable. None of them could come back to their senses and felt that this wasn't real. They rubbed their eyes and found that that ferocious army really had retreated. They had achieved victory without even fighting. Everyone let out a sigh of relief before they started cheering. They could not hide the joy in their hearts. Without sacrificing a single soldier or suffering any losses, the mysterious organization and the Night Dynasty had retreated due to their internal conflict. This was an incredibly pleasant surprise. They had all made preparations to suffer countless casualties and to even be destroyed. However, the situation had turned around incredibly quickly, making everyone feel dumbfounded. Yi King was quite suspicious, but they had all seen that the mysterious organization reigned above the Night Dynasty, and the Night Dynasty was just a tool to them. They did not put the Night Dynasty in their eyes at all. Moreover, they had even said that they would make all Dark Demon people their slaves, including the Night Dynasty. It could be seen that they did not value the Night Dynasty at all. Perhaps what Yi King said was true. Ordinary people would not be able to tell their enemies to develop and become more powerful. After all, if the mysterious organization destroyed the Dark Daemon world, none of them would benefit. The Night Dynasty would also be destroyed or enslaved, so they could only choose to help the rest of the Dark Daemon world. They wondered just how Yi King had formed the connection with the mysterious organization and what the relationship between them really was. However, they felt that Yi King had harmed others, and now he had harmed himself. He had dragged the entire Dark Daemon world into such a crisis. However, some people were still quite suspicious. Looking at the retreating army, they wanted to give chase and deal a big blow to the mysterious organization. However, things had been resolved so simply, and their 3 continents were safe. They had achieved their goal, and if they enraged the mysterious organization and it sent out their full army, the Dark Daemon world might just be destroyed. They had no way of ensuring that this would not happen, and the mysterious organization might really have that kind of strength. As such, they hesitated and chose to give up on that idea. Right now, the key thing was not to attack but to construct useful defenses. They could not allow others to freely rampage about in their continent and instantly attack so many regions. They had to construct powerful defenses to be able to resist in the future. After the ordinary people heard about this, they all let out a sigh of relief. Yi King's name was heard by everyone in the world, and what was the most shocking was that he was called a hero. After all, it was because of him that the mysterious organization had stopped their invasion, so it could be said that he had saved the Dark Daemon world. Everyone's favorability towards him greatly increased, and even though he had helped the mysterious organization, in the end, he had stood with the Dark Daemon world. Zhao Fu did not expect this at all, and he did not mind too much either. After retreating from the western continent, he first refused Yingning Shuang's request to serve him out of gratitude, then ordered people to start constructing defenses on the southern continent. Zhao Fu was quite worried about the other side attacking, so he wanted to properly protect the southern continent and isolate it from the other continents. The Dark Demon side also constructed defensive lines to protect their own continents. Both sides quickly built defenses, worried about the other side suddenly attacking, but neither side knew that the other side was thinking the exact same thing. Soon, Beichi calculated all of their gains from this operation, causing Zhao Fu to feel pleasantly surprised. 1003 gains first, they obtained 21,000 cities, which was a shocking number. It was the first time Great Ken had obtained so many cities in one go, and it was almost half of what Great Ken had. These 21,000 cities caused Great Ken's strength to once again greatly increase. Apart from the cities, there were also the people and soldiers, which were even more shocking. After conquering the southern continent, they obtained 10 billion people and 800 million Stage 1 soldiers. How could these gains not make Zhao Fu feel delighted? The southern continent had 12,000 regions in total, and even though it seemed like they belonged to the Night Dynasty, in actuality, they belonged to Great Ken. Now, 1/4 of the Dark Daemon world's fate was being slowly devoured by Great Ken. It could be said that Great Ken's fate was now only a bit weaker than that of a dukedom kingdom. It was not something a marquisate kingdom could contend with anymore. After all, it now controlled 4 continents, which was an immense area. After hearing about their gains from this operation, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. With such an immense amount of power being injected into Great Ken, even if the 3 other continents suddenly attacked, Zhao Fu had the confidence to face off against them and was no longer as worried. Because the heavenly domain boundary was still there, Great Ken could not bring the people back to Great Ken, so they had to defend the cities in the southern continent. As such, they could only give all of those things to the Night Dynasty to digest. The Night Dynasty's main task was to now assimilate everything and establish a kingdom. Even though Zhao Fu was quite worried that the human world would suddenly attack Great Ken, Zhao Fu could not leave because they had only just conquered the Dark Daemon world's southern continent. Outside, there was the threat of the 3 other continents, and inside, there was the threat of an uprising, so he had to use all the power he had available to keep things under control. Only with Great Kin present would the 3 other continents not dare to attack the southern continent, and the Dark Demon people who had submitted not dare to rebel. After dealing with various matters, Zhao Fu went outside. The Night Dynasty's people all looked at him with fear. Wherever he went, people quickly made way in terror. Zhao Fu could not help but inwardly smile. These people really thought that he would destroy the Night Dynasty and make them all slaves. It seemed that Zhao Fu's acting had been quite good, and many people had been scared, worried that Great Kin would do something against them. However, only those most familiar with him would understand him. For example, the moment Zhao Fu gave the order, Beiqi already could guess what was going to happen. There was no need to make any explanations. It was possible that there were spies from the 3 other continents. Zhao Fu controlled Yi King to calm down the Night Dynasty, telling them to go about business as usual and not to worry too much. A bit more than half a month later, the situation in the Dark Demon world started to calm down. Neither side attacked the other, and as both sides completed their defenses, the situation naturally settled. The Night Dynasty had completed the first steps of properly unifying the southern continent, and it had obtained control over all of the regions. The countless residents had all settled in, and a rebellion did not seem likely anymore. What was also worth mentioning was that the southern continent was already covered with countless isolation barriers, which were incredibly complicated and difficult to break. If people wanted to break through them, it would not be so easy anymore. At the same time, a large amount of the surrounding ocean was locked down as well. It was impossible to teleport to the southern continent, and people could only use boats. They could not even fly, as there were magic formations that prevented this as well. It could be said that the defenses in the southern continent were quite solid. Even if an allied army of the 3 continents attacked, Great Kin would have time to respond, so Great Kin's forces could finally return. Zhao Fu left matters here to the Night Dynasty and had them continue to digest the continent and quickly establish a kingdom. After returning to the human world, there were not many changes, and Great Kin continued to clear out regions and construct great walls. Zhao Fu went to the refining pavilion. This time, he had obtained 4 nation armaments and 3 sect armaments from the factions that had attacked the Night Dynasty. Through this operation, Zhao Fu realized a mistake he had been making, which was trying to make only himself as strong as possible. He had kept all of the nation armaments and sect armaments for himself, resulting in his own power becoming incredibly terrifying. Zhao Fu had this thought because every time his life was threatened by top-tier experts, it was not a one-on-one battle but a one-against-many scenario. However, things were different this time. The 7 factions that had armaments did not attack Zhao Fu together, and they were scattered as they attacked others. If it wasn't for Great Kin having Zhao Mo, Elise, and people like Beiqi, Zhao Fu would not have been able to deal with them all by himself. No matter how strong Zhao Fu was, he was just a single person and could only deal with a single area. If there were attacks from different areas, Zhao Fu could not clone himself and appear on different battlefields. Zhao Fu felt that this was the biggest weakness of Great Kin, and he should now make up for it. Otherwise, if others capitalized on it, Great Kin would pay a great price. As such, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to only use nation armaments, not sect armaments in the future. Nation armaments and sect armaments were fundamentally different things. One was based on nations and the other was based on sects. When Great Kin destroyed a nation and absorbed its fate, people, and territory, they would become one. As such, the nation armaments had to be refined, but this was not the case for sect armaments. After all, sects could exist alongside nations. A nation could have countless sects, and a sect could have countless nations. Great Kin was fundamentally a nation, not a sect. Zhao Fu decided that in the future, he would give sect armaments to others to use while keeping the nation armaments for himself in order to increase the number of top-tier forces he had. He wanted to spread out the power. Sect armaments also needed fate to use. Because Great Kin was a nation, it could develop sects, but they definitely would not be stronger than nations. However, if sects were too small, they would not have much fate either, so their sect armaments would also be weak. Sect armaments needed a large amount of fate to release greater power, so if Zhao Fu wanted to give sect armaments for others to use, he had to make the sects powerful. Zhao Fu did not want to invest too much into sects and dilute Great Kin's overall fate. Great Kin should be the priority, and having sects that were too powerful was a threat as well. As such, Zhao Fu thought of another way to make sects powerful without reducing Great Kin's strength. This was to truly fuse the sects into Great Kin and make them Great Kin's subsidiary sects. Their fate would be connected to Great Kin, so the more powerful Great Kin became, the more powerful these subsidiary sects would be. The weaker Great Kin became, the weaker these subsidiary sects would be. Actually carrying this out was quite complex. Zhao Fu had to first give imperial edicts for these sects to become Great Qin's subsidiary sects and then have them connect the fate of the two sides. This meant Great Qin's fate entering the sect and the sect's fate being absorbed by Great Qin. 1004 Second Imperial Examination. Another important consideration was selecting sect masters. Sect armaments did not need to be refined, and anyone who was a sect master could use them. This made them more convenient than nation armaments. Zhao Fu already had a sect, which was the Demon God sect. Zhao Fu planned to make Li as the sect master of this sect. He had also obtained 3 more sects, and he planned to find suitable people to be their sect masters. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a rainbow-colored cauldron appeared in the sky, giving off a massive aura. The 4 nation armaments were slowly refined, after which the cauldron turned into motes of light and dissipated, and 4 nation armaments slowly descended. Zhao Fu caught the 4 nation armaments and looked at them before putting them next to the Great Qin's city heart to be nourished by Great Qin's fate. Time passed day by day, and as Great Qin cleared out regions, its population grew bigger and bigger, and they started to lack officials more and more. As such, Zhao Fu held a second imperial examination to select more officials. Back when they had held the first one, Great Qin had not even unified China yet. Everyone who participated was from the Rising Qin Academy or were well-learned indigenous residents. Most people selected were from the Rising Qin Academy. The Rising Qin Academy was naturally now the #1 academy in the world. Even the countless aristocrats and celebrities wanted to send their children to the Rising Qin Academy, and it became the holy land of education in Great Qin. No other academy in the human world could rival it. All top-tier factions set up academies and colleges, only then would they be able to nurture talents and develop their own culture and ideologies. China's 5 great dynasties all established their own academies, which resulted in good outcomes. The most famous one was Great Han's Academy because it was established by the school of Confucianism and was highly esteemed by all. Now that Great Qin had unified the Midland continent, countless factions had either been destroyed or relocated, and their academies had disappeared. Of course, Great Qin's Rising Qin Academy now became the #1 academy in the world. Things were different now, as Great Qin had already incorporated the 100 schools of thought and many different races. They needed even better thinking and talents, and the Rising Qin Academy faced many challenges. Zhao Fu wanted to take this opportunity to test the abilities of the 100 schools of thoughts and the ideologies of the other races. This was quite important to an empire, and only then would they be able to solidify the unity of the empire. The imperial examination was held in the same way as before, mass testing followed by the court examination in the palace. Everyone took this incredibly seriously, as this was an opportunity to rise above others. Anyone who passed, even if they were only commoners, would become an official of Great Qin and hold power within Great Qin. Those who had been made criminals were incredibly excited because the notices stated that anyone who could make it to the court examination would be made a full citizen, as well as their friends and family. It could be said that the talents of one person would bless one's entire family. Of course, apart from the civil examination, the martial examination was being carried out as well. Great Qin needed to pick out people with the potential to become future generals and nurture them. This world required both battles of might and wits, and Zhao Fu valued both. 1 week later, after many stages of examinations, it was time for the court examination, and the occasion was much grander than the first time. Countless scholars were already waiting, looking quite excited and nervous as they waited for Great Qin's emperor to arrive. His Majesty has arrived. A cry sounded out as everyone immediately knelt and shouted, "Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" This scene was quite majestic, and Zhao Fu smiled as he walked out followed by hundreds of people. Some were wearing Taoist robes and others were wearing mage's robes, some seemed quite mysterious and others seemed quite simple. If it was before, the appearance of these people would have shocked and scared anyone. Countless people automatically made way, and not a single faction dared to offend them, even China's dynasties did not. This was because these were all the sect masters of the 100 schools of thought, and each one of them had extraordinary abilities. With so many of them, even top-tier factions would not dare to offend them. They would treat them as supreme VIPs because they could all help any faction greatly. However, they showed no signs of displeasure or unwillingness as they followed behind Zhao Fu. Only Zhao Fu could make them submit wholeheartedly and call him emperor. The final stage of the court examination began. Zhao Fu sat above on his throne, with the sect masters and ministers sitting around him as they watched the people below. They all hoped that their disciples would perform well and be chosen by Great Qin. If they did not perform well, they could only blame themselves. The most important thing about the imperial examination was that it was fair, and everyone had a chance to rise above the others. In the end, the top scorer was selected, and everyone was surprised to find that she was not a student of the Rising Qin Academy, nor was she an indigenous resident or from the various sects. She was a woman who wore scholarly robes and gave off a vast aura.
This caused Lu Lingxuan and Li Muking to smile. With a woman being the top scorer, they would have more support in the future. There were now a few factions within Great Kin, but this was only because of their subjective ideologies and ways of doing things. They were not antagonistic against each other, nor did they harbor any resentment. Zhao Fu would not allow such a thing to happen. The top scorer was that woman, and second place was a young man from the Rising Kin Academy, while third place was a young man from the School of Taoism. Zhao Fu did not give a prescribed topic this time and allowed them to discuss their own thoughts and ideologies. As such, anyone from the 100 schools of thought had an opportunity to become an official and not just do what their school did. After all, if that were not the case, then people from the School of Agriculture would be farmers for their entire lives and would not be able to become officials. Those from the School of Medicine could only treat people and would not be able to become officials. Such thinking was too outdated. Zhao Fu wanted all truly elite people to shine and serve Great Kin. The top 3 scorers were granted an audience with Zhao Fu. As everyone watched on with admiration, they came before Zhao Fu and bowed. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You are the top 3 scorers of this imperial examination and 1 in a million talents. You must serve Great Kin well in the future. We will now give you rewards for your exceptional performance." "Your Majesty, this lowly one does not want any rewards," the top scorer, the woman in the scholarly robes, said as she bowed respectfully. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. He had gone through her information and knew that she was called Li Zieling, but he knew nothing else. "Then what would you like?" Zhao Fu asked as he smiled. 1005 Enlightened Li. Hearing this, Li Zieling felt that Great Kin's emperor was not as ruthless and cold-blooded as the rumors said he was, and she breathed out. She quelled the fear inside of her and knelt with both knees as she kowtowed, saying, "This lowly one is from the School of Confucianism. I beseech your Majesty to pardon the School of Confucianism and stop killing people from the School of Confucianism. This lowly one has no other requests." The School of Confucianism? Hearing this name, Zhao Fu's expression became cold. How did someone from the School of Confucianism enter the imperial examination? The School of Confucianism was listed as a forbidden sect by Great Kin, and everything related to it had to be punished severely. However, this woman dared to openly say that she was from the School of Confucianism in front of him, and she begged for mercy on their behalf. She had immense courage. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on her as he said angrily, "Do you know that you're seeking death? If you had hidden your identity, perhaps you could have been greatly used by Great Kin. Since you've revealed your identity and tried to ask for mercy on the School of Confucianism, you've brought this on yourself." Feeling this sense of coldness, a trace of terror appeared in Li Zieling's heart. However, she still raised her head and looked at Zhao Fu resolutely as she said, "Your Majesty, the decisions made by the higher-ups in the School of Confucianism have nothing to do with the countless ordinary disciples. Since ancient times, almost half of all scholars have been Confucians. Your Majesty, you know how many Confucians you've killed already." "Ha!" Zhao Fu coldly laughed. "Do you really believe that we would care about the lives of the School of Confucianism? Since they committed this crime, they have to pay the price. We know that your School of Confucianism was one of the major participants of the resistance against Great Kin." Li Zieling could sense Zhao Fu's anger, so she immediately lowered her head, showing her subservience as she said, "Your Majesty, this lowly one knows that the School of Confucianism angered Great Kin, but the countless ordinary disciples really are innocent. They've all lost their rights and families and already received the punishment they deserve. I beg your Majesty to spare the School of Confucianism. Your Majesty, you are an enlightened liege. Great Kin has already punished the Buddhist sect, School of Confucianism, and School of Mohism severely enough. Moreover, their higher-ups have escaped to other continents, and the decisions they've made have no relation to the ordinary disciples. Your Majesty, please spare the 3 schools and sects," a sect master said after walking out and bowing. Li Muking also stood up and bowed before saying, "Your Majesty, according to Great Kin's determinations, this official can be counted as half a disciple of the School of Confucianism and should also be heavily punished. However, this official has always been loyal to Great Kin. This official believes that Great Kin's punishment towards the 3 schools and sects should be enough. Your Majesty, please rescind the order to hunt down the 3 schools and sects. Your Majesty, even though the 3 schools and sects are at fault, they can still be of use and can help your Majesty stabilize Great Kin." The cloaked sect master of the School of Yin Yang also stepped out. "Your Majesty, please use your enlightened judgment and rescind those orders." Many other sect masters also stepped out and said in unison. They had all seen Great Kin slaughter the 3 schools and sects, and many innocent people had died as a result. They could not watch anymore. Back then, Great Kin had only just unified the Midland continent, so they had to use power to suppress all resistance. Back then, they did not dare to say anything, as they were afraid of being dragged in. However, over the past while, The situation in the Midland continent had settled down, but Great Kin was still persecuting those 3 schools and sects. As such, they could not help but also ask for mercy on their behalf. Of course, it was also because they had good relations with those 3 schools and sects. Li Muking and Li Si knew about this. It was they who had brought Li Zieling into the imperial examination. Even though they knew she was quite talented, they had never expected her to become the top scorer. They thought that entering the top 3 would be enough. They could use this opportunity to ask His Majesty for mercy and spare the innocent people. They had killed simply too many people. All academies and colleges set up by the school of Confucianism had been uprooted, and all of their disciples had been killed and their relatives heavily punished. Countless temples had been demolished, and innumerable monks had been killed. This would become the darkest part of history for those 3 schools and sects. No one in Great Kin dared to anger Zhao Fu, so they could only use this sort of method to help Zhao Fu see the value of the school of Confucianism. They only dared to do such a thing also because of Zhao Fu's good mood. In history, Li Si had also once belonged to the school of Confucianism, so this was his last time helping them. Now, it all came down to how Zhao Fu would handle things. If he refused, all those who had tried to ask for mercy on behalf of those schools and sects would be punished as well, himself included. Zhao Fu sat there as he thought to himself. In actuality, he did not take the 3 schools and sects that seriously. It was just a minor matter. Back then, he had been quite angry because they had been determined to oppose Great Kin, so Zhao Fu did not show any mercy. Repay enmity with kindness? Zhao Fu did not like the school of Confucianism's way of doing things, but he had killed enough people. In actuality, he had taken many of their disciples into the harem. They were all quite beautiful, had elegant figures, and had a decent amount of phoenix chi. The women from those 3 schools and sects were all quite unique and special. However, Zhao Fu had never laid his hands on those women because he did not have time and there were simply too many of them. So be it. We will lift the sanctions on the 3 schools and sects. Everyone had been incredibly anxious, worried that they had angered Zhao Fu. However, hearing this, they were delighted and quickly thanked him for his grace. Li Zieling was incredibly grateful and continuously kowtowed, unable to mask the happiness in her heart. She could not help but smile because her request had saved countless people. Zhao Fu did not care too much about this and had her rise. He then gave out rewards to the top 10 scorers before giving orders for those who had performed well to be nurtured and given various ranks to solidify Great Kin's politics. Soon, 3 months passed, and it was now January of the 5th year. Roar, roar, roar. 9 dragon roars sounded throughout the entire Dark Daemon world. Countless people heard those terrifying roars and looked towards the southern continent, which was where the Night Dynasty was. The heavens and earth gradually darkened as clouds swirled. All of the energy in the world quickly gathered towards the Night Dynasty. 9 demon dragons circled in the sky above the Night Dynasty, giving off incredibly terrifying auras. The Night Dynasty's people were all incredibly excited because the Night Dynasty was finally establishing a kingdom. From the very beginning, it would be a level 1 Marquisate kingdom. During those 3 months, the Night Dynasty had cleared out 1,000 or so regions and had constructed a great wall. Because Zhao Fu wanted the Night Dynasty to establish a kingdom as quickly as possible, they only cleared those regions for now. After establishing a kingdom, the Night Dynasty's overall strength would go through incredible changes. Clearing out the entire southern continent would take an immense amount of time, and Zhao Fu needed the Night Dynasty to quickly establish a kingdom so that it would have the strength to resist the 3 other continents. With the Night Dynasty establishing a kingdom, Zhao Fu felt much more confidence. There was also a big piece of good news from outside the Legacy Land, which allowed Zhao Fu to let out a sigh of relief. 1006 Princess Chapter 1007, Princess Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123. This good news was that the higher beings outside had left for some reason. Zhao Fu felt quite happy about this because with the higher beings outside, Zhao Fu had not dared to take a single step outside of the Legacy Land in the past few months. If there was anything, he would always send others to take care of it. Even if something did happen, the consequences would not be too severe. Now that the higher beings had left, Zhao Fu felt much less pressure and he did not have to worry about their threat. He could leave the Legacy Land as he pleased. Zhao Fu did not know why those higher beings had all suddenly left. He had tried to find information about this, but it was futile, so he could only give up. A few days later, Zhao Fu left the Legacy Land and was quite cautious at first. After observing and confirming that everything was fine, he became reassured and went to the large cities. At the same time, he gathered as much information as he could about what had happened in the outside world over the past few months. Because of the higher beings, everyone had been quite cautious and had chosen to act low profile. No one wanted to make any trouble, and those who were fighting temporarily stopped. Even the Devil Horn Empire, the most powerful faction in the region, did not dare to make any noise and behaved well. After all, A dukedom kingdom was nothing to a higher being, and if the Devil Horn Empire was not careful, it could be destroyed as well. That was just how intimidating and powerful higher beings were. Now that the higher beings had left, everywhere became lively again, and everyone returned to their lives as usual. There were many battles, but the Devil Horn Empire did not make any noise and continued to get along with everyone else. It engaged in trading with the surrounding worlds. No one knew when it would bare its fangs again. Zhao Fu continued to collect information and soon heard some big news, which was that a higher being really had taken a disciple. However, it was not someone from one of the 20 royal kingdoms but someone from the ancient stem domain's 5 great sects. Anyone who could be chosen to become a disciple of a higher being would be admired by all. This was an incredibly good stroke of luck. Of course, this included Zhao Fu. With a higher being as someone they could rely on, they would be able to sweep across the heaven-awakened world unhindered and would not have to fear anything. Zhao Fu did not dare to appear in front of any higher beings because he was afraid of his identity being exposed. There were still quests to kill him on the Heaven Spirit Steel, and there were now more and more of them. Now that someone from that sect had become a disciple of a higher being, no one dared to offend that sect, and everyone expressed their good intentions. Everyone understood that they could not afford to offend this sect. Zhao Fu also heard that there were people looking from him. Zhao Fu could not help but think about the third prince. Apart from him, no one would be looking for him. The third prince definitely wanted to get rid of the grass by its roots. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu remained expressionless, but a cold light glinted in his eyes. After this, he also heard that there was a kingdom looking for a son-in-law for the emperor. Anyone who married the princess would receive territory and power, and the princess was also as beautiful as a celestial. Zhao Fu was quite interested in this, not because of the princess, but because of the territory. This kingdom was on the edge of the grassy kingdom. Zhao Fu did not know when the heavenly domain boundary would disappear, and Great Ken had successfully infiltrated the Dark Daemon world and Fish Scale world, and it had quite some power there. Zhao Fu wanted to also set up a chess piece in the grassy world in order to make preparations for when Great Ken charged out of the legacy land. Just like the factions in the Dark Demon world and Fish Scale world, with Great Ken's help, the faction could slowly take over the grassy world. As such, Zhao Fu had to find a suitable target. It was best for this target to be a small faction that he would be able to control easily. However, it could not be too small, or it would take too long to develop. Zhao Fu felt that this kingdom would be the best target. Moreover, even though the kingdom offered territory, power, and a beautiful princess, not many people went because the kingdom was in deep trouble. It was fighting with other kingdoms and was in an unfavorable position. Many of its defensive lines had been breached, and the emperor had just died. There were many people fighting for power, resulting in a chaotic situation. Going might result in nothing, and they might get dragged in. Moreover, if they wanted to marry the princess, they needed to have 300 cities. This was no small number. That kingdom only had 200 or so regions and 900 or so cities. Asking for 300 cities was equivalent to asking for 1/3 of what they already had, which was quite daring. If it was a dukedom kingdom or a royal kingdom requiring a betrothal gift like this, it would be quite reasonable. However, it was just a princess of a barony kingdom. This was simply asking for too much. Moreover, even if that kingdom was giving territory and power, it was still not certain if it was going to be destroyed. They were in dire straits, and if their kingdom was destroyed, those 300 cities would be doomed too. It could be said that this kingdom was essentially selling off their princess because they were in a crisis. They were at an immense disadvantage, so they needed 300 city lords to help defend against the attacks. In this sort of scenario, who would be willing to spend 300 cities to marry a princess? This was not very rational, and the neighboring kingdoms were completely unwilling. Zhao Fu thought about it. Spending 300 cities was not a big deal because he viewed the kingdom as his own. As such, he decided to head to this barony kingdom. This kingdom was called Lelai Kingdom, and the person in power was a 6-year-old emperor. Of course, a child like him could not make any decisions, so the Empress Dowager was the one supporting him. The other branches of the imperial family did not accept him and were trying to seize power. The power that the little emperor held was less than all the other branches had combined. Being deposed was a matter of time, and the princess was the little emperor's older sister. These 300 cities would also be used for internal conflicts in order to solidify the little emperor's dominion. No one knew if the princess had done this voluntarily. She most likely did it to protect her little brother's position as emperor. After returning to Great Qin, Zhao Fu returned 300 cities into their original states in order to avoid revealing his true identity, and he then headed to the Lelai Kingdom. "Go and report that I'm here to marry the princess," Zhao Fu said to the guard as he came to the entrance of the palace while wearing his black cloak. "What? You're here to marry the princess?" the guard asked in surprise. It had been half a month, and it was the first time someone had come for the princess' hand in marriage. After all, Because of the Lelai Kingdom's situation, no one wanted to spend 300 cities to become Mary the Princess. After they made the announcement, the Lelai Kingdom had been waiting seriously. The main branch had been hoping for someone to come and help as soon as possible, while the other branches felt quite nervous. Anyone who could spend 300 cities would definitely be quite extraordinary. 1007 Celestial Beauty. However, it had been a bit more than a month, and no one had expressed any interest. After all, they all knew of the Lelai Kingdom's situation. 300 cities was incredibly important to any faction, and only an idiot would throw them away like this. After thinking about this, the other branches of the imperial family felt quite reassured and believed that no one would come. However, they did feel quite worried about the situation outside. On one hand, all of them wanted to be emperor and rule over the Lelai Kingdom, but on the other hand, there was this crisis to deal with. It was possible that they could all be destroyed. As such, they felt quite complicated about this matter. However, if they wanted to seize power, it would depend on the situation outside. Otherwise, if they just tried to take power through brute force, very few people would accept this. The main branch felt even more worried. There was danger outside and danger inside, and they desperately wanted the power to protect their kingdom. However, they had waited for so long, yet no one had come, making them feel quite disappointed. Zhao Fu looked at the shocked guard and nodded, confirming that he was indeed here to marry the princess. The guard came back to his senses and reminded Zhao Fu, the person who marries our princess must provide 300 cities. If you do not have them, please leave, or else you will be guilty of lying to the emperor, which is a capital crime. I understand, go and report this. Zhao Fu said as he lightly laughed. Seeing Zhao Fu speak with such confidence, the guard let out a sigh of relief in his heart and turned before running into the palace. The various factions had ordered that if anyone came to marry the princess, they were to be notified immediately. Zhao Fu's arrival caused this kingdom, which was in the middle of strife, to be shaken because his arrival would definitely cause massive changes. Within the palace, a graceful and luxuriously dressed woman sat there with a frown on her face as she held a sleeping boy in her arms. There was also a young woman sitting next to her, who had extremely beautiful looks, an elegant figure, and a gentle and quiet demeanor. She also looked quite worried. Now that the main branch was quite weak, the other branches were continuously gathering people, making some important ministers favor them more. The situation was becoming grimmer and grimmer. I greet the Empress Dowager and the princess. There is someone outside saying that he wishes to marry the princess, the guard reported, making them both feel delighted, and they hurriedly invited Zhao Fu into the palace. After hearing about this, the other branches felt quite shocked and also hurried to the palace, wanting to know how things would develop. If anything out of their expectations happened, they could hopefully stop it. If that person thwarted their plans, they would act first and kill him. Zhao Fu was already seated within the hall. He saw a luxuriously dressed middle-aged woman and a beautiful young woman walk in, followed by palace maids. Zhao Fu stood up and cupped his hands, saying politely, I greet the Empress Dowager. Before coming, Zhao Fu had already made preparations. He had investigated the Lelai Kingdom and had precise information about it, and he knew about some of the major figures. The Lelai Kingdom's Empress Dowager was called Liu Ayu, the princess was called Li Ziwen, and the little emperor was called Li Xiang. Liu Ayu smiled as she nodded in response, and she did not mind that Zhao Fu did not kneel. After all, only those with status lower than hers would do such a thing, and for Zhao Fu to be able to give 300 cities, his identity definitely was not simple. Liu Ayu sat down and said, Sir most likely knows about the situation regarding the Lelai Kingdom, so we have no need to explain it. If Sir can provide us with 300 cities, we will marry the princess to you, and you will be the imperial son-in-law of the Lelai Kingdom. Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, I have prepared them already, don't worry, Empress Dowager. Liu Ayu's anxiousness went away, and she smiled. She looked at Zhao Fu and said, Sir is about to become the Lelai Kingdom's imperial son-in-law, so there's no need to wear a cloak and hide your appearance anymore, right? Also, if it is possible, can you tell us about yourself? This will help us understand our son-in-law. The Lelai Kingdom's princess, the young man standing next to her, slightly blushed as she looked at Zhao Fu expectantly. No matter what Zhao Fu looked like, as long as he could provide 300 cities, Li Ziwen had to marry him. Not only for the Lelai Kingdom but for her mother and little brother as well. If Zhao Fu was someone who she could like and could treat her well, that would naturally make Li Ziwen feel quite happy. After hearing Liu Ayu's words, Zhao Fu thought about it before taking his cloak off. Now that he was going to become their son-in-law, he indeed could not continue to hide his appearance. The cloak slowly fell, revealing Zhao Fu's incredibly handsome face and slim figure. He was dressed in black, and his black hair fell to his waist. He gave off a domineering, prestigious aura that could make anyone feel intoxicated. Zhao Fu was not the same Zhao Fu as before. After such a long time, Both his aura and appearance had greatly changed. Ziwen's heart rapidly beat. She was incredibly satisfied with both Zhaofu's appearance and demeanor. Thinking that this person would be her husband in the future, her face became red as she looked towards her mother. Liu Ayu's face was also slightly flushed, and her breathing became somewhat agitated. Her body was also slightly trembling, making Ziwen feel quite startled. Liu Ayu's heart was beating quite quickly. Zhaofu's body seemed to have some sort of attraction, making her feel immense desire. The phoenix chi within her body stirred restlessly as if it desperately wanted this man in front of her. Only after a while did Liu Ayu notice her daughter's gaze. She quickly quelled the emotions within her and smiled as she said, "Beloved son-in-law is far exceptional to an ordinary person in both looks and demeanor. We have no objections. I wonder where beloved son-in-law is from?" Zhaofu once again cupped his hands as he replied, "I am from a faraway place and happened to pass by. I heard that the Lelai Kingdom's princess is a celestial beauty and that anyone could have her hand in marriage for just 300 cities, so I decided to come." After saying this, Zhaofu looked at Ziwen and gave a polite smile before pretending to blush. Zhaofu had many women around him, so he understood women quite well now. However, using this sort of method was a bit too shameless. He was only doing this to steal their kingdom. Hearing Zhaofu's words, Liu Ayu thought to herself. Zhaofu was definitely not a Garci person, and his identity definitely was not simple. If he became her son-in-law, there might be consequences in the future. In actuality, Liu Ayu's ideal targets had been the princes in the surrounding kingdoms. That way, they could obtain the help of their kingdoms as well. However, the kingdoms attacking the Lelai kingdom were not simple, and because the kingdoms around them did not want to make any trouble, none of them were willing. 1008 monstrous figure only Zhaofu had come, so Liu Ayu had no other choice or else other people might seize power, and the Lelai kingdom might be destroyed. As for Zhaofu's identity, she could investigate it in future. "Very well, we will give the prince's hand to you in marriage." Liu Ayu made her decision and nodded as she smiled. A smile appeared on Zhaofu's face as he took out a spatial ring and said, "The 300 city creation stones are within this spatial ring, please have a look." A palace maid took the spatial ring and prepared to hand it to Liu Ayu. At that moment, a few middle-aged men giving off powerful auras walked in. The person in the lead said, "I don't approve of this marriage. Ziwen is the Lelai Kingdom's princess royal, how can she be married off so casually? This person's identity is not clear, and he might have other goals." Liu Ayu slightly frowned, and knowing that they were here to make trouble, and she said, "Now that other kingdoms are invading and the Lelai Kingdom's defensive lines have been broken through, our army needs this power. Please do not interfere in this matter, we will fix a date for Ziwen and our beloved son-in-law to get married." Seeing that Liu Ayu was not giving him any face at all, the middle-aged man felt enraged and said menacingly, "Empress Dowager, you'd best think about this carefully. Don't regret your decision in the future." Liu Ayu's heart tightened, she could hear the threat in his words. It was possible that he would stage a military coup, and this made Liu Ayu hesitate. She did not have control over the Lelai Kingdom's royal seal, because after an emperor died, the kingdom's fate would fall into chaos, and only by receiving the acknowledgement of the fate would the new legatee become the new ruler. However, others with the royal blood and a large amount of fate could also try to seize the throne and receive the acknowledgement of the Lelai Kingdom's fate and seal. As such, Liu Ayu was unable to use the Lelai Kingdom's seal and take away the power from these other branches. If she could do that, she would not have to endure them like this. There were already battles going on outside, and if the internal affairs of the Lelai Kingdom fell into chaos as well, the kingdom might fall. As such, both sides held back against any major conflicts that would weaken the Lelai Kingdom and allow the other kingdoms to take advantage of this. However, things were different now. If Liu Ayu obtained those 300 cities, dealing with the other kingdoms would be no problem, and the royal seal would acknowledge her son as its owner. When that time came, dealing with them would be much easier. If she revoked the positions of all of their city lords, they would lose a large portion of their top-tier forces. Of course, they had their own cities, but there were not many of them. Right now, they had a big advantage, as they still had their military forces. However, seizing the throne would be quite difficult like this, and there could be many complications. As such, they had to stop Liu Ayu. Even if they had to stage a military coup and seize power, it would be better than letting her have her way. However, they were still worried about the situation outside. If there was internal chaos at this moment, the situation would become quite messy. As such, they just wanted to threaten Liu Ayu, but if she did not give in, they would not hold back either. Liu Ayu was now stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, she wanted to obtain the 300 cities to solidify her and her son's positions, but on the other hand, she was afraid of the other branches rebelling. If they staged an uprising, her faction would definitely lose, and the outside kingdoms would grasp this opportunity to perhaps destroy the Lelai kingdom. Ha! Suddenly, a light laugh broke the silence, and everyone turned to look at Zhao Fu. The middle-aged man coldly harumphed, "The Lelai kingdom's princess will not be married off. Sir, it's best you leave as soon as possible in order to avoid any trouble." Zhao Fu turned and looked at the middle-aged man with his terrifying eyes, causing a chill to spread within that middle-aged man's heart. "You're all quite daring to oppose the Empress Dowager, aren't you afraid of death? Moreover, I've already handed over the 300 cities, so according to our deal, Princess Xiwen is now mine. This has nothing to do with you all, and you have no right to interfere." Seeing that his plan was about to succeed, how could he allow these people to get in the way? Hearing this, Li Xiwen's face became red, and she felt quite shy, while Liu Yu felt quite delighted. This person had chosen to help her, so perhaps they had some hope. The other members of the royal family looked at Zhao Fu furiously, while the middle-aged man in the lead became even more infuriated. The slight sense of fear he felt when looking at Zhao Fu's eyes disappeared, and he said coldly, "You're seeking death, this is the Lelai Kingdom's territory. No matter who you are, even if you're a dragon, you'd better get on your knees." Boom! A massive aura burst forth, covering the entire hall. The air seemed to freeze as the palace maids and soldiers' faces became pale. This was the strength of a Stage 9 expert with a capital city seal. How could an ordinary person withstand this pressure? The middle-aged man coldly glared at Zhao Fu, his massive aura weighing down on him. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a dangerous time and he was worried about Zhao Fu's identity, he would have killed Zhao Fu on the spot. However, Zhao Fu smirked and seemed completely fine under that immense pressure, and he turned to look at the people from the other branches. "It's good that you're all here so I can get rid of all of you at once." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, everyone felt quite shocked, and a sense of uneasiness appeared in their hearts. Suddenly, an even more powerful aura exploded out, bearing down on everyone like a massive mountain. Everyone's expressions fell as they felt their bodies sink. This power could cause anyone to feel terror, and everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. None of them expected Zhao Fu to have such immense strength. No one in the Lelai Kingdom had such power, just who was this person? Everyone started to wonder if Zhao Fu's identity far surpassed anything they could imagine. At that moment, Zhao Fu suddenly attacked. He waved his hand, causing a formless blade to slash out, killing everyone that the people from the other branches had brought with them, causing blood to cover the ground. Immediately, the people from the imperial family started to run, and Liu Yu felt that things were becoming quite bad and wanted to escape. This son-in-law was a monstrous figure. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of chains sounded out as countless chains shot out from the sky, shooting towards the members of the imperial family. Their expressions fell as they took out weapons and exploded out with immense power, releasing terrifying attacks. However, they were all useless and could only destroy a small portion of the chains. The remainder of the chains tightly bound them up, and no matter how they struggled, they could not break free. "Let me go, boy, otherwise, when the army arrives, you'll die a horrible death." The middle-aged man cried out in terror while desperately struggling. 1009 orders. The shockwaves from here caused a large number of guards to rush over, but Zhao Fu did not seem afraid at all. Zhao Fu could face off against thousands of city lords by himself, but dealing with an entire kingdom would be quite troublesome. After all, a kingdom would have a nation armament, officials, and corps. Added together, it would be quite difficult for Zhao Fu to fight against them. Now that there were other kingdoms attacking, most of the Lelai Kingdom's city lords and soldiers were fighting against them, and because there were not many people left defending, Zhao Fu was not afraid. Looking at the guards rushing in, Zhao Fu was calm as he waved his hand. A black dragon inscription barrier expanded out, covering the hall and keeping those guards out. Following this, Zhao Fu walked over to the bound members of the imperial family, making them feel quite afraid. It was quite evident that Zhao Fu was going to do something to them. Zhao Fu was indeed going to do something. He came before them and stretched out his hand, pressing it against their chest with immense force and causing them to cough up a mouthful of blood. City Lord seals floated out of their bodies, and Zhao Fu once again attacked with even more power. The people coughed up another large mouthful of blood, and they looked incredibly weak as they powerlessly fell to the ground. They glared at Zhao Fu in fury and hatred, wanting to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Zhao Fu's first attack was to force out their City Lord seals and the second was to cripple their cultivation. He then took out a few black bugs that were as thin as a thread. These were unusual brain bugs, they had all been fed Zhao Fu's blood. These brain bugs were ineffective against people with high cultivations, so Zhao Fu could only cripple their cultivations. Now that they were heavily injured, it would be easier for the brain bugs to take over them. Moreover, brain bugs were ineffective against high-grade bloodlines, so Zhao Fu fed the brain bugs his own blood, giving them the ability to resist the power of high-grade bloodlines. After taking out these brain bugs, Zhao Fu threw them out, and they flew into the brains of the members of the imperial family. They immediately started to cry out in pain, while the guards outside hurriedly attacked the Black Dragon inscription barrier. However, the tough barrier was impossible for them to damage at all. Liu Yu and the others watched this scene in terror. Within the Black Dragon inscription barrier, they felt as if their bodies had been completely locked down, unable to move at all. They could only watch on. Soon, the cries of the members of the imperial family died down, and their expressions became numb as their eyes became empty. Soon, their emotions seemed to return to them, but they seemed different. Zhao Fu smiled. The brain bugs had successfully taken over their bodies, and Zhao Fu turned to look at Liu Yu and the others. This caused Liu Yu and the others to feel a chill in their hearts. They had never felt so terrified before. Li Ziwen cried out, "I'm willing to marry you, please don't hurt my mother." Zhao Fu thought about it and wondered if he should use brain bugs to control them. Zhao Fu had prepared 2 brain bugs for them and was considering if he should use them. Zhao Fu's original plan was to use the brain bugs to control all of the key figures in the Lelai Kingdom. That way, he would be able to control the Lelai Kingdom and have it work for Great Kin. However, the key thing was that this was outside of the Legacy Land. Many people knew about brain bugs, and there were also methods to test for them or suppress them. This was different to the Legacy Land, where people had limited information. Zhao Fu could use brain bugs as he pleased in the fish scale world, but he had to be careful in the outside world. There was also the matter of the Lelai Kingdom's little emperor. As the ruler of the kingdom, he could not be controlled by brain bugs. Even though Zhao Fu could depose him, those controlled by brain bugs could not ascend to power. This was because those who the brain bugs controlled had already died, and because the brain bugs were just controlling their corpses, they naturally could not obtain the legacy. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided not to control them using brain bugs. He looked at the elegant and noble Liu Yu and smiled. He walked over and stroked her delicate face with his hand. Feeling Zhao Fu's touch, as well as seeing his gaze, the fear in Liu Yu's heart gradually disappeared, and she instead became excited, enjoying what he was doing. Zhao Fu practiced the 6 desires celestial art, so his body naturally had an immense charm to it, just like how Mo Yao could charm countless men. Of course, Zhao Fu's charm only worked on women, and because of the Emperor Phoenix statue, the more Phoenix Chi women had, the easier it would be for Zhao Fu to control them. Seeing Zhao Fu softly caress her mother and seeing her mother look like she was enjoying it with a reddened face, Li Ziwen could not help but stare. However, wasn't this her husband? Hadn't Zhao Fu come for her? Then wasn't he supposed to be doing this to her? This situation was quite strange. She found that Zhao Fu seemed to be more interested in her mother, making Li Ziwen feel quite complicated. At first, she had felt quite shy and had a good impression of him. However, after he had revealed his terrifying power, she had become quite afraid. Seeing how he was acting with her mother, she did not know what to do. As Zhao Fu stroked Liu Yu's face, his 6 desires demonic chi entered her body, and he smiled as he said, "They're already under my control. Empress Dowager, you should know what is next. I can protect the safety of the Lelai Kingdom and can even make it more powerful." Liu Yu's mind was already quite hazy, and desire occupied her mind. She understood that she could only follow Zhao Fu's orders or else the same would happen to her. Liu Yu lightly nodded and looked at Zhao Fu with intense desire in her eyes as she said, "We understand, and we will do as you say." Hearing this, Zhao Fu was quite satisfied, and he waved his hand, removing the Black Dragon inscription barrier. Because of the barrier, the guards outside had not been able to see what had happened within the barrier. At the same time, Zhao Fu also freed the members of the imperial family from the chains. After the Black Dragon inscription barrier disappeared, countless guards and soldiers flooded in, preparing to attack Zhao Fu. However, the middle-aged man in charge shouted for them to step down, as did Liu Yu, making the guards and soldiers feel bewildered. However, since the 2 people with the most authority had given them this order, even though the guards and soldiers did not understand what was going on, they still obeyed and left. After the guards and soldiers left, Zhao Fu immediately gave orders to the members of the imperial family to resist the attacks from the other kingdoms. Now that they were controlled by the brain bugs, they naturally obeyed Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu returned their city lord seals to them, but their injuries were quite serious, so they needed to recover for a while. Zhao Fu did not have them go to the front lines to fight, and he instead just had them send their forces to the front lines to support the main army and keep the situation under control. Because Zhao Fu had investigated the situation in the Lelai Kingdom, he had a detailed understanding of the Lelai Kingdom and was able to give out a series of orders to deal with the current situation. 1010 half-bees. This caused Li Ziwen and the others to feel incredibly delighted. Right after arriving, Zhao Fu had solved one of their biggest problems, and now they only had to deal with the enemies outside and did not have to worry about any chaos within. As long as they could defend against invasions from other kingdoms, They would be able to protect the safety of the Lelai Kingdom. Thank you, Liziwen said earnestly to Zhao Fu. All of this was because of Zhao Fu's help, and if Zhao Fu had not acted just then, they could only shrink back in the face of the other branches of the imperial family. In the end, they would not be able to escape their fate of having power wrested away. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. He did not mind much and was about to say something. At that moment, Liu Yu felt her body become incredibly hot, and she breathed raggedly. She could not stop herself as she stood up and leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace, taking the initiative to kiss Zhao Fu, and their tongues intertwined. Their clothes fell off, and they stated to go about it on the throne, ignoring everyone else's gazes. It was the first time Liziwen had seen such a passionate scene, and it was between her mother and the man who was supposed to be her husband. The scene caused her heart to rapidly beat, and her face became bright red as she turned to leave. However, Liziwen could not help but think about her late imperial father, who had died 2 months ago. Even though he had not treated them very well, her mother was being soloed with another man, and this man was quite important to her. When she thought of this, Liziwen felt quite complicated, and a formless energy stopped her and pressed her against a chair. The doors to the hall were also closed by that formless energy as Zhao Fu turned to Liziwen. Just where are you from, and what's your goal? I'm sure you're not kind enough to just help the Lelai Kingdom. Liu Yu said as she sat in Zhao Fu's embrace and lightly hit Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged her and said, "Don't worry, now that you've become my woman, I won't mistreat you as long as you don't betray me. Also, I'll make you the most prestigious woman in the grassy world." Those words made Liu Yu feel quite startled, and this was the same for Liziwen, who was leaning against Zhao Fu's other side, because those words were not simple at all. In order to fulfill Zhao Fu's words, they had to make the Lelai Kingdom the most powerful kingdom in the world. If this could happen for the Lelai Kingdom, they would become mad with joy. Alternatively, there was another terrifying possibility, which was for Zhao Fu to unify the grassy world. However, the second possibility would be unimaginably difficult, so both Liu Yu and Liziwen felt that the first possibility was more likely. It would not be too difficult for Zhao Fu to help the Lelai Kingdom become the most powerful kingdom in the world. Liu Yu lightly harumphed. That's more like it. After all, I gave you my body and my daughter too. You must treat her better in the future, or I'll make life difficult for you. Liziwen looked incredibly shy as she hugged Zhao Fu. With her personality, she never thought that something like this would happen, her mother and her serving a man together. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the graceful woman and shy young woman in his arms, and he lightly nodded. If other people did not treat him unfairly, he would never let them down either. Seeing Zhao Fu's response, Liu Yu smiled before saying, "You're so good at making women happy, I'm sure there are countless women around you." Zhao Fu did not hide this and confirmed this. Liu Yu was prepared for this because for someone to be so monstrously bewitching and take their bodies like that, as well as be so capable in that regard, it was only natural that he had many women around him. Liu Yu estimated that this number was in the hundreds. After all, if it wasn't for them begging for mercy and for a few palace maids helping, he most likely would have been able to continue. However, she had no idea just how many women Zhao Fu had. That number surpassed anything she could imagine. "Do you want us to call over a few concubines to serve you? There are a few of them who are quite beautiful," Liu Yu said as she laughed. "There's no need, I'm going to head to the battlefield and deal with the invasions," Zhao Fu lightly said as he refused. He hadn't done that just for pleasure, he had used the 6 desires demonic chi to gain control over them, and now that he had achieved his goal, Zhao Fu set his gaze back on proper matters. He wanted to fully control the Lelai Kingdom as soon as possible. "We and Ziwen will wait for you tonight." Hearing Zhao Fu's refusal, Liu Yu still replied happily. No woman wanted to share her man, but Zhao Fu going to the battlefield would make it quite easy to resolve the Lelai Kingdom's crisis. Following this, Zhao Fu put on his clothes and left the palace. Zhao Fu took the 300 cities and found a place to re-establish them. The Lelai Kingdom more or less belonged to Zhao Fu now, and because it was quite weak, they needed the help of these 300 cities. Otherwise, Zhao Fu could choose not to give away these 300 cities because it seemed like he had already obtained everything. Zhao Fu had now gone from someone who no one knew about to directly being promoted to Kingdom Protector, obtaining the highest authority in the Lelai Kingdom. Everyone felt quite curious about this person because his promotion had been unanimously agreed to by all of the higher-ups. Everyone knew that the higher-ups were all engaged in a power struggle, so they were all at odds with each other. However, the arrival of this person seemed to change everything. The other branches of the imperial family were now doing their best to resist the invasion, and all of the internal conflict seemed to be settled. As such, countless people welcomed Zhao Fu's arrival. Zhao Fu went to the army and found 300 people for the little emperor to make city lords. He could not casually establish cities in someone else's territory, this required the ruler of the kingdom to give permission. The little emperor was only 6 years old and did not understand anything, so all of this was done through Hyuga. Of course, she would fully support Zhao Fu in helping the Lelai Kingdom. She also ordered everyone to cooperate with any orders Zhao Fu had. It could be said that Zhao Fu could do anything he wanted within the Lelai Kingdom. Zhao Fu led the 300 city lords and headed towards the battlefield. He also brought with him 500 wyverns, and this force would most likely be enough to resolve this crisis. Zhao Fu had heard some information about this battle. The Lelai Kingdom was at the edge of the grassy world, and the kingdom attacking them was a kingdom from the neighboring half-beast world. They were more powerful than the Lelai Kingdom, and the reasons they were fighting were because the emperors of both sides had died. They were quite close to each other, and they were of different races. There had always been conflict before them. As such, the Lelai Kingdom's emperor had set up a trap to kill the other side's emperor. However, the situation had gone out of his control, and even though he had killed the other emperor, he himself had been heavily injured. In the end, he had passed away, resulting in this situation. Even though kingdoms on the edge of worlds were not very peaceful, Zhao Fu liked them. Perhaps he would be able to use the Lelai Kingdom to spy on the half-beast world as well, but this might be a bit too greedy. 1011 Follow my commands. Zhao Fu had some information about the half-beasts, which was that they were half-human and half-wolf. They had humanoid bodies, wolf ears, and wolf tails. Their hands could turn into wolf claws, and they were quite well built and fast as well. They also had an innate talent, which was that they had an incredibly powerful sense of smell. Dealing with them was quite difficult. Orcs and half-beasts were all outlanders, and outlanders usually had an advantage in might and speed. Humans were quite ordinary in that regard. For the other kingdoms, they understood the advantage that the half-beasts had, so they did not want to make any trouble. More importantly, this was a personal grievance between the two kingdoms as opposed to an invasion from the entire half-beast world, so they did not want to get involved. Zhao Fu led his 300 city lords and went to the Lelai Kingdom's army camp. The general responsible for defending this area had already received information about Zhao Fu. He was quite angry that he had to hand over all power to this outsider who had suddenly appeared while they were in an intense battle. No one would feel at ease about this. After all, switching commanders in the middle of a battle was a military taboo and could cause morale to plummet. Zhao Fu led his people and entered the meeting tent. After seeing Zhao Fu, the people inside looked slightly displeased and did not seem very welcoming. There was a valiant-looking man sitting in the main seat. He looked like he was in his 30s and wore an azure set of armor. He coldly looked at Zhao Fu before saying, "What methods did you do to beguile the Empress Dowager to have her allow you to come here to take charge? Do you know the state of the battle? Do you know the strength of the other side?" Zhao Fu had already put on his black cloak again, and hearing the general's distrusting words, he replied calmly, "There's no need for you to worry too much about this. All you need to do is follow my commands. If you disobey, don't blame me for showing no mercy." This made everyone feel quite angry, but they all held it in. After all, Zhao Fu was someone sent by the higher-ups, and he had received the acknowledgement of both sides. Most people felt quite doubtful after hearing Zhao Fu's confident words, but they could not disobey orders. As such, they could only follow Zhao Fu. However, they secretly hoped that Zhao Fu would make mistakes so that they could get rid of him. The general coldly harumphed, walked down from his chair, and stood to the side. Zhao Fu walked up and sat down instead. Zhao Fu had a rough grasp of the situation. The half-beasts had already broken through the defensive lines and had conquered 10 or so of the Lelai Kingdom's regions. The Lelai Kingdom had quickly built defensive walls, barely stopping the half-beasts' assault. However, as time dragged on, the half-beasts sent more and more people, and their attacks became fiercer and fiercer. It was becoming harder and harder for the Lelai Kingdom to defend, and soon, they might have to use their nation armament. Because the half-beast's emperor had died as well, their kingdom's fate was also in chaos. However, they had quickly settled their internal conflicts, and because their new emperor had been acknowledged by the royal seal, they were able to attack the Lelai Kingdom with all of their forces. If it wasn't for Zhao Fu's arrival, the Lelai Kingdom still would not have been able to resolve their internal fighting, which may have led to their demise. Of course, Zhao Fu only had some rough knowledge, and he did not overestimate himself. He said to the general, "I need all reports, including information about the other side's generals." This made the general feel quite startled, and he felt slightly less worried. It seemed that Zhao Fu was not an arrogant and reckless person, and perhaps he could resolve the Lelai Kingdom's crisis. He now felt approved of Zhao Fu more and ordered people to bring out some detailed information. Zhao Fu earnestly read through the information, but soon, a soldier hurriedly ran in to report, "Sir, the half-beasts are ferociously attacking the middle defensive line, and the situation is quite dire. Please send reinforcements." The general was about to give the order to send reinforcements but quickly caught himself. He was no longer in charge, so he could not give out orders. As such, everyone turned to look at Zhao Fu. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu ordered, "Have the middle defensive line's soldiers retreat and allow the half-beasts in. The other two defensive lines are to continue defending their locations and await further orders." "Wait." The general stopped the soldier and looked at Zhao Fu furiously as he said, "The middle line is defending against the half-beasts' main force. Let alone not sending reinforcements, you're having them withdraw? If they withdraw, the half-beasts will swarm in, and defending against them will be impossible. Even if we stop them, our losses will be too great." The other people could not understand why Zhao Fu would give such an order either, so they also opposed him. Zhao Fu did not care too much about this and said calmly, "I understand this, but don't worry too much and just follow my orders." This made all of the generals feel quite dissatisfied because they felt that those orders were absolutely wrong. If the middle defensive line retreated, the Lelai Kingdom would be in true danger. However, just as they were about to refuse again, an incredibly great might covered all of them, making them feel as if a massive rock was weighing down on their bodies. Some of the weaker generals crumpled to the ground, a wave of coldness flowing through their bodies and hearts. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock, and they understood why the higher-ups had sent him. This power exceeded anything they could imagine. Any more objections? Zhao Fu's calm but slightly cold sounded out. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Following this, the middle defensive line started to retreat. The other side did not expect this at all and did not hold back as they rushed forwards and entered the inner regions of the Lelai Kingdom. The half-beasts from the other battlefields also surged over. There was now a massive gap in their defenses, and countless half-beasts swarmed in. It seemed like the Lelai Kingdom was going to be destroyed, and the ordinary soldiers were all terrified. They could not understand why the higher-ups had given such a stupid order. However, on the second day, the Lelai Kingdom started its counterattack. The two armies on the two sides started to attack from the sides and from behind, cutting off any path of retreat for the half-beasts. This made the half-beasts laugh condescendingly. They had already reached the inner regions of the Lelai Kingdom, so what was the point of cutting off their retreat? Their army would be able to reach the center of the Lelai Kingdom and destroy it before dealing with them after. They had heard that the Lelai Kingdom had changed its commander to an outsider. At first, they felt quite wary towards Zhao Fu, because after their many years of fighting, they knew that the Lelai Kingdom was not stupid. However, after their investigations, they found that the Lelai Kingdom had only obtained another 300 city lords and did not gain any more soldiers. If they reached the inner regions, with the Lelai Kingdom's power, it would be very difficult to stop them. 1012 Blue Wolf Kingdom. In response to the Lelai Kingdom gaining another 300 city lords, the half-beasts had already thought of how to deal with them. Moreover, given that they were already stronger than the Lelai Kingdom to begin with, they did not care too much about this. At first, they were quite wary against any plots from the Lelai Kingdom, but now, they believed that the Lelai Kingdom was simply seeking death. Since they had chosen to fight like this, they would not hold back and directly rushed towards the Lelai Kingdom's royal city. However, an army quickly stopped them. However, the difference in their strength was quite great. The half-beast army had 35 million people while the Lelai Kingdom's army only had 10 million people. The half-beast army had 800 or so city lords, while the Lelai Kingdom's army only had 500 or so city lords. In actuality, this was not the half-beast's full force. They had left behind a portion of their forces to deal with the Lelai Kingdom's two other armies to give them time to destroy the Lelai Kingdom's royal city. The powerful auras from both armies clashed as the atmosphere became quite oppressive. An austere aura spread out, making the entire region seem deathly silent. Ha ha ha. Yi Zhuang, you're quite capable. How about you come and serve the Blue Wolf Kingdom? We won't mistreat you, the Lelai Kingdom is already doomed, a big half-beast man said while loudly laughing in the sky. Yi Zhuang was the name of the general who had originally been in charge, and he also stood in the sky. The Blue Wolf Kingdom was the name of the kingdom attacking the Lelai Kingdom. Yi Zhuang did not respond to the other side's wild words and looked towards Zhao Fu. After personally witnessing Zhao Fu's strength, he did not have any complaints. He trusted that only Zhao Fu had the power to resolve this crisis. Ignore him, wait for them to attack, Zhao Fu calmly said. Yi Zhuang followed Zhao Fu's orders and ignored the big half-beast man. Seeing this, the big half-beast man's smile disappeared, and he coldly harumphed as he shouted, "Charge!" The massive half-beast army flooded forwards like an unstoppable tsunami towards the Lelai Kingdom's army. The sounds were incredibly shocking and shook the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. The cavalrymen at the front were incredibly fast and ferocious. The Blue Wolf Kingdom was a level 3 barony kingdom and had brought 5 corps with them. There were 2 corps dealing with the other 2 armies. The Lelai Kingdom was only a level 2 barony kingdom, so it only had 5 corps in total. 2 of their corps were fighting against the half-beast kingdom's other force, so they only had 3 corps here. In this battle between kingdoms, core were incredibly important. Having an extra one could make a key difference. Roar. The half-beast cavalry were core, and grey auras rose up from their bodies and formed a grey wolf that was hundreds of meters long. It roared towards the sky before giving off a terrifying aura and charging over. The Lelai Kingdom's core also roared as they exploded out with a green aura, condensing a green rhinoceros that gave off immense might as it charged at the grey wolf. Boom. The two massive beasts clashed together, resulting in horrifying shockwaves that blasted out like gales. However, this battle had only just begun. Boom. 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 4 more explosions sounded out from the Blue Wolf Kingdom as 4 massive auras shook the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. The 4 other core also condensed their core formations. They were a rat, a boulder, a rabbit, and a fang. These 4 core formations gave off ferocious roars as they also flew towards the Lelai Kingdom's army. In battles between kingdoms, they would ordinarily begin with using core formations, as they had immense destructive power. Moreover, even if they were destroyed, they would not suffer any casualties. At most, the soldiers would be drained. The Lelai Kingdom's army released its 2 other core formations. One was a staff and the other was a sparrow. They both gave off powerful auras as they rushed towards the Blue Wolf Kingdom's army. They had 2 fewer core formations than the Blue Wolf Kingdom, so they could only use city lords or a large number of soldiers to defend. The city lords and soldiers were at a disadvantage because the core formations could suppress city lords, and using soldiers to defend would result in countless casualties. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and sent out 150 or so city lords to deal with 2 of the core formations. 70 or so city lords against a core formation would not be a big issue. Of course, this depended on the strength of the core formations. There were ordinary core and special core. Out of the Lelai Kingdom's 500 city lords, 150 of them went to deal with the core formations, so there were only 350 against 800 enemy city lords now. As the Blue Wolf Kingdom soldiers charged, the Blue Wolf City Lords also exploded out with power and flew towards the Lelai Kingdom City Lords. A massive battle erupted. The 2 armies savagely clashed together, cavalrymen against cavalrymen and infantrymen against infantrymen. The sounds of weapons clashing filled the air as blood flew everywhere and the aura of death continuously spread. The Lelai Kingdom was at a disadvantage, as they had fewer people, and the Outlanders were incredibly ferocious in battle. The Blue Wolf Kingdom's army was not too surprised that they held the upper hand. As they had expected this, the Lelai Kingdom could not stop them. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rippled out like an ocean. The entire battlefield was covered by this aura, and a feeling of terror appeared in everyone's hearts. The sudden appearance of this aura caused the Blue Wolf Kingdom side to become quite shocked. They looked over and saw a black-cloaked figure turn into a ray of light and fly past, leaving behind 20 or so city lords' bodies slashed in half. Roar. 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 He then tossed out rings, from which massive wyverns appeared, giving off massive cries. After these wyverns appeared, they flapped their wings and created large gusts as they dove towards the Blue Wolf Kingdom's army, breathing out flames or icy blasts and incinerating or freezing their soldiers. The orderly Blue Wolf Kingdom's aura instantly fell into chaos. After all, 500 wyverns that were all around 100 meters long had suddenly appeared, and they were unable to respond in time. However, this was the outside world, and the Blue Wolf Kingdom had many stage 4 soldiers. They drew their bows and aimed at the wyverns. They contained immense force and shot into a wyvern that had been careless. The wyvern gave a pained cry. With how big its body was, a single arrow could not deal it much harm. However, hundreds of arrows were still quite dangerous. It could be seen how great the difference between the legacy land and the outside world was. After all, Great Ken's wyverns could sweep across the entire legacy land as ordinary soldiers could not deal with them at all. Only city lords could be used to contend against them. 1013 Violet-clothed Zhao Fu ordered all of the wyverns to be more careful and try to end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, their losses might become quite great. Boom. Zhao Fu released all of his power, and he gripped the Death Disaster sword as he flew towards the Blue Wolf City Lords. Terrifying sword lights continuously slashed out, and the ordinary city lords were unable to defend at all as they continuously fell at Zhao Fu's hands. With the wyverns' help, the Lelai Kingdom's army gradually took the upper hand. The expressions of the Blue Wolf Kingdom's side were quite unsightly. They had never thought that there would be someone so powerful helping the Lelai Kingdom. It was already evident that they were going to lose, and Zhao Fu had killed almost 200 city lords already. The number of soldiers they had lost was also innumerable, and that number was quickly rising. Without the needing to think too much, the Blue Wolf Kingdom gave the order to retreat, or their losses would be even more severe. However, even though they wanted to retreat, the Lelai Kingdom's army would not let them off. Zhao Fu's gaze was now on the Blue Wolf Kingdom's commander, and he slashed his sword light at the big half-beast man. The Lelai Kingdom's two other armies also started to attack the portion of the half-beast army that had been left behind. The Lelai army there had a big advantage in both soldiers and city lords. This was because Zhao Fu had sent a lot of the Lelai Kingdom's forces to those two armies, so it would not be too difficult for them to obtain victory. Kai. The big half-beast man was sent flying by Zhao Fu, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the fact that he had used both his city lord seal and general seal, he would have died. The other Blue Wolf city lords could not just watch as their commander was killed, so they quickly headed over. However, whether or not they could stop this was a different matter. The great kin seal within Zhao Fu's body continuously provided him with a large amount of power. The Death Disaster sword in his hand gave off an intense gray light and an eerie deathly intent that continuously corroded people's bodies. All of the city lords' hairs stood on end, and their bodies instinctively trembled. Og! Paint cries sounded out as Zhao Fu drew out a massive sword light, covering 30 or so city lords. Blood and fragmented corpses fell to the ground, and 30 or so city lord seals floated in the air. Seeing this terrifying scene, none of the Blue Wolf city lords dared to stay any longer. They could only quickly run, and the army below also started to retreat. The Lelai Kingdom's two armies at the back had also taken down the remainder of the Blue Wolf Kingdom's army and was attacking from behind. From this side, Zhao Fu led the Lelai Kingdom's city lords to chase after the Blue Wolf city lords while the Lelai army chased down the Blue Wolf army. In the end, the Lelai Kingdom's two forces joined together and pincered the escaping Blue Wolf army. The Blue Wolf Kingdom's forces were completely taken down, and the soldiers were either killed or surrendered. Most of the city lords died, and only 100 or so were able to escape. As for the Blue Wolf Kingdom's commander, he had been killed as well. With Zhao Fu chasing after him, it was impossible for him to escape. The Lelai Kingdom's city lords grinned as they cleaned up the battlefield. The Lelai Kingdom had obtained a great victory, and as part of the Lelai Kingdom, they were naturally incredibly happy. They were completely won over by the cloaked figure in the sky. If it wasn't for his help, the battle would have gone completely differently, and the Lelai Kingdom most likely would have lost. It was Zhao Fu who had saved their Lelai Kingdom, and with this sort of expert helping the Lelai Kingdom, who would dare to bully them in the future? Now, they had immense confidence. Lord, how should we move on? Yi Zhuang came before Zhao Fu and respectfully cupped his hands as he asked for orders. Zhao Fu thought about it and said, go and take over the regions that had been conquered and reinforce the defensive lines. Don't attack the Blue Wolf Kingdom. Now that the Blue Wolf Kingdom had suffered a heavy defeat, losing 70% of its city lords and soldiers, the Blue Wolf Kingdom was quite defenseless at this moment, and if they could grasp this opportunity to attack, it would be a great opportunity. The Lelai Kingdom was not very strong, so Zhao Fu felt that attacking another world was too dangerous. The Blue Wolf Kingdom did not dare to completely commit to attacking the Lelai Kingdom, and they had only launched an attack of this scale because their emperor had been killed. Neither of the worlds wanted to engage in a world war, and they knew that the Blue Wolf Kingdom was only attacking out of revenge. The Blue Wolf Kingdom had also communicated this to the neighboring kingdoms, which was why they dared to attack. Otherwise, no kingdom would dare to attack another kingdom in another world like this. The Blue Wolf Kingdom had promised that if it destroyed the Lelai Kingdom, it would just take some resources and cities and not any territory. They promised to give the territory to the surrounding few kingdoms. For the other kingdoms to receive a large amount of territory for free, they were all quite pleased, so they did not help the Lelai Kingdom and only watched from the sidelines. If Zhao Fu directly attacked the Blue Wolf Kingdom without communicating with the surrounding kingdoms first, they would most likely be chased back by the half-beast world incredibly quickly. Unless they had the strength to fight against a few kingdoms, they could not attack. As such, Zhao Fu gave the order to solidify their defenses before sending ambassadors to the other kingdoms to see what their stances were. This was quite troublesome and complicated. However, this was the outside world, and everyone paid more attention to these things. Yi Zhuang understood Zhao Fu's intentions and left to give out orders. After news of the Lelai Kingdom emerging victorious spread, everyone else was incredibly shocked. They could not believe this. What was going on? Didn't they have internal conflict, and wasn't the Blue Wolf Kingdom much stronger? How did the Lelai Kingdom win? All of this was because of the appearance of a single person who had instantly turned the Lelai Kingdom's situation around. Everyone was quite curious where this person had come from, and they all feared his terrifying power. The entire Lelai Kingdom cheered in joy over this victory, and Liu Yu and the others also had big smiles on their faces. Even though they had expected this result, Zhao Fu's performance had completely exceeded anything they could imagine. They had barely suffered any losses and yet had obtained such a great victory. With this sort of man as their support, she felt incredibly satisfied. On the other hand, the Blue Wolf Kingdom was in full panic. They had made so many preparations and had been much stronger than the Lelai kingdom, yet they had lost so terribly. They had lost 70% of their forces, which was an incredibly heavy blow to them. The entire kingdom fell into panic, and the new emperor immediately ordered for all of their resources and effort to be put into defense. He also sent out ambassadors to the other kingdoms to request for support. At that moment, a handsome young man dressed in violet clothes, followed by 7 women who were as beautiful as goddesses, appeared above the Lelai kingdom's royal city. His powerful aura was like a massive storm that swept through the entire city. 1014 8 princesses. This aura was even more domineering and arrogant than the aura Zhaofu gave off, and it assaulted the entire city, causing the Lelai kingdom's defensive formation to activate. All of the Lelai kingdom's regions gave off a faint light, and a massive power gathered towards the royal city and formed a powerful barrier that protected everyone within the city. The violet-clothed young man lightly smiled and did not seem to care about the barrier as he said, "I am the young sect master of the 8 Dragons Essence sect. I heard that it costs 300 cities to take the princess hand in marriage. I would like to request for the princess to come out to meet me. If she is suitable, I will provide 300 cities." The city below was in chaos as soldiers quickly gathered, and within the palace, Liu quickly brought out a group of people to see what was going on. One of the 7 women looked incredibly beautiful and was devilishly bewitching. She was called Princess Kyumai, and looking at the chaos below, she walked up, hugged the violet-clothed young man, and said, "Hubby, when will you be able to gather 8 princesses? I can't wait to serve you and let you have your way with me." The violet-clothed young man lightly laughed and rubbed her round bottom as he said, "You little perv, it's not time yet. After I've gathered 8 princesses and cultivated my sect's supreme art, the 8 dragons' divine art, I will become the 8 dragons' essence sect master. When that time comes, I'll give you everything you want." Feeling the violet-clothed young man's actions, the beautiful woman looked quite shy and panted as she hugged the young man tightly. Besides them, an extremely pretty woman with a fiery figure also came up and hugged the violet-clothed young man. She was called Princess Han, and she lightly hair-umped as she said, "Hubby, I want some too. You can't show favoritism to this little floozy." The violet-clothed young man smiled and placed his other hand on that woman's bottom, causing her to also start panting. The 5 other women also went up and affectionately called him hubby, and the violet-clothed young man grinned as his hands moved around on their bodies. At that moment, Liu came out of the palace with a few people. Feeling this terrifying aura, she made preparations to use the nation armament at any time. The little emperor was only 6 years old, so of course he could not fight. As such, Liu had set the nation armament to fight automatically because a person with such terrifying aura might not be something the Lelai kingdom could deal with. Moreover, she knew about the 8 Dragons Essence sect. Even though it was not one of the 5 great sects of the ancient STEM domain, it was not weak either. It had the strength of a dukedom kingdom, and it had existed for quite a long time. The Lelai kingdom naturally could not defend such a powerful sect, so Liu could only endure and ignore the domineering fashion in which this person had appeared. Now that Liu and Lizaiwen were Zhaofu's women and had the 6 desired demonic chi, they did not want to leave Zhaofu for even 1 second. Liu knew how her daughter felt about Zhaofu, so she could only say courteously, "Young sect master, our daughter has already been married to someone else, so I apologize but I must ask you to leave. Humphrey, anyone who my hubby wants will belong to him. Hurry up and call your princess out." A tall and slim beauty who gave off a cold and arrogant demeanor said. She was called Princess Han Shuang, and she also exploded out with a powerful aura that bore down on the city. Liu felt slightly infuriated, but in the face of this power, she could only endure it. "Humphrey, did you not hear our hubbies speak? Hurry up and call your princess out. To become our hubby's woman is a glorious thing for your whole kingdom. Otherwise, don't blame our hubby for destroying your kingdom." An extremely pretty woman wearing red clothes and giving off a slightly barbaric aura said to Liu with her red lips. She was Princess Huoyan, and she was from a kingdom called the Flame Speech Kingdom. Liu's expression was quite grim. The Lelai kingdom was not a match for the 8 Dragons Essence sect, and if Zhaofu hadn't come, she would have been all too happy to marry her daughter to this young man. That way, not only would they obtain 300 cities, but they would also have the 8 Dragons Essence sect as a supporter. However, they had now become Zhaofu's women, and with Zhaofu's help, the Lelai kingdom had survived this crisis. Moreover, both her body and soul needed Zhaofu. Liu felt quite troubled before making a decision. Finally, she prepared to speak. "Mother." Lizaiwen didn't want to make things difficult for her mother, so she walked out. She bowed to the violet-clothed young man, saying, "I am the Princess Royal of the Lelai Kingdom. Also, I already have a husband." The violet-clothed young man gave a pleased smile, not seeming to mind Lizaiwen's words. His eyes gave off violet light as he started to look over Lizaiwen, saying, Good looks, decent figure, appropriate constitution, ha ha ha. I've finally gathered 8 princesses. Wait. The violet-clothed young man suddenly felt that something was off. He used his vision technique to closely examine Liziwen and found that she was no longer a virgin. What a disappointment. I finally found a suitable one, but she's been taken already. The violet-clothed young man felt quite angry and did not bother staying here any longer. He took his women and turned into a ray of light, disappearing over the horizon. Marrying a princess for 300 cities was quite an interesting matter, and because the violet-clothed young man had happened to hear of this, he came over to have a look, but in the end he returned in disappointment. The 8 Dragons Essence Sex Supreme Art, the 8 Dragons Divine Art, required 8 princesses with a large amount of Phoenix Chi. Moreover, these 8 princesses all needed to have the same constitution, have the same birthday, and all be virgins. It could be said that the requirements were incredibly strict. However, the power it could bring was immense. Engaging in dual cultivation with these 8 princesses would make one's cultivation much faster, and it was much more powerful than ordinary arts. More importantly, if one practiced this art to the pinnacle, it would be able to block 8 fatal attacks. Since Liziwen was not a virgin anymore, she was useless to him. Moreover, he did not want to touch someone who had been taken by someone else, as he did not lack beauties at all. Zhaofu sensed the disturbance in the Lelai kingdom, and after giving some orders, he hurried back to the royal city and saw the rays of light disappearing into the distance. He slightly frowned before going into the palace. Why did you only come back now? Seeing Zhaofu come back, Liu Ayu sprang into Zhaofu's embrace and started to sob in frustration. The soldiers and palace maids stared at this scene in shock. Even though Zhaofu and Liu Ayu had a relationship, this was something secretive between them. On the face of things, she was the Empress Dowager. How could she leap into another man's embrace like this? Liziwen hurriedly called out to her mother, causing Liu Ayu to come back to her senses. She let go of Zhaofu, and Zhaofu gently asked, "What happened?" Following this, Liu Ayu told Zhaofu what had happened, causing a trace of anger to appear within Zhaofu's heart. 1015 Saint Realm. Zhaofu had no intention of letting his women be wronged. Even though Zhaofu had not fallen in love with them, he felt that he should at least take responsibility for them as a man. He stretched out his hand, lightly wiped away the tears from Liu Ayu's face, and comforted her gently, saying, "Don't worry, I won't let you be wronged like that in the future." Liu Ayu felt a warmth within her heart. If it wasn't for everyone else's gaze, she would have leapt into his embrace again. "How is the battlefield over there?" Liu Ayu returned to proper matters and asked. Zhaofu smiled and said, "Everything concluded perfectly. We don't have to worry about the Blue Wolf Kingdom in the future. After dealing this massive blow to them, it will take them a long time for them to recover. If it wasn't for the other half-beast kingdoms, I would have wanted to attack them in their own world. However, I send out ambassadors to those other half-beast kingdoms. If they don't object, the Lelai Kingdom can attack the Blue Wolf Kingdom. Also, we're bringing over the half-beasts we captured, and I plan to use them." Liu Ayu smiled as she nodded. "It was all thanks to you this time. Now that you're not busy anymore, come to our chambers. We have prepared 10 or so pretty palace maids for you to properly thank you." Hearing this, Zhaofu lightly laughed and replied, "There's no need for that. I still need to prepare some other things. There are some matters that are not settled yet." Hearing Zhaofu's words, Liu Ayu thought about the current situation and could only let him go. A few days later, the other half-beast kingdoms sent back replies. The Blue Wolf Kingdom must have offered them benefits because they all supported the Blue Wolf Kingdom. Of course, this was only verbal support. However, Zhaofu did not dare to attack the Blue Wolf Kingdom, so he could only give up on this plan. At the same time, he continued to build even tougher defenses in order to defend against the Blue Wolf Kingdom or anyone else attacking. Soon, the Lelai Kingdom gradually fell into peace again. As for the surrendered half-beasts, they were given some training. Even though they could not attack the Blue Wolf Kingdom for now, perhaps it would be possible in the future. When that time came, these half-beasts would be of some use, so they started to prepare now. After dealing with these matters, Zhaofu returned to the human world. There were still many regions that had not yet been cleared, and the process was quite slow. However, Great Kin was going as fast as it could, so Zhaofu could not say much. The 3 other continents were not too peaceful, and there were dark undertows. Even though they said arrogant things like telling Great Kin to stop expanding so rapidly or that they would ally together to attack, they understood that this would not have much of an effect. Great Kin's wild ambitions could never be satisfied, so they knew that they had to convince everyone. It was not just all players but all system factions as well. Only if all of them allied together could they resist Great Kin. Even though Great Kin was a massive threat, since Great Kin was not attacking, many people still felt hopeful that it would remain at peace with them. As such, Convincing everyone to band together was quite difficult. During this period of time, apart from Great Kin, Team-Up and Dragon's Great British Empire was also developing quite quickly. It now had 600 regions and had become a level 6 barony kingdom. The human world only had these two kingdoms for now. The power of kingdoms vastly surpassed that of ordinary factions. Within the legacy land, their development was quite fast, but it would be different if they were in the outside world. Moreover, it was likely that the human world would only have these two kingdoms. A few dynasties that had once had an opportunity to establish kingdoms had been delayed because of various matters. For example, Akhenaten's faction could be ranked third in the human world. His dynasty had a massive amount of fate and power, but because of the southern continent being conquered, he had been forced to relocate. He had lost a large amount of fate, and his faction was now much weaker than before. Now, what Great Ken lacked most was time. This was the 5th year in the Heaven Awakened world. Everyone was doing their best to develop, and all of Zhao Fu's factions in a human world, Dark Daemon world, and Fish Scale world were developing well. There were not any battles, and Zhao Fu became quite free. As such, Zhao Fu decided to go into the Heaven Spirit Steel and continue to recite some of the Book of Taoism to pretend to be a higher being. Everyone present once again fell silent and felt immense admiration. Zhao Fu had done this quite a few times now, and every time he would only recite a few lines before not speaking anymore. This way, he would seem quite mysterious. Of course, he was doing this for the benefits. He was not so bored as to do this for fun. Zhao Fu never asked for any fees, but he did occasionally mention what he needed. If anyone sent them to him, he would continue speaking. Because of this, Zhao Fu had obtained many good things, such as materials, equipment, skills, and other items. Every time he spoke, he would receive a big pile of things, and they were all of good quality. After all, those who could enter the communication region all had high-grade accounts. However, compared to the number of people who listened, there were not actually many people who sent gifts. Most people wanted to just freeload. In actuality, Zhao Fu could set up a private room that could only be accessed by sending gifts. With Zhao Fu's supreme level account, he could create private rooms for free. However, there was a limit to how many people could enter private rooms, and if people asked questions, Zhao Fu would have no way to answer them, making it easy for him to be exposed. He could not disregard questions so easily by pretending to be mysterious. Higher being, are you willing to take a disciple? I'm a genius and won't disappoint you. I'm 18 years old and am still a virgin. Would you be interested, sir? Senior, I don't quite understand these sentences. Would you mind explaining them for us? After obtaining a heap of things, Zhao Fu grinned as he looked at his private messages and ignored all of them. Those people had no value at all. They wanted Zhao Fu to give them something before they would reciprocate, and some were even thinking of swindling him. The Heaven Spirit Steel was quite similar to the internet, and on the internet, anyone could do anything they wanted. However, they could not threaten the real world. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with what he had received today. He had only casually recited a few lines and received so many things. Other people would not even be able to imagine obtaining things like this. One item that Zhao Fu had received was a liquid called the 1,000-flower liquid. This 1,000-flower liquid was created using over 1,000 spirit flowers, and it was black-colored. It had massive benefits to the growth of flowers, and Zhao Fu wanted to use it to help with the growth of the world flower. He had planted the world flower for 1 year now, and even though he had used all sorts of items on it, it still had not bloomed. Perhaps this 1,000-flower liquid would be effective. Just as Zhao Fu was about to leave, another rainbow-colored account sent a message. What is the Saint Realm? 1016 Making friends. After seeing that rainbow-colored account, Zhao Fu instantly had a bad feeling. After all, only higher beings could have accounts like that, while Zhao Fu was just a fake. He still had no idea why he had been given a supreme level account. However, if the other person was really a higher being, Zhao Fu did not have the guts to play pretend anymore. He could not help but think about the power of the higher being he had encountered in the outside world. It was not something he could contend against. Facing the question from this account, Zhao Fu could only stare in confusion because he did not know what the Saint Realm was. At that moment, the Golden Dragon rolled its eyes and said, Zhao Fu, don't you know that? It's after you break through to stage 9 and comprehend the way of saints. This person is very likely a higher being, so you should stay away. After hearing this, Zhao Fu understood. However, his cultivation was only at stage 7, so how could he talk about things beyond stage 9? Hearing that this person was most likely a higher being, Zhao Fu instantly became wary and wondered if he had gone too far and attracted a real higher being. Zhao Fu did not dare to reply to that higher being's message because higher beings had terrifying abilities. Zhao Fu did not want to take a risk with no benefits. At that moment, the other person sent over another message. Relax, this sovereign does not have any ill will towards you. I know that you're just a little cultivator. Ahaha. Xiaofu felt quite awkward. He had been worshipped by countless people in the communication region, but he had been seen through instantly by a higher being. He could sense that the higher being really did not have any ill intent, so Xiaofu thought about it and decided to talk with this higher being for a while. After all, this was someone who stood at the peak of the heaven-awakened world, and if he could develop a connection with this person, even though it was a massive risk, there could be massive benefits. Senior, I'm indeed just a little cultivator, Xiaofu answered respectfully. The higher being quickly replied, ha ha ha. The things you said attracted our attention, but the true Tao is not something you would be able to talk about. However, the book of Tao that you recited from is quite advanced, so many people believed you. However, in our eyes, it's something that can be seen through easily. You're most likely from a new world, and what you recited from is a scripture from your world, right? After reading this, Xiaofu felt quite startled. He had never thought that the other person would be able to tell this as well. He thought about it and replied, Senior, you're right. However, how could you tell? The higher being replied, I'm quite familiar with this type of book, so I could naturally tell. I wanted to ask you for the full text of that scripture. If you have any requirements, I'll agree as long as they're appropriate. Xiaofu could not help but feel delighted. He could ask for things from a higher being, which was a massive opportunity. After all, even ordinary things to someone who stood at the peak of the world would be incredibly important to Xiaofu. At that moment, Xiaofu thought of a few things, but just as he was about to speak, he could not help but think of all of those quests to kill him, and he sank back into his thoughts. Whether it was because of himself or because of Chuoba King, he would have to face the threat of higher beings in the future. This made Xiaofu feel quite unsafe, and it was something that had been bothering him for a while. After all, Great Kin did not have the strength to fight against a higher being. Perhaps if he could establish friendly relations with this higher being, it would be of use to him in the future, so he made a decision. Senior, since you want to have a look, I will give it to you. My world also has many similar scriptures, and if you're interested, I can give them to you as well. The higher being replied, feeling quite surprised. Of course, this sovereign is quite curious about your world. There were actually people who were able to write such profound things to the point that they're of some help even to us. Also, don't you want anything? This sovereign can give you top-quality heaven-grade arts, divine earth armaments, or a marquisate city. Xiaofu could not help but feel completely dumbfounded. Those things were things that others could not even dream of obtaining, yet he could casually choose one. This was especially so of the marquisate city. After such a long time, Great Ken had finally become a marquisate kingdom. Marquisate kingdoms completely reigned above barony kingdoms, and in the boundary region, they were almost invincible. However, in order to obtain even bigger benefits, Xiaofu could only politely refuse. He ordered his people to collect all religious texts, including Taoist, Buddhist, and Christian books. Following this, he gave them all to the higher being through the heaven spirit steel. After a while, the higher being was quite satisfied. Xiaofu decided to also go to the dark demon world and fish scale world to also collect their scriptures. However, after he gave them to the higher being, he was quite disdainful, making Xiaofu feel quite surprised. Only after asking did he find out that the scriptures from the Dark Daemon world and Fish Scale world focused on cultivation and were not very sophisticated. On the other hand, the human world scriptures focused on the spirit and breakthroughs in the spirit. Xiaofu had never thought that this would be the case. After all, the human world was not a cultivation world, so the scriptures they had were naturally focused on the spirit. This was why the higher being had taken an interest in them. Xiaofu felt quite surprised, and the higher being once again asked him what he wanted. In exchange for all of the scriptures Xiaofu had provided, he could even give a dukedom city. This made Xiaofu's heart leap. After all, a dukedom city was the royal city of a dukedom kingdom, and if the higher being could give even such a thing, he would simply be too terrifying. However, for future benefits, Xiaofu could only endure and refuse. Afterwards, Xiaofu and the higher being became friends in the heaven spirit's deal, and Xiaofu fulfilled his goal. This was all for a few useless books, making Xiaofu feel incredibly happy. Following this, Xiaofu took the 1,000-flower liquid to where they were planting the world flower. This place had turned into an ocean of flowers, and the entire region was filled with all sorts of flowers, and they would never wilt. Countless butterflies danced about, creating an incredibly beautiful scene. The world flower was already 120 meters tall and had 5 wide leaves. Its stem was 5 meters wide, and there was a flower bud at the top. The bud was quite tender, and it gave off a jade-like cluster. Xiaofu poured the 1,000-flower liquid onto it, and it was quite absorbed by the world flower. It began to rapidly grow until its height reached 260 meters. The bud became bigger, but it still did not bloom, making Xiaofu feel quite disappointed. 1017 new general stars. 2 months later, Zhao Fu called together the most outstanding Outlander leaders. One of them was Logue, who had been called Old Logue in the past. He no longer looked old at all, and with Great Kin's help, he had grown from the weak and elderly goblin village chief to a city lord with stage 5 strength. He was undoubtedly the most prestigious goblin, and he was one of the Outlander leaders who had followed Zhao Fu for the longest. He was also quite proficient at magic attacks. The second was Doke. He was the leader of the kobolds and had joined quite early on as well. He was highly esteemed among the kobolds and was quite powerful. He was proficient at using spears and also had stage 5 strength, and he wielded a city lord's seal as well. The third was Daisy. She was the leader of the elves and was highly respected by all of them. She had also joined around when Doke had joined. She had already been quite beautiful, and after fusing with the Holy Hall bloodline, she had become even more beautiful and gave off an aura of purity as well. She was also incredibly powerful and proficient at magic attacks, and she also had a city lord seal. The final one was Sar, the leader of the orcs. After conquering the orc city, he had been promoted and performed quite well. He was ferocious in battle and had contributed much to Great Kin. He also had stage 5 strength and liked using sabers, and he was respected by all orcs. He also had a city lord seal. Zhao Fu called them over for the purpose of fusing general armaments. They had already fused with General Fate. Now that Great Kin had participated in a large number of battles, they had killed many generals, allowing many people in Great Kin to fuse with General Fate. During this period of time, Great Kin had also gathered 400 soldier souls, which could provide Great Kin with another 4 general armaments. General armaments were incredibly important, and Zhao Fu gave them the fused divine soldier souls to fuse together. The 4 people obeyed and stood apart from each other, looking quite excited. Zhao Fu had given such important things to them, who were outlanders. It could be seen how much Zhao Fu valued them. The 40 divine soldier souls gave off a large amount of white light and floated into the sky, forming 4 circles of orbs. Following this, they gave off powerful auras, and the white light they gave off became more intense before forming 40 massive orbs of light. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the 40 orbs of light gave off an even greater might, causing wild winds to ripple out. Within the orbs of light, the images of soldiers started to melt like ice and transformed into traces of violet chi, and the orbs of light seemed to call out to each other. Boom! 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 4 massive explosions sounded out, causing the clouds to swirl as the heavens and earth dimmed. 4 massive violet stars, giving off noble starlight, broke through the skyline and gradually descended. In that moment, the people in the other continents sensed these ripples and could not help but frown. After the real world had been destroyed, many people's fate stars had awakened, so they were quite sensitive to fate stars. Looking at the 4 stars in the distance, their expressions became gloomy, and they sighed because that was the direction Great Kin was in. Because this had happened many times, they did not feel surprised about it anymore. All of their generals had awakened general stars, but because they lacked general armaments, they could not use their general stars for much. Back at the Midland continent, Logue and Daisy raised their staffs, while Doke raised his spear and Sar raised his saber. Boom! 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 The 4 of them released all of their power, causing terrifying auras to ripple out like corporeal shock waves. Massive gales roared as the ground started to crack. Boulders rolled about and trees madly swayed. On the side, Zhao Fu unleashed his Emperor's domain to defend against the wind. The 4 people gave off different colored auras that formed aura flames around them, and their auras became more and more powerful. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as the 4 people gave off intense lights that formed pillars of light. They gave off terrifying might as they shot into the sky, slamming into those 4 violet stars. Following this, the 4 violet stars gradually started to change color. One gradually became black and gave off black starlight, giving off an aura of conquering. Zhao Fu was quite familiar with this general star, as it was the army destroyer star. This one belonged to Sar. One star gradually became silver-white, making it look like a moon. It gave off a gentle starlight, and its aura was also quite gentle. It also contained a type of yin chi. This was the lunar star, and it was Daisy's fate star. It was similar to a moon, and it was of a yin and water attribute. It represented homeliness, wealth, motherhood, wives, and daughters. The common folk often related the lunar star to the legend of Qing, and they would often worship the moon. The earliest records of it were from the Book of Documents. The sun, moon and stars were the ancestors of heaven, the mountains, rivers and seas were the ancestors of the earth. The heavens and earth were comprised of these 6 ancestors. One of the stars gradually became a noble yellow color and gave off a yellow light. It gave off the aura of a commander-in-chief and prime minister, and it gave off an intense superior might. This was called the Heaven Minister Star, and it was awakened by Logue. It represented prime ministers and had a supportive function. The Heaven Minister's star was a star of leadership, and since ancient times, it had been called a seal star. This represented prudentness and steadfastness, and it considered the bigger picture. It was not obvious that it was a Yang-type star, and it was often mistaken to be a Yin-type star. Zhao Fu could not help but feel surprised. He had never thought that Log would awaken a Heaven Minister's star. If he gave Li Si or Shengying a general armament, they would most likely awaken Heaven Minister stars, as they were suited to being prime ministers. However, because they lacked general armaments, Zhao Fu had to put all general armaments to use, so civil ministers like Li Si and Shengying naturally were not given any. The final star became a fiery color and gave off flaming light. It was extremely bright, and it gave off immense heat. This star was called the Solar Star and was Dok's fate star. It was a noble star of light, universal love, and authority. 1018 Sector. The Lunar Star and Solar Star were opposing stars, and they could affect the two tree stars in the heavens, Sun, and Moon. In ancient times, the Solar Star was referred to as the Noble Star or the Culmination Emperor Star. It was similar to the Myrtle Imperial Star, but their characteristics were different. Even though the Solar Star was a star of assisting the ruler and was incredibly noble, it had to be bestowed by an emperor. Zhao Fu had never thought that Dok would awaken a solar star, and he was quite surprised. However, this made sense. After all, it was not just humans who could awaken general stars. A general star was determined by one's fate, and the type of fate one had determined one's general star. The four general stars gave off their own starlight, and they brought with them mighty auras as they shined down on the world. Under those four stars, the countless people seemed incredibly small. The four pillars of light gradually grew weaker, and the light that the four people gave off soon disappeared. At that moment, the four stars gave off terrifying power, dispersing the clouds in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. The four stars gave off an intense starlight that turned into four pillars of light and shined down on the four people's bodies. The four people received the baptism of their general stars, and their auras gradually changed and became stronger. Terrifying auras rippled out like shockwaves from them. Following this, the pillars of starlight gradually disappeared. Log's legendary ranked Slatewood scepter became yellow and seemed somewhat metallic, and it gave off a prestigious yellow light. Starlight flickered on it, engraving Heaven Minister on it. It was now the Heaven Minister scepter. Daisy's legendary rank staff became silver-colored as if it was made of silver, and it gave off a gentle white light. The word lunar was now engraved on it, turning it into the lunar staff. Dok's spear turned into a flaming red iron spear that gave off a searing heat. There seemed to be flames burning on it, and the word solar was now engraved on it, making it the solar sphere. Finally, Sar's saber became a black gold saber that gave off a ferocious aura that could cause others to feel fear. The words Army Destroyer appeared on it, turning it into the Army Destroyer saber. Looking at the general armaments in the four people's hands, Zhao Fu smiled and took them to have a look. They were similar, yet different, to the previous general armaments. The Heaven Minister scepter's final special effect was called Heaven Minister Soldiers, and it made soldiers all-rounders. It not only increased their attack power and defense, but it also increased their speed and recovery, making them suitable for supporting. The Lunar Staff's final special effect was called Lunar Soldiers, and it allowed soldiers to absorb the power of moonlight. This made their battle power increase several times over if it was at night. The Solar Sphere's final attribute was called Solar Soldiers, which was similar to Lunar Soldiers, but it allowed soldiers to absorb the power of the sun, making them more powerful at daytime. Finally, the Army Destroyer Saber's special effect was the same as the previous Army Destroyer general armaments. Because the four general armaments were already top-quality legendary rank equipment, after fusing with the power of the general stars, they became vastly improved and became level 2 Saint armaments. Great Qin now had 16 general armaments, which was quite a large number. Most other people in the human world did not even have a single general armament. He was now 8 away from being able to fuse a king armament. Even though Zhao Fu did not have precise information on king armaments, from the shard he had obtained in the past, he knew that a king armament's power far exceeded general armaments, so he greatly looked forward to the day he could fuse a king armament. After looking over the general armaments, Zhao Fu returned them to their owners and held a celebration. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the blood pool where they were refining the primogenitor statue. Because they had unified the Midland continent and also taken over a continent in the fish-scale world, they now had a lot blood in the blood pool of all kinds of varieties. This made the speed at which they refined the primogenitor statue much faster. The primogenitor statue started to go through some changes, such as its hair becoming blood red and its body becoming black. Zhao Fu was not sure what the primogenitor statue would become like after it was fully refined. However, at their current speed, it would still take another 180 years. It seemed that he had to work harder and unify the human world in order to make the process even faster. Another month later, 3 rays of demonic light shot into the sky, causing the weather to change. The clouds swirled as 3 massive auras spread out, and 3 terrifying images appeared in the sky. One looked like a ghost, one looked like the face of a demon, and one was a demonic sword. The 3 images all gave off dense demonic chi, bringing with them a powerful aura of suppression. Everyone felt terror and trembled. These were the 3 re-established sects. Zhaofu would only refine nation armaments and handed out sect armaments in order to increase the number of top-tier forces Great Kin had. Zhaofu gave the position of the Demon God sect master to Elise and gave the sect armament to her. Zhaofu made Zhao Mo the sect master of the Demon Ghost sect, and he made Zhao Sha the sect master of the Demon Murder sect. Finally, he made Jnaya the sect master of the Demon Sword sect. The best choices for sect masters were those who had talent in cultivating and walked the path of supreme experts as opposed to generals or aristocrats. Only then could they use the full power of the sects and sect armaments. As such, Zhaofu would not make people like Beiqi, Wang Jian, and the other sect masters. They were responsible for leading soldiers in battles, and if they were made sect masters, it would be quite strange. At the same time, Zhaofu would not make any civil ministers sect masters either. Zhao Mo had used to be a demon sovereign king, but in the future, Zhaofu would have him walk the path of sects as opposed to the path of kings. After all, Great Kin could only have one king. With Zhao Sha's Sin Devil bloodline, he was destined to be a supreme expert. As such, he was a suitable target to be nurtured. Finally, Jnaya was Great Kin's #1 swordsman. With his sort of talent, if Zhaofu did not properly nurture him, he would be wasting a genius. Elise and Zhao Mo were already considered Great Kin's most powerful forces, while Zhao Sha and Jnaya were slightly weaker. Now, all 4 of them were monstrously powerful, but Zhaofu felt that there were still not enough of such people. Great Kin did not lack any generals, but it seemed that it needed to nurture more genius cultivators. They would be immensely useful in the future. Zhaofu thought about it and decided that he could not delay in this. He could not lack soldiers and top-tier forces in this world. Without more top-tier forces, Zhaofu would be quite limited. Zhaofu gathered his subordinates, and after a series of discussions, he decided to put into effect sect writs. 1019 Level 11 Marquisate Kingdom sect writs were writs that encouraged people to join sects, and they gave support to sects to develop. Sects were the best places to nurture top-tier experts, as most experts in the world came from sects. As such, it was important to greatly develop sects. Whether it was the management or structure of sects, it was best to set them up like ordinary sects. Moreover, it was better to start nurturing disciples from as young as possible, ideally below 16 years of age. Zhaofu had only started cultivating after entering the Heaven Awakened world, and his cultivation had fallen behind most people his age. This was the case even though he had heaven-grade aptitude, and without it, he would have fallen behind even more. In the future, Great Kin's focus would not be the development of academies but sects. Both of them were incredibly important, one increased knowledge and culture, while the other increased strength. Only by developing both would Great Kin's future path be more secure. Zhaofu placed his attention on sects and also helped the 100 schools of thought develop. This was because the 100 schools of thought had extraordinary abilities and would be a great help as well. However, a few days later, a letter was sent to the Great Kin Palace. It came from the Great Tingsley family, and after hearing about this, Zhaofu frowned. He did not even want to look at it and planned to destroy it. However, the soldier who brought the letter reported, "The person who sent this said that Your Majesty must have a look, or else Your Majesty will regret it eternally." Hearing this, Zhaofu frowned and opened the letter. It was personally written by Lise, but instead of words of repentance like last time, they were filled with cursing towards Zhaofu and his mother. He wrote that Zhaofu was an unfilial bastard and as lowly as a beast to have forced the Li family into such a state. He also said that Zhaofu's mother was a slut and a piece of trash and that him playing with her was her glory. He said that he regretted being so soft-hearted before. If he had known all of this would have happened, he would have killed them both. After reading the letter, Zhaofu felt immense anger well up within him to the point that he nearly coughed up blood. He was even tempted to head to the western continent by himself to get rid of the family. However, Zhaofu coldly left and threw out the letter, blasting it to smithereens with his power. This was clearly a trap. There were most likely countless people waiting there in ambush. They wanted to anger Zhaofu and lure him over before killing him. Once Zhaofu died, the Great Kin Empire would most likely crumble. The Li family was certain that Zhaofu would go. With Zhaofu's current status and personality, how could he endure such a thing? After all, most people with immense power in the human world did whatever they wanted with reckless abandon. This was especially so with Zhaofu's own father writing such a letter. No ordinary person would be able to endure. However, Zhaofu decided not to go. They had definitely prepared something that would be able to kill him. Zhaofu was not so stupid as to go. He had been enduring this since he was little, and he could wait longer for his revenge. Zhao Fu did not put the Li family in his eyes anymore, and if he still cared about what Li said, it would be his loss. Great Qin had already cleared out 1/5 of the empty regions, and soon, it would truly control the Midland continent and Southern continent. It seemed that it was the Li family who felt worried. Once Great Qin finished clearing, it would most likely immediately attack. The entire human world would once again become chaotic, and their situation would become even more difficult. They would have to face a direct attack from Great Qin. If Zhao Fu went, he would be giving them what they wanted, only by not going would he be able to enrage them and make them even more panicked. In the future, destroy everything that the Li family sends over. There is no need to deliver them to us. Zhao Fu deeply breathed in and calmed himself down before turning his attention to Great Qin's development. He then ordered people to start collecting information on the remaining continents so that they could prepare a plan of attack. It was now June, and it was another hot summer day. The sun seemed to be roasting the ground, and a sense of heat could be felt everywhere. It was quite annoying, and this year's summer was even hotter than before. However, everyone in Great Qin looked incredibly delighted. A black pillar of light stood between the heavens and earth, and countless clouds quickly gathered, forming a massive vortex. A massive gale blew away all of the hot air, making it instead a bit chilly. 9 massive black dragons spiraled in the sky, causing the clouds to swirl. They gave off an unimaginably powerful might, creating an incredibly shocking scene. After a year or so of clearing, Great Qin had finally unified the Midland continent. It had also completed its Great Wall, marking all of the Midland continent as its territory. As for the Southern continent and Netherwater continent, they had not yet been fully cleared. Now, Great Qin had become a level 11 Marquisate kingdom. The Midland continent had 14,570 regions, and each level of Marquisate kingdoms required 1,000 regions. However, leveling up to a dukedom kingdom required unifying an entire world, which had tens of thousands of regions. Ordinarily, kingdoms only had 9 levels. However, dukedom kingdoms and Marquisate kingdoms were quite special. After reaching level 9, Marquisate kingdoms could continue to level up. However, after level 9, the number of regions required for the next level up doubled, becoming 2,000 regions for each subsequent level up. A level 11 Marquisate kingdom stats were naturally incredibly powerful, and the nation fate was incredibly mighty. It had countless residents, and these were Great Qin's new stats: village name, Great Qin Royal City, Human King, level, Marquisate Royal City, level 11, village area, 12,429,400 square kilometers village territory, 1,632,421,800 square kilometers residents, 3,492,950 out of 290,240,000 military, 7,192,640 out of 332,482,000 popular support, 86 village special stats, territory crop output plus 400%, territory crop growing time minus 400%, population limit plus 220%, residence stats can randomly plus 28, soldiers stats plus 33%, population attraction plus 300%, chance of attracting higher grade population plus 300%, subsidiary village limit, 18,096,930 subordinate villages, Logue Village, Jean Village, Drun Village, Li Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. Great Qin's overall population was now at 26 billion, and it had 2 billion soldiers. There were 1.4 billion Stage 1 soldiers, 70 million Stage 2 soldiers, 3.5 million Stage 3 soldiers, and 100,000 Stage 4-5 soldiers. Great Qin now controlled 27,570 regions, and this included the regions in the Southern Continent and Netherwater Continent. There were 14,570 regions completely under its control within the Midland Continent. Great Qin had 1 Marquisate city, 3 barony cities, 9 capital cities, and 25,000 great cities, and this did not include the 20,000 cities in the Dark Daemon World's Southern Continent. It also had 6,521 cities, 9,860 towns, and 3,589,489 villages. Because they now fully controlled 14,570 regions, they had 40,210 counties, which meant they could have 40,210 county seals, 14,570 province seals, 1,457 baron seals, 145 marquis seals, 14 duke seals, and 1 earl seal. At the same time, the Great Qin's corps automatically upgraded as well. They were now level 21 corps, and each corps could have 6.2 million soldiers, and they could now have a shocking 56 corps. 1,020 new corps. Great Qin's strength had once again become many times more powerful. They had over 40,000 counties, which meant that Great Kin could have over 40,000 civil officials defending Great Kin. With the other cities and martial officials, Great Kin's true power could be said to be absolutely monstrous. With this sort of strength, the 3 other continents would not be able to break into Great Kin at all. Now, only Great Kin had the right to attack them, and they no longer had to fear the threat of the other continents. However, Zhao Fu was now posed with a new problem, which was the 33 new corps. Great Kin already had 23 special corps, and Zhao Fu had spent a lot of effort creating them. The main problem was the vessels, which were quite rare. Each vessel required immense power. Back then, Zhao Fu had already used up all of the special vessels to create the 23 special corps, and he could not think of anything else that could be used. This made Zhao Fu's head ache. Could it be that he had to establish ordinary corps? At that moment, Zhao Fu thought about the sects and 100 schools of thought. Perhaps they could be used as vessels. When he thought of this, a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. However, they had only just submitted to Great Kin, and their factions all belonged to themselves. Zhao Fu needed to confirm if they would be suitable or not. The sects that Zhao Fu had conquered would definitely be usable, as the Heaven Awakened World sects were not any weaker than most dynasty factions. There were still 29 corps remaining, however. A few days later, Zhao Fu discussed this matter with 100 schools of thought, and they were all quite cooperative. After some testing, they found that only some schools were suitable, as some schools were not suited to fighting, such as the School of Legalism, the School of Logicians, the School of Miscellany, and the School of Medicine. These schools all had abilities in other areas, so they were unable to become vessels for corps. One of the suitable ones were the ancient clans. They had been one of the most powerful legacy factions, and their legacy was a bit stronger than even China's 5 great dynasties. There were also the School of Taoism, the School of Military, the School of War, the School of Armaments, and the School of Yin-Yang. There were 7 of them in total, so there were still 22 corps that required vessels. At that moment, Zhao Fu remembered that 2 of the corps he had seen during the battle between the Lelai Kingdom and Blue Wolf Kingdom were cavalry corps. Great Kin did not seem to have any, and with how powerful cavalry corps were, Great Kin could not do without them. As such, Zhao Fu decided to create some cavalry corps. Great Kin's main mounts were Black God horses, which had been enhanced many times. The Black God horse den was already incredibly high grade, and it had fused with a trace of divinity, making it incredibly powerful. Zhao Fu went over, tested it, and found that it was possible to be used as a vessel. Apart from the Black God horses as the main mounts, Great Kin had also nurtured 2 other types of mounts, which were the orcs' giant wolves and the elves' giant deer. The giant deer were relatively mild, and ordinary people could ride them as well, though controlling them was quite difficult. However, the elves were quite proficient at riding them. On the other hand, most ordinary people did not dare to ride the giant wolves. Because of how ferocious they looked, ordinary people did not dare to ride them. Moreover, the giant wolves could only be mounted by the orcs. Anyone else who rode them would not be able to control them at all. Because of this, Great Kin had nurtured some giant wolves and giant deer but not in large numbers. In actuality, Great Kin now had many orcs and elves, hundreds of millions of each, so Zhao Fu felt that nurturing 2 cavalry corps for them would be no problem. The giant wolf den and giant deer were both bound to cities. This was the advantage that the Outlanders had. If humans wanted mounts, they would have to search and capture them for themselves. Zhao Fu went to an orc great city and took out a corps. He found that it was suitable to be a vessel, but it did not have enough power and could only create an ordinary corps. However, Zhao Fu would not be stopped by something like this. This was because the giant wolf den required orc blood crystals, which were fused from the blood of countless orcs. An orc blood crystal required the blood of at least 100,000 orcs to form. They could increase the power of the giant wolf den using orc blood crystals, and Great Kin had many orcs. As such, Zhao Fu ordered people to collect blood from orcs. Similarly, the giant deer dens also required elf blood crystals, so he also ordered for elf blood to be collected as well. Of course, this did not require the killing of any people, everyone just had to give a bit of blood. Because there were hundreds of millions of them, a bit from everyone could form an ocean. Using the secret techniques of the orcs and elves, all of the blood was fused together into 2 blood crystals that were each 1 meter wide. They gave off powerful auras as well as a dense smell of blood, making people instinctively want to retreat from them. Following this, Zhao Fu used the 2 blood crystals on the giant wolf den and giant deer den. 2 rays of blood red light shot into the sky, causing blood red auras to spread out. The images of a giant wolf and giant deer appeared in the sky, giving off heaven-shaking roars. The den's power continuously increased, causing all sorts of abnormal signs. This was to be expected from fusing the blood of hundreds of millions of people, and the 2 dens gained enough power to become vessels. Now, Zhao Fu still had 19 more corps to create. This was still quite a large number. What else could he use? Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of something, and he could not help but smile. Back when Great Qin had become a level 1 Marquisate Kingdom, Great Qin had not yet unified any large areas. Now that they had unified the Midland continent, they had conquered many legacy factions. Even though these legacy factions' stats were quite ordinary and the special core they created would be quite ordinary, they would be better than ordinary core at least. As such, Zhao Fu decided to make these legacy factions into vessels as well. Zhao Fu ordered people to bring him information on these legacy factions, and he found that 14 of them could be used as vessels. There were now 5 cores remaining. After thinking incredibly hard, Zhao Fu realized that he had forgotten about a powerful city, which was Misan Ori Hano's Devil City. After they had submitted to Great Qin, Zhao Fu had not visited ever since. It did not need to be stated how powerful the Devil City was. All of its residents had a trace of the devil bloodline, and the city had all kinds of powerful devils. Ordinary people did not dare to take even a step inside. With the Devil City, there were only 4 cores left. Zhao Fu could not think of what else to use, so he stored them away for now. There would be more battles in the future, and he would obtain more suitable vessels. Following this, Zhao Fu started to create the core. He first went to the Black God Horse Den and fused a core into it. A formless aura spread out, and countless Black God horses raised their heads and whinnied, while their king, Black Forest, did the same. The den gave off boundless black light, and a powerful aura blasted out as if a godly spirit was descending. An incredibly tall and well-built black horse appeared above the den before turning into a stone steel. 1021 Devil Castle, Black God Cavalry Corps, with the Black God Horse Den as the vessel. This stone steel has received a massive amount of power from the Black God Horse Den, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the Corps can receive power from Black God Horses, and their power can be fused. Soldiers will receive power from the Black God Horse Den, and the Corps formation will be a Black God Horse. The limit for this Corps has increased by 1 million soldiers. After looking at the Black God Cavalry Corps information, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked because the Cavalry Corps information was different to that of other special corps. Ordinarily, Corps merely received some sort of power. However, the Cavalry Corps not only received power but could also share and fuse power with Black God horses. This made the cooperation between rider and mount even closer. Moreover, the fusing of their power could result in a cumulative power that was greater than the sum of the individuals. Zhao Fu had not expected such a thing. Just this alone made the Cavalry Corps more powerful than the other special corps. Because they also had war horses, in battles between corps, the Cavalry Corps would have an advantage. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the giant wolf den and fused a core into it. Countless traces of blood red aura spewed out, and the countless giant wolves sensed this power and howled. The den gave off a powerful blood red light and leaked out a large amount of blood. The blood formed a massive, ferocious-looking wolf of blood that was 5 meters long, and it gave off a dense aura of killing. Giant Wolf Cavalry Corps, with the Giant Wolf Den as the vessel. This stone steel has received a massive amount of power from the Giant Wolf Den, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the Corps can receive power from giant wolves, and their power can be fused. Soldiers will receive power from the Giant Wolf Den, and the Corps formation will be a giant wolf. The limit for this Corps has increased by 1 million soldiers. The Giant Wolf Cavalry Corps information was similar to the Black God Cavalry Corps. Next was the Giant Deer Den. Similarly, countless traces of blood red flowed out as a powerful aura expanded out, causing countless giant deer to cry out. The den gave off boundless blood red light, and blood flowed out, forming a massive blood red giant deer that turned into a blood red stone steel. Giant Deer Cavalry Corps, with the Giant Deer Den as the vessel. This stone steel has received a massive amount of power from the Giant Deer Den, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the Corps can receive power from Giant Deer, and their power can be fused. Soldiers will receive power from the Giant Deer Den, and the Corps formation will be a giant deer. The limit for this Corps has increased by 1 million soldiers. Following this, Zhao Fu created the 27 other special corps and picked out elite soldiers from the army to join them. Because the corps only had limited positions, those in them had to be elites among elites. Finally, Zhao Fu went to the Devil City, planning to create the final corps. All of the buildings here were built in an ancient Japanese style, looking quite elegant and beautiful. There were sakura trees throughout the city, creating a pretty and leisurely atmosphere. Zhao Fu did not pay much attention to the scenery and directly entered the Devil Castle. However, he soon stopped because he came across many devils. One was quite beautiful and enchanting and gave off a noble and beguiling aura. She wore a light violet palace dress. This was one of the 3 great devils, Tamamo no Mei. She was leaning against a pillar, her palace dress quite losses, revealing her long and slender snow-white legs and much of her large breasts. She looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and lightly bit her lip, looking quite flirtatious. Legends had it that during the time of the Japanese Emperor Kano, Tamamo no Mae was a golden nine-tailed fox who had turned into a world-class beauty. She was knowledgeable and beautiful, being called Japan's #1 beauty and also the #1 learned woman. There was another woman who was extremely beautiful, and her jet black hair fell to her calves. She wore a white dress stained with blood, and strangely, there were 3 candles bound to her hair with blue flames on them. She was Ushimari. She was a specter from legends that was filled with jealousy and anger. Because she had been abandoned, she continued on as a specter, fueled by her hatred. When most people thought about specters, they thought of semi-transparent ghosts or white hazes, but Ushimari gave off a blood-red light. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., she would hammer nails into a sacred tree, which was an ancient method of cursing. Ushimari was an extremely jealous type of devil, and she wore an iron ring with 3 candles. If she hammered the nails and cursed someone for 7 days, the cursed person would die. However, if anyone discovered her, the curse would fail. There was also a pretty woman with an alluring body, who only wore a piece of red cloth. She had a calm smile as she looked at Zhaofu. She was Dodonki. It was said that Dodonki stole eyes from men for herself, and if she could obtain 100 eyes, she would become an invincible devil. There was another graceful beauty wearing an elegant palace dress. She also looked at Zhaofu flirtatiously. This was Fuguru Mayobi. Toriyama Sekian wrote about Fuguru Mayobi in Gazuhai Akitsuzer Bukuru. She was a book cart that had manifested due to the emotions and attachment from the love letters in her cart. The Japanese people came to view her as a devil that induced children to read. Fuguru Mayobi was said to be a concubine of Emperor Muramaki of the Han period and was incredibly beautiful. However, she was killed out of jealousy by another concubine. She was versed in songs and poems, and when she died, she used her blood to write a curse, resulting in the death of Emperor Murakami. There was another woman who looked quite cold and had her hair coiled up. She was tall and wore a white kimono that showed her shoulders. She had a gloomy smile as she looked at Zhaofu. She was Honanna. The earliest records of Honanna were from Konjaku Gazuzaka Hayaki by Toriyama Sekian. There was a man called Shiro who could not endure the days of poverty with his wife, so he separated from her. He married the big Ms of a wealthy family and became an official. However, he increasingly despised this new life, and he could not help but think back to his wife from before. A year later, he returned to his first wife, and she did not blame him at all. The next morning, he woke up and found that beside him was a black skeleton instead of his wife. There was another young woman who was also quite beautiful and had blue eyes, long blue hair, and wore a light blue dress. She was called Onden. The earliest legends were from the Edo period, but they all described her differently. She was a terrifying monster who had once been a devil in hell and often walked in front of the gate to the underworld. She liked to play a popular game called Hyaku Onagatari Kaidankai. 1022 Hyaki Yagio Hyaku Onagatari Kaidankai was a game where people lit 100 candles and took turns talking about strange or terrifying stories. Each time they finished telling a story, they would blow out one of the candles. After all of the candles were extinguished, it was said that everyone would be brought to hell. There was a dignified-looking woman who had snow-white hair and snow-white eyes. She wore a white kimono and gave a gentle smile as she looked at Zhaofu. She was called Yukiana. She was a traditional Japanese devil everyone knew about. She lived in mountains and looked quite beautiful. She would often attract men to places where there was no one else and kiss them. At the same time, the men's bodies would freeze, and she would devour their souls. The Yukiana's children were called Yukinbo, and Japanese folklore believed that the Yukinbo were the devils who brought the first snow of winter. The Yukiana was a world-class beauty and had a cold personality. She was a subordinate of the mountain god and controlled the snow of winter. Juvenile Yukiana were harmless, but mature Yukiana liked to freeze men and take them back to where they lived to look at. There was a pure-looking and slim woman who wore a lace kimono and looked at Zhaofu while smiling. She was called Hashihime. Hashihime was called the Maiden of the Bridge and was a divine type of devil. It was both a water devil and a water god. Because she could not be with her beloved person, she drowned herself. If men crossed the bridge at night, she would appear and cause the water to drown them. If women crossed, she would pull them into the water. Hashihime first appeared in the poem Kokenshu, and there were many stories about her. There was another woman wearing a palace dress who had fluffy, long hair. She was quite pretty, but her teeth were black and held a mirror. She did not look at Zhaofu for some reason. She was called Aonyabo. Aonyabo was 45th out of the Hyaki Yagio. She ate humans and was incredibly dangerous. They were mainly in Kyoto and often appeared in darkened old houses, holding a mirror. She was actually quite pitiful due to her story. A beautiful woman with an enchanting figure wearing a bathrobe coldly smiled as she looked at Zhaofu. She was called the Drowned Woman. She often appeared in onsens, and people would often see a beautiful woman bathing. However, if she stood up, They would see skeletons in the water around her. She was similar to kappas, which were devils that lured people to commit suicide. There were two types of drowned women. One type had the upper half of a beautiful woman but had the lower half of a skeleton. These were called skeleton drowned women. The other type had the upper half of a beautiful woman but had the lower body of a snake. These were called snake drowned women. A woman who wore exquisite clothes, had a voluptuous figure, and looked like she put extreme detail into her looks looked at Zhao Fu with a gaze full of desire. She was called Futakichianna. The Hyaki Yagyo recorded that she was a lascivious woman who stole husbands, and she was extremely gluttonous and quite dangerous. There was also a woman who looked drenched and wore thin white clothes. She had a graceful demeanor, and her looks were quite good. She was called Nuranna. Nuranna were also called sea women or sea concubines, and they lived near the sea. She was the spirit of a woman drowned in the sea, and usually her lower half was a dragon tail or snake tail. She was always drenched, and from behind, she looked like a rock. A middle-aged woman with an elegant figure, delicate looks, and a pale face looked at Zhao Fu expectantly. She wore a simple kimono, and she was called Yubyum. Yubyum actually came from ancient Chinese legends and sometimes appeared with 9 heads. It was said that she was formed from the obsessions of a woman who had died in childbirth. She held a child as she walked in the night, and the cry of the child became the cry of Yubyum. Sometimes Yubyum would steal children and sometimes they would adopt them. Another woman, who looked quite lazy, leaned against the wall. She was quite tall and slim and had an aura that stood out. She looked at Zhao Fu with interest in her beautiful eyes. She was Tenjoku Dari, a devil from legends that often appeared on the top of houses. There was another woman wearing a red dress who had a fiery figure. Her hair was long to the point that it fell to the ground. She was Hariyanago. Legends had it that if someone in Shikoku saw a beautiful woman smiling at them from the side of the road, they should not be too happy. It was quite likely that the beautiful woman would suddenly use her long hair to drag them in when they got too close. They would then find out that there were sharp barbs on the end of her hair, bringing extreme pain. There was another beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a gorgeous dress and looking at Zhao Fu with a lustful look while hiding a smile behind her hand. She was a smiling woman. It was said that smiling women came from dead prostitutes, and they had frivolous personalities and liked to laugh. Those who heard their laugh were often in dire straits. Finally, there was a woman wearing a black kimono with her hair coiled up. She was devilishly beautiful but also contained a trace of maliciousness. Her figure was quite mature, and she held a black cat. She was Nekomata. Nekomata was a cat devil, and it was said that she was a black cat with 9 tails. Her ears were pointed and her teeth were quite sharp, and legends said she had 9 lives. Seeing so many female devils, Zhao Fu felt quite startled. When he had attacked Japan, he had only talked with Misan or Ihano, and he had not gone into the Devil City. After going in, he was quite surprised. He did not know why they were here, but some of them were evidently tempting him. Misan or Ihano was a friend to Zhao Fu, and since he treated her as a friend, he would not let her down. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that they had some kind of goal, so he turned around and planned to take another route in order to not make trouble. 1023 Devil World. However, just as Zhao Fu turned, another 10 or so female devils appeared behind him. The devil in the lead wore red samurai armor and had 3 samurai swords at her waist. Her black hair fell to her shoulders, and even though she had a smile on her face, her black eyes had a hint of savageness within them. She was quite valiant looking and had great ambitions. She was Mamajigari and was much more magnificent and renowned than Shutenji. When she was younger, Mamajigari had been called Kurai. However, she had been slain by a samurai called Daira no Kurmoki with a holy katana. Mamajigari, who had wanted to bring peace to the world, could only temporarily hide within the 6 paths of reincarnation, and hundreds of years later, she reappeared as a man called Oda Nobunaga. Your Majesty, why are you leaving? Could it be that you look down on devils like us? Your Majesty is the Emperor of Great Kin, someone with supreme authority. You should have whatever you want, Your Majesty. Don't be like those other fake men, Mamajigari said as she smiled at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stared and could not understand what she was saying, so he asked, what do you mean? Mamajigari gave a slightly mocking smile as she replied, those who say they can only love one woman, are they really telling the truth? If they could, who wouldn't want to have many wives and have as many beauties as the clouds? In this world filled with desires, it's not just men but women who also want to have multiple husbands and be surrounded by handsome men. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and agreed. After all, this was quite true. In this world, how many people truly loved each other to the death? Most of these people only existed in books, as people all desired true love. However, in reality, things were not so because humans were things of desire. Seeing Zhao Fu agree, Mamajigari's smile became brighter. Then Your Majesty shouldn't be one of those fake people. Since Your Majesty's harem is so big, I'm sure you wouldn't mind devils like us joining. Hearing this, Zhao Fu lightly laughed. He had never thought that she would have these intentions. At that moment, Momojigari suddenly squatted down and suddenly started taking off Zhao Fu's clothes as she gave a confident smile and said, "Then, Your Majesty, let me taste you." "Wait, tell me your goal first." "We are here for proper business and have many things to attend to." Before Momojigari could finish speaking, Zhao Fu cut her off because he was not someone who would neglect proper matters for his own desires. Seeing Zhao Fu be so serious, Momojigari could only stand up and say, "Your Majesty, we have 3 goals. The first is about our young miss. We hope that Your Majesty will not continue to neglect her like this. The second is that all of us devils are quite exceptional, but Your Majesty has also sidelined us. This is not good. Third, we would like Your Majesty to create a devil world for us." After hearing Momojigari's words, Misanori Hano's figure appeared in Zhao Fu's mind. He realized that she had some feelings towards him. As for the second goal, back then, Zhao Fu knew that the Devil City had countless devils, but he did not know much about them. Now that he had seen them for himself and knew that they were all quite powerful, he realized that they could serve the Great Kin. Moreover, because the Devil City was still where Japan originally had been, it was to the side of the Great Kin, and was quite far from the Great Kin's center of power. Their intention was quite clear: they wanted to join the Great Kin's center of power. As for the Devil World, Zhao Fu did not know what they meant by this, so he asked, "I can agree to help you with your first and second goals, but what do you mean by the Devil World?" Hearing Zhao Fu's reply, Momojigari gave a happy smile before saying, "The Devil World is a world created by us. Of course, Your Majesty has not unified a world yet, so we are unable to truly create a Devil World. However, you can prepare in advance and give us 10 or so regions. All of us devils will set up a 10,000 devil barrier that will turn all of the heaven and earth spirit chi into devil chi. Anything that possesses a certain type of item, whether it be people, beasts, or plants, will be able to become devils." Zhao Fu thought about it and asked, "Tell me the advantages and disadvantages. If it is possible, we will support you in this." Momojigari smiled and nodded before saying, "Your Majesty, the advantage is that you will gain a devil army that will be incredibly savage, bloodthirsty, and evil. It will become Great Kin's most vicious army. The disadvantages are that those 10 or so regions will become completely chaotic and lawless places where the strong devour the weak." Hearing this, Zhao Fu frowned because he could imagine what it would be like within the 10,000 devil barrier. It would definitely be an incredibly dark and bloody place, like a hell on earth. This was in conflict with Zhao Fu's principles. Zhao Fu could do anything to his enemies, but he was very kind to those within Great Kin. Even though the Devil World would only span 10 or so regions, if it were to develop, he would have to send in a large number of living creatures and have them fight and kill each other. Only by continuously killing and devouring would they be able to create powerful devils. The devils created would not have any virtues or humanity, and they would be pure monsters that live to kill. These devils would be different to those born into the devil race. Those from the devil race were usually creatures that had cultivated and had intelligence similar to humans. They were also humanoid and just had the devil race's bloodline. However, these devils were essentially mutations, and anyone from any race under extreme circumstances could become devils. For example, if a person continuously killed 1,000 people, the evil devil chi could turn that person into a killing devil. A saber that was stained with too much blood could become a devil saber, and a person who had died in immense pain or hatred could also become a devil. Evil devil chi was a type of pure dark and evil power, and if one turned into a devil through evil devil chi, one would most likely become a savage existence. Did Great Kin want to create a devil army through such a bloody method? If they threw in some of their enemies, because of their hatred of Great Kin, even if they became devils, they would not obey Great Kin and would do all they could to take revenge. However, Zhao Fu could not bear to throw his own people in either because he could not treat his own subjects so cruelly. Your Majesty, you're here. Also, why are you all here?" A surprised voice sounded out, cutting Zhao Fu off in his thoughts. Misanori Hano appeared, looking at the scene before her in confusion. Why were all of the female devils and Zhao Fu together? Momojigari smiled as she replied, "Of course it is for the young Miss' future happiness and to prevent young Miss from continuing to think nonsense to herself." 1024 Devil Core. Hearing this, Misanori Hano's face became red, and she looked at Zhao Fu shyly. Zhao Fu came back to his senses and slightly smiled as he said, "We plan to create a Devil Corps with you as the captain of the corps. In the future, you can freely come and go to Great Kin." "Thank you, Your Majesty." A happy smile appeared on Misanori Hano's face as she bowed. At first, Misanori Hano had felt towards Zhao Fu like how girls would normally feel towards idols. She often heard about how mighty Great Kin's legatee was and how he would often cause abnormal signs. After the illusion trial and the legacy trial, her feelings towards him had slightly developed. After speaking, Zhao Fu turned to Mama Jagari and said, "We will also consider your matters and give you an answer in the future." Mama Jagari smiled and bowed as the other female devils also gave coy smiles and looked at Miss Ori Hano before leaving. Miss Ori Hano's face was red as she said, "Your Majesty, I'll take you to the city hall." Following this, Zhao Fu went to the city hall and fused the core into the city heart. A powerful aura exploded out as the city heart gave off an intense violet light and the images of countless demons appeared around it. All of a sudden, Zhao Fu actually felt the aura of a universal den. This made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised because universal dens were incredibly precious. After such a long time, Great Kin had only obtained one, and they were incredibly rare and difficult to find. Only after asking did Zhao Fu find out that the universal den from the Divine Fish Festival had been taken by her, resulting in the Devil City. The two of them had already fused so closely that they could not be separated, so Zhao Fu could only bitterly laugh. If it hadn't been for Miss Ori Hano back then, Great Kin would have had two universal dens. However, Zhao Fu did not blame Miss Ori Hano. After all, she had obtained this using her own power, and he had no say in how she used it. After looking at the Devil Core information, Zhao Fu looked at Miss Ori Hano and said, "Hano, came to Great Kin as much as you want in the future, don't wait for us to summon you. Your power is very important to Great Kin, and we will do our best to support you." Zhao Fu had seen Miss Ori Hano's power as a legatee with his own eyes, and she could be one of Great Kin's top-tier forces. He had neglected her, and Miss Ori Hano smiled as she nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu once again returned to Great Kin. He ordered some people to quickly fill the numbers of the 31 new core and provide training for the new members as well. Great Kin was soon going to engage in large-scale battles, so they had to become familiarized with the abilities of core. Zhao Fu also gathered his important subordinates to discuss the matter of the Devil World. Many of his subordinates were against this idea because this would mean pushing dozens, if not hundreds, of millions of people into hell. They would have to kill and devour each other and become terrifying devils. Although Zhao Fu was fine with killing people, he was not someone who enjoyed torturing others. Unless he was pushed to it, he would never do anything too cruel, especially to his own people. However, if he went through with this, it would provide Great Kin with a ferocious army and would be of much help and provide many benefits. Zhao Fu was now faced with an incredibly tough decision, which made his head ache. He could only put this matter aside and consider it if the need arose for it. Zhao Fu and his generals then started to discuss Great Kin's war plans, and they stood around a massive map. Currently, the continent with the most powerful defenses was the Western continent. This was because it was the farthest continent from any other worlds, and it was naturally the safest place. Many people from the southern continent had chosen to escape to the Western continent, and this included the Li family's people. After what had happened, everyone guessed that Zhao Fu would attack the Western continent first. Indeed, Zhao Fu very much wanted to attack the Western continent and destroy the Li family to end all of this. Another reason was that because the Western continent was quite powerful, he could not allow it to develop even more. Moreover, there was a kingdom there, which was Tina Pendragon's Great British Empire. It was now a level 6 barony kingdom and had core as well. It would cause quite a bit of trouble, and if Zhao Fu allowed her to continue developing, things would become even more troublesome. Even though Zhao Fu quite appreciated Tina Pendragon, as she had never opposed Great Kin, even if Zhao Fu did not want to make a move against her, he had to. They were on different sides, and if he wanted to unify the world, he would have to destroy her. All in all, Great Kin's main target was the Western continent. However, the Western continent currently had the tightest defenses, and if they attacked, they would suffer great losses. Moreover, once Great Kin attacked, the other two continents would make a move as well. Now that everyone's lives were on the line, they had to participate as well. The three continents had at least 80,000 city lords, as many city lords from the Midland continent and southern continent had escaped to them. They also had billions of soldiers, and if Great Kin were to attack, they could not afford to be careless. A single mistake could cause massive losses. The continents were all separated by the ocean, and how they would cross the ocean and attack was a big problem. This required detailed discussions to deal with. Suddenly, a few system announcements rang out in the human world and in the Dark Daemon world, making countless people look quite shocked. They had never thought that such a thing would happen now. Wasn't this adding fuel to the flames? The human side started to feel quite panicked. On the other hand, the Dark Daemon world's people's expressions were quite unsightly as well. A quarter of their world's territory had been taken over by that mysterious organization, and their situation was not very bright either. Now that such a thing had happened, they would be in dire straits. These system announcements, which caused so much unrest, were as such, system announcement. The shifts in fate have caused massive changes. The heaven domain boundary between the human world and Dark Daemon world has started to fade. Warning. The fading of the heaven domain boundary is becoming greater and greater.
Warning. As the fading of the heaven domain boundary increases, the heaven domain boundary will soon disappear, and the human world and dark demon world will be officially connected. Warning. The passage between both worlds being opened will result in unexpected changes. Please make preparations. Warning. The passage between both worlds will soon open. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded throughout both worlds as if the sky had fallen. In front of this sound, countless people felt incredibly small, and their bodies and hearts trembled. At the place where the human world and dark demon world connected, countless massive cracks appeared, spanning thousands of regions. Even those extremely far away could see this shocking scene. As the massive cracks appeared, boundless demonic chi flowed through. The sky seemed to collapse as the heavens and earth dimmed and a black aura swept from the dark demon world into the human world. Everyone felt as if they had dropped into an icy cavern, and their bodies felt incredibly cold. Bang! 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 Large pieces of rainbow-colored shards fell from the sky, smashing enormous craters on the ground. Massive sounds rang out and dust billowed up, creating a terrifying scene. 1025 connection. As the shards continuously fell, demonic chi ferociously swarmed from the dark demon world into the human world. The human world spirit chi was forced into retreat, and the sudden inflow of demonic caused the beasts and plants on the boundary of the human world to become demons. Finally, everything settled down, and the two worlds were fully collected without any barriers. Just by taking a single step, one could reach the dark demon world. As everyone watched on in shock, Zhaofu received more system announcements, and he received a better understanding of what was happening. He could not help but loudly laugh. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. This undeniably solved one of Great Ken's biggest problems. These were the system announcements that only Zhaofu received. System announcement. Great Ken controls the Night Dynasty and has cleared 1/3 of the Dark Demon world's southern continent. Great Ken has received control over those regions, and a large amount of the Dark Demon world's fate has entered the human world. System announcement. Because of the heavenly domain boundary, the fate is unable to pass through in large amounts. System announcement. More and more fate is being blocked by the heavenly domain boundary, causing the heavenly domain boundary to go through changes. System announcement. Because Great Ken's fate is the dominant fate in the human world, it has started to flow toward the heavenly domain boundary, causing the heavenly domain boundary to go through changes. System announcement. The two waves of fate have caused the heavenly domain boundary to fade. The passage between the two worlds has started to form. System announcement. A large amount of the Dark Demon world's fate has entered the human world. Great Ken's fate has greatly increased, and the Dark Demon world's fate has gradually weakened. That was what was going on. At first, Zhaofu had been quite troubled as to how to open up the heavenly domain barrier, yet things had happened so easily. Zhaofu did not even have to do anything. The Night Dynasty had done everything by clearing regions. Because Great Ken fully controlled the southern continent of the Dark Demon world and the heavenly domain boundary was in the way, their people and city lords could not come and go as they pleased, nor could they relocate. If there were any emergencies, it would be difficult for Great Ken to quickly head over. Now that the heavenly domain boundary was no longer obstructing them, Zhaofu could truly make the Dark Demon world's southern continent into his territory, and he would not have to worry about the invasion of the other Dark Demon continents. Zhaofu would be able to move his people and city lords at will, making things quite convenient. Things would not be so complex, and Zhaofu could also bring everyone in the Dark Demon world's southern continent to Great Ken. The 20,000 city lords and the Night Dynasty's massive army could now be used by Zhaofu. Now, if Great Ken were to fight, their help would be a massive source of assistance. Now, the difference in size between Great Ken's army and the three other continents was not very great, and Zhaofu felt much more confident. Your Majesty, now that such a big thing has happened, we should discuss our plans again. Wei Liao understood what Zhaofu was thinking from his smile, and he also smiled as he cupped his hands. Zhaofu grinned as he nodded. Now that he could use the Night Dynasty's forces, all of the plans from before were redundant, and they started to discuss again. The northern continent was now covered by a dark haze, and everyone's expressions were quite worried and unsightly. They had seen what had happened to the southern continent when the fish scale world had attacked, and now it was their turn. What's more, they were facing the demon race, which was stronger than the fish scale race. No one would feel good when faced with such a situation. Thinking about how the fish scale world had swept through the southern continent, looking as if they were going to destroy the human world, everyone felt quite terrified. If it wasn't for Great Ken forcing them back, it was possible that the human world would have been destroyed. The people from the southern continent had desperately escaped, and the southern continent had been taken over by Great Ken. The southern continent's people were now living in the other continents and had to ingratiate themselves to the original occupiers of those continents.
Now that they were facing the powerful demon race, the northern continent's outcome would most likely be the same as that of the southern continent. The human world had already gone through 2 wars between worlds and been greatly weakened. Did humanity have hope in the 3rd war between worlds? This was what the northern continent was the most worried about, because this matter was simply too big and serious. However, something they could rejoice over was that they had already constructed defensive walls. Back when Great Kin's legatee had gone to the outside world, he had told them that they were right opposite the Dark Daemon world, and from his suggestions, they had built a defensive wall. After all, they had all seen the southern continent being ferociously invaded, and the northern continent's forces were worried that the Dark Daemon world would invade as well. As such, they had especially reinforced their defensive walls and prepared many items to counter demons. Now, Zhao Fu regretted telling them about this and suggesting that they build a defensive wall. Back then, he had also been worried about an invasion from the Dark Daemon world, so he had the northern continent build defenses and prepare items that countered demons. He had even provided some resources to support them. However, the Dark Daemon world's southern continent was already under Zhao Fu's control, and these defensive walls and items would be used against the Dark Daemon world's southern continent. It could be said that Zhao Fu had shot himself in the foot. If he had not told them that they were opposite the Dark Daemon world, the northern continent would not have made any preparations, and the Night Dynasty could take this opportunity to launch a sudden attack and sweep through the northern continent. However, it was useless to wallow in regret. In the end, Zhao Fu had not known back then that he would take over the Dark Daemon world's southern continent. After all, the Dark Daemon world was a cultivation world, making it innately stronger than the human world. Even though Great Kin was quite powerful back then, they had not even established a kingdom yet, and they did not have many soldiers or regions. If the Dark Daemon world had really attacked when the human world didn't have any preparations, they really would have been destroyed. When that time came, Great Kin would not have been able to escape the fate of being destroyed either. That was why Zhao Fu had done this. After the heavenly domain boundary disappeared, Jeffrey took a large number of northern continent factions to the defensive walls to defend in order to make preparations if the Dark Demon people suddenly attacked. The human world is still suffering from internal conflict, and now something like this has happened. Even though I haven't personally seen the Dark Demon race's strength, just from this demonic chi, I can tell that the demon race is quite terrifying. The human world is in danger. What will our fate be? Jeffrey sighed as he stood on the defensive way and looked at the demonized ground ahead, his face covered with worry. The expressions of everyone else were also quite unsightly. With their strength, they had no confidence in facing the Dark Daemon world. Many people were incredibly terrified and had already escaped to the other continents. What should we do? Jeffrey was the strongest person in the northern continent, so everyone turned their gazes to him to see what he had to say. Facing everyone's gazes, Jeffrey sighed and said, "We can only write letters to ask the other continents for help, especially Great Kin. We need to stop our internal fighting and face this new threat together." 1026 Demon Bees. Hearing this, everyone nodded because the threat of the Dark Daemon world was greater than that of the Fish Scale world. When facing the Fish Scale world, even when they had all allied together, they had been at a disadvantage. Facing the even more powerful Dark Daemon world, if they did not ally together, they would without a doubt die. Great Kin was especially important. Without Great Kin, they did not feel a bit of confidence at all. Last time, even though they had done decently without Great Kin at first, they had still been completely defeated in the end. Great Kin was the human world's toughest line of defense, and without it, the human world was completely doomed. Everyone felt the same way about this. Jeffrey quickly sent letters to factions all over the world, and Zhao Fu also received one. The letter described the impending crisis and how terrifying the demon race was. They hoped that Great Kin would put aside its misgivings, and the northern continent faction sincerely pleaded Great Kin to come. The attitude in the letter was incredibly humble and sincere, but Zhao Fu only smiled. After everyone received their letters, their expressions became incredibly grave. They had never thought that something like this would happen. It just had to happen while internal conflict was erupting in the human world. What should they do now? It was evident that the human world was once again going to experience a war between worlds, and humanity was in a crisis. They did not hesitate to head over. After all, the threat of the Dark Demon world was greater than that of the Fish Scale world, and with their tough defensive walls and demon countering items, they might still have a chance. Once the Dark Demon race broke through those defenses, there would be nothing left to defend with. At the same time, everyone turned their gazes to Great Kin, feeling quite unsettled and unconfident. They were unsure as to whether or not Great Kin would participate because it did not participate last time. If Great Kin did not come, they could only sigh. They were powerless to change Great Kin's decisions. This time, no one dared to criticize Great Kin anymore. Before, they had all criticized and slandered it, wanting to make trouble for Great Kin. However, Great Kin now had enough power to threaten the rest of the world. Anyone who dared to criticize Great Kin would be attacked, and at this critical moment, if they said anything that caused Great Kin not to go and the Dark Demon race attacked, the ones who suffered the most would be them. At the same time, the Dark Demon world's various factions were discussing this as well. Mochi was still recovering from his injury, so he was not present, but the others still went ahead with the meeting. The human world was no longer a weak chicken like they had thought because it had Great Kin's legatee. The Great Kin kingdom was incredibly terrifying, and anyone who even thought about it felt fear. Back then, even 2 world protectors and 10 or so dynasty legatees using their nation armaments could not defeat Great Kin's legatee, and their world's most powerful person, Mochi, had escaped with serious injuries. It could be said that the Dark Demon race was actually somewhat worried that Great Kin would lead the rest of the human world to attack them. Right now, the Dark Demon world did not have any preparations. This situation made their heads ache. First they had the threat of the mysterious organization, and now they also had the threat of Great Kin. However, something they could celebrate about was that it was the Dark Demon world's southern continent that connected to the human world, and the southern continent had been conquered by that mysterious organization. They wondered if those 2 sides would fight, and they hoped to see this. If the mysterious organization and the human world fought, they could swoop in at the end to collect the benefits. Of course, just to be safe, they still decided to make preparations so that they wouldn't be caught defenseless if the other side really did attack. In just 3 days, before the Dark Demon race had even appeared, a shocking amount of demonic chi had flooded to the human world's defensive walls. The northern continent factions felt an extreme sense of crisis, and their hair stood on end as they said, "The Dark Demon race is going to attack. Why haven't all of our people come?" The northern continent had 7,000 or so regions in total, around 27,000 cities, and 2.5 billion soldiers. They had around 80% of the city lords and soldiers gathered on the defensive walls to defend. Within the Dark Demon world's southern continent, Yi King smiled as he looked at his army of 2 billion soldiers. Only around 1 billion of them were proper soldiers while the rest were players or other indigenous residents, and they gave off a heaven-shaking aura. An ancestor of the Night Dynasty beside him said, "Yi King, won't it be too difficult for our faction to attack the human world by ourselves? Also, those people from the mysterious organization haven't sent help, while I heard that the human world is actually quite powerful. Great Kin's legatee and the Great Kin kingdom are incredibly powerful, and I feel that with our strength, we won't be able to defeat the Great Kin kingdom." Yi King smiled but did not respond. After all, he could not just tell them the relationship between Great Kin's legatee and him. After a while, he said, "I naturally know about this, and I've already made preparations. Don't worry." Hearing such confident words from Zhaofu, the ancestor nodded. He trusted Yi King a great deal. Roar. The cries of countless beasts sounded through the sky, causing wild winds to blow as the ground violently shook. The people on the defensive walls felt a massive sense of pressure approaching. Countless demon beasts roared as they flooded towards the defensive walls, and the sky was filled with countless demon birds. The scene of the heavens and earth being covered with demon beasts was quite shocking. Yi King had gathered the demon beasts in the boundary of the Dark Demon world's southern continent to launch the first wave of attacks. There were hundreds of millions of these demon beasts, and sensing the human auras, they gave off bloodthirsty and merciless gazes. Jeffrey and the other leaders did not look too shocked, they had already made preparations for the worst. Facing the incoming demon beasts, the shield bearers stood in front with their shields raised while the countless archers behind him took out arrows covered with talismans. The talismans on the arrows gave off white light, and they were extremely damaging to evil-type creatures. Swish, swish, swish. Countless arrows brought with them white lights as they flew out powerfully, tearing through the sky. They rained down onto the demon beasts, causing countless demon beasts to cry out in pain. The arrows covered in white light brought immense pain, and normally those that were hit immediately died. There were many archers attacking, and with the white talismans, this first wave of attacks killed at least 30% of the demon beast horde. If they could repeat this 3 more times, they would be able to essentially exterminate these demon beasts. However, Yi King could not allow this to continue, so he started to attack from another side. 20 corps released their corps formations and attacked the defensive walls as well. Swish, swish, swish. Countless arrows started to fly up from the ground towards the defensive walls, while the human side immediately used their shields to defend. At that moment, the Dark Demon world's true advantage was put on display. The Dark Demon world's real world was a cultivation world, and now that everyone had been brought into the Heaven Awakened world, the fusion of their bodies in the real world and the Heaven Awakened world provided them with a large amount of cultivation power. 1,027 blood demons after their real bodies fused with their bodies in the Heaven Awakened world. Almost all of the players had at least stage 1 cultivation, and most had stage 2 cultivation. Some of the more powerful ones had stage 3 or stage 4 cultivation. This was the Dark Daemon world's powerful advantage. Even though the soldiers on the defensive walls held up their shields, arrows from stage 2 players could still send them back a few steps. Arrows from stage 3 players could directly blast them back. The formations on the defensive walls were immediately broken, and the shield bearers were unable to protect the soldiers behind them. The Night Dynasty's soldiers started to shoot out arrows as well, and many of the people on the defensive walls were hit, crying out in pain, resulting in many injuries and casualties. The 20-core formations also wreaked havoc on the defensive walls. A demon crocodile that was hundreds of meters long opened its mouth and crushed thousands of people into meat paste with a single bite. A demon sword gave off powerful demonic light as it flew about, killing a large number of people. A demon ox madly rushed about. Even if there were countless shield bearers ahead, they were completely useless and were sent flying. The losses on this side were quite severe, so everyone immediately sent reinforcements. At that moment, Dark Demon City Lords started to attack. Jeffrey left some people here to kill the demon beasts and defend against any more Dark Demon people, and Jeffrey led the City Lords to face off against the Dark Demon City Lords. They were quite surprised to find that the Dark Demon people looked Asian. If it wasn't for the demonic chi flowing out of their bodies, they would have looked just like normal Asians. There were about 2 billion soldiers and 20,000 City Lords in the air, and some of their ores were especially powerful. The other side had already established a kingdom and had 20 core, so the human side was at a great disadvantage. What made everyone quite nervous was that this was not even the main force of the Dark Daemon world. It was possible that the majority of the Dark Demon people were still waiting for their chance to deal a fatal blow to the human world. The northern continent had already sent most of their forces, and the situation was quite grim. They could only hope that the forces from the other continents would quickly arrive, or else everything would be finished. On the battlefield, they did not have much time to think. Jeffrey had the soldiers counterattack and had some city lords deal with the core formations before leading the other city lords to attack the Night Dynasty's city lords. Yi King held a demon sword as he flew towards Jeffrey. Even though Zhao Fu knew Jeffrey and had a good impression of him, in circumstances like this, he would not hold back, and he attacked Jeffrey with his full force. Jeffrey did not dare to be careless, and he held a spear that gave off brilliant white light as he started to fight with Yi King. Terrifying ripples spread out, and the sounds of the clashes were deafening. The stench of blood was incredibly strong, and corpses were strewn over the defensive walls and the ground. The northern continent was at a great disadvantage, especially the soldiers, and it was continuously being suppressed by the Dark Daemon world. At that moment, thousands of Dark Daemon people wearing black robes and holding staffs walked out. They summoned a black mist that gave off a darkness aura and caused people to instinctively feel fear. The black mist drifted towards the defensive walls, and the soldiers who were covered in it howled pitifully. The soldiers were completely devoured by the black mist, leaving nothing behind. This caused a lot of panic and chaos. Seeing this, Jeffrey felt that this could not go on, or they would definitely lose. As such, he ordered people to use that terrifying thing. A group of barefoot people dressed in white robes walked out with serious expressions, and they gave off holy auras. The person at the front was holding a holy statue made of glass. The statue was of a man dressed in white robes, and he looked quite kind. The person in the lead raised the statue and started to chant, and those behind him followed in suit. Boom! A powerful aura swept out, bringing with it wild gales as the holy statue gave off an intense white light and flew into the sky. It broke with a bang, and a massive image appeared. Instantly, an incredibly massive might covered the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers.